pick.
Hello, everybody. How you all doing? I hope you're all doing well. My name is Eyes of Paradise, and welcome to HoN Oh My God Before the Storm. Day 2. We're seeing here is Team Backdoor Protocol versus Team Snoop Dogg. I'm joined here by the main caster. Sorry, is Chris, aka What You Got. Chris, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Paradise.
And we're joined here as well, of course, by the one and only John, aka Easy Full Clan, which is the co-caster for today. John, how you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. Been looking forward to this. Really excited to get into the semifinals so we can see some best of 3 series today. See how these the losing team shapes up and changes their strategy going into the second match. It's going to be really fun.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody's excited, and you guys are going to take over now. See you in the end of the stream. See you, everybody.
All right, everyone's welcome. As Paradise said, today we will be having best of threes. So we are underway. The blind bands are Moira, Geomancer, Lodestone, and the Magnus. Nothing quite standing out to me. What do you think, John?
I think that these bands are all pretty standard. Moira especially. I think I believe we saw Lodestone in just about both the games that we cast yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. And Geomancer and Magnus just makes a whole lot of sense. Both of their stuns are really powerful early game, and the first pick, from the Legion side came out and they got Kinesis, even though that Magnus was banned. Didn't use it as a counter pick to Magnus, but Kinesis is still a great hero in its own right.
Yeah,
And then,
actually, I
Andrew.
think we saw Kinesis being banned in almost every game that we got to cast yesterday, so we didn't get to see it picked up, and it's left open here and snatched up immediately by Backdoor Protocol.
Yeah, I mean, and it's unfortunate for the Kinesis player that he won't get to utilize such powerful Qs like Dig, Rocket Drill, or Lava Surge. But I'm sure that, he's going up against an Andro, and Comet Stun, honestly, it's good enough if you ask me. But see, the second pick for Legion is Cthulhu Font. How do you feel about this hero?
Honestly, a big fan of the hero. I feel like he's typically sent into the off lane, so I'd be surprised if we see him go anywhere else. But he is flexible, and he is kind of a nuisance in laning phase. He's very tanky, and he does have lots of magical damage early on in the laning phase, so he's very disruptive towards the enemy carry. I wouldn't be surprised to see him paired up with the Kinesis. Between the two of them, they do have lots of early game burst potential to be very disruptive, as I said. But yeah, we'll have to see if the Kinesis also could be played somewhere like the mid lane. We'll have to see how the rest of the draft shapes up.
Yeah, I completely agree. Cthulhu Font actually reminds me a lot of Lodestone, and minus the the kill potential from huge bursts from Shatterstorm Head Smash. Cthulhu Font is still exactly like Lodestone in the sense that he's very, very tanky, very formidable presence, and then almost just as slippery with the trample being very similar to Rocket Drill. So those two heroes have a bit of overlap. So I'm not. It's actually kind of makes sense to see a Cthulhu Font picked up in the absence of Lodestone. So and then we've got Rally for the Hellborn second pick. Really like Rally early on, especially comboing with Andromeda. The Aurora minus armor really synergizes well with his early physical burst.
That's a good point. So a lot of these, initiators were blind banned, and then both teams picking up one in the early first couple of picks between the Cthulhu and the Rally. So having some nice set of line stuns. The third pick for the Legion side will be the Aluna. So that will most likely be their supportive choice. However, we did actually see an Aluna played, I believe it was by Snooki yesterday in the mid lane that went up against an Arachna. So again, we could see something like a core Aluna. Have to continue to see how they do plan to round off their draft. But I'm leaning towards it most of the time being more of a support pick. I feel like the hero just kind of fits naturally well as a support. She has great spells, doesn't need, a whole lot of levels or a lot of farm to be very effective, I would say. And the final pick before the second set of bans for the Hellborn side will be the Hellbringer. What do you think of the Hellbringer pickup, John?
I'll comment on Hellbringer. I just want to comment on Aluna because you were talking about it. I agree completely that I like her in more of a supportive role. Just because mostly, one of her niches that she fits into is the fact that she's got that global presence, right? And power throw, whenever it's used globally, doesn't really matter how much farm that she has, right? It's still going to deal a static amount of damage unless you're like super farm, super late game, and you've got something like a Resto Stone or maybe a little bit earlier than that, Spell Shards. But usually, I think that most people don't go Spell Shards on her because power throw, as strong as it is, it's not really, it's her one and only damage nuke. And though you can cast it up to 3 times, it's not something I usually see on an Aluna pick. But yeah, Hellbringer, if I can go to that now, Hellbringer is extremely strong, and with the somewhat recent addition of his staff effect, he's got that. It's almost the exact same thing as a Resto Stone now, except it's a little bit cheaper and actually just makes him stronger. As well as, gives him stronger in the sense that it gives him more mana and HP for survivability. But not only that, we do know that Resto Stone has a 300 mana activation cost, and you have to cast the ultimate again. So it's very, very expensive on the hero's mana pool. So the fact that it kind of fulfills the exact same function, giving the double ulti, but also is vastly cheaper on his mana pool whenever he actually does use the combo, and the fact that it gives him more HP, I think it's very, very scary, and they have to watch out for it.
So yeah, so safe to say you'd like to see Hellbringer played in more of this core type of role, so he's allowed to farm up some of those items as you mentioned.
I think so. Hellbringer is kind of a core role hero, especially because the evil presence gives him a lot of tankiness. Especially if he's able to get it on multiple heroes inside of a team fight. Any damage that his teammates are doing is just healing him. So he can really, really be a just a massive presence in team encounters. But even if they decide to run him as a support, he does have the option of going for something like a straight staff. I mean, it's the pieces to build it up are only 1K. Now, I wouldn't expect him to be able to get it in any reasonable amount of time in a position 5, but as a position 4, I could see potentially getting that by maybe the 30-minute mark and really making a big swing for his team encounters. So, but enough about that. We've got picks and bans to go through. So,
Second set of bans now. Legion team bans out the Vindicator, Oogie, and Sandwraith. So a pair of carry heroes as well as a Vindy pick. The Hellborn side bans out the Bubbles, the Gladiator, and the Electrician. So some of these more solo-oriented roaming style of heroes. The Madman is going to be the 4th pick coming out for the Legion. So they opt for a carry of choice. And the 4th pick for the Hellborn side is going to be Blitz. So another support pickup. So it does look like you will be correct. That should be a core Hellbringer. And yeah, anything
yeah,
stand out to you from the bans and the picks?
I mean, from me as a player personally, Vindy and Gladiator stick out. Gladiator is just it's just a strong hero. Has a very reliable combo. Can really help lock down some of those slippery heroes with the showdown pitfall combo. So I think it just has really, really strong lane harass. And then Vindicator as well is just one of those heroes that is on my auto ban list. But it makes sense just because it doesn't matter how strong or how beat down you get. It doesn't matter how farmed you are, what level you are, as long as you're level 6, you've got that global presence that goes through things like Shrunken Heads, can cancel some key initiations, or really just prevent counter initiation whenever your team decides to go in. So I think that hero is almost always worth a ban. Something that sticks out to me is the Sandwraith ban. I'm not really sure why Hellborn or why Legion was so worried about a Sandwraith. There's really, whenever it came to Andro Rally Hellbringer, they didn't really have any strong scouting heroes or strong roamers per se that can get behind enemy lines. to kind of combo with the Sand Wraith, but it is a frustrating hero to deal with in terms of just causing lots of confusion inside of a team fight. So, if they didn't want to have to worry about playing against that, but
Yeah, I have to agree. There's nothing that immediately strikes me out from the initial picks that kind of screams we want to do this global ganking style of lineup, but perhaps just something that they don't want to have to deal with. The fifth pick coming out from Backdoor Protocol is going to be the Flux, so that's a hero we don't see all that often.
yeah,
Normally, when you see a Flux, you like to see it picked up with lots of AoE centered around the hero, but the hero does do well even when he's not surrounded by, these massive team fighting ultimate heroes such as like a Tempest or something very flashy. He is very strong on his own right. He's a very good laner, I would say. And he's very tanky and annoying to deal with throughout all stages of the game. And the fifth pick for Hellborn is the Armadon, which we saw yesterday. And boy, was Armadon impressive to both you and myself.
yes, and so I wonder, what tools do the Legion have to deal with this Armadon? We were talking about it yesterday. The game that we cast, they had a uh, I'm
Acna and
blanking.
a
They had a
Dark Lady.
lodestone to help
Lodestone, yes.
help remove his damage reduction sources to help find that burst window. But eventually, the supporting cast for the Armadon found Storm Spirits to help mitigate that burst window, and so it was really really tight for the opposing team to bring down that Armadon, and just couldn't find it. But what does the Legion? What do you think the Legion has to worry about, and what build paths do they need to take, or even just meta strategy do they need to employ to counter this Armadon to make sure that he doesn't snowball, doesn't get his huge tanky items on top of potentially a mock, and just comes in front lines and stands and just starts chipping down their towers, and there's nothing they can do but watch him.
Uh, as far as what they need to be worried about, I would have to say is not falling too far behind before Madman is able to get up enough farm to be able to fight the Armadon. I think we saw yesterday Snoop Dogg, who also ran the Armadon, played very aggressively. They pushed a lot of towers in the early game. They weren't afraid to group up and team fight a lot. So I think that they're going to look to do a similar type of strategy, as they have built a lot of early game aggressive heroes around the Armadon. So I feel like that's going to be kind of the focal point of their game plan. But also, I would love to see going into the mid game a Nullfire Blade picked up on the Madman. We did talk about Nullfire Blade a couple of times in the match yesterday. However, we didn't end up actually seeing one picked up. And it's not to go over the same point again, but I do feel like Nullfire is one of the great ways to deal with a very farmed Armadon, so that he can't be so much of a nuisance in those team fights.
I agree completely. It's part of a big portion of his utility and damage comes from the fact that he's able to continuously spam Snot Storm and Spine Burst. Unless you're just auto attacking him all day with a Nullfire, you're not going to keep him completely But usually, if you can burn his mana down to 0 at some point and he has to gen up from 0, he's going to be locked into maybe spamming a Snot Storm or Spine Burst like every 5 or 10 seconds. Just it drastically reduces his cast frequency on those abilities, which in turn will reduce the amount of restless stacks he gets, which is and Spine Burst stacks on you and Snot Storm stacks on you. So his damage output becomes significantly reduced, and maybe you don't necessarily use it as a tool to kill him, but you just take some back and forth exchanges. If he is trying to knock on your door, you just hit him, go in, burn his mana and then maybe you jump afterwards whenever you can just turn your attention to the other heroes, because an Armadon doesn't do quite as much. But I'm right with you as far as Nullfire because of the aforementioned reasons, but it also has multifunction utility here in this game. They have a Hellbringer, so it's going to more or less one shot at least one of the Malphus's if Hellbringer doesn't manage to get two under his belt.
Yeah, that's an
So
excellent point to bring up because once he does get that Staff of the Master, which we expect him to look to go for, those Malefices do deal a lot of damage, and if you leave them unchecked and you keep continuously fighting into them, they will do a lot of damage. Right off the get-go, we see a Luna teleport into the bottom lane. She gets a very early Ward of Sight down. Uh, Looks like they are potentially planning for an aggressive makeup coming out from the Hellborn side, so they do a nice job there. We're even going to see Kinesis looks like picking up the Striders, so he's going to start here in the bottom lane. Now, I'm interested to see if they're going to keep this as a full tri lane or if they're just looking to start here, try to get a Bloodlust, try to get up uh, a spell onto the Kinesis with that Thought Steal. Um, or he will, transition back into the top lane with the Cthulhu Fawn later on.
yeah, it'll be interesting to see what skill he decides to level here at level 1. If he's going to go for telekinetic lifts or if he is going to go for a thought steal. I think thought steal is the way to go because you can get an early silence into a follow up stun from whoever he decides to steal from. Um, but it looks like Hellborn side didn't do any scouting and they don't have a ward down, so they're actually falling into a trap here. I'm gonna let you take it over.
So he's going to take over the Blitz stun. He's going to use the speed on Blitz to get on out of there just in time. Rally actually skills to battle experience there, so he didn't even have the compel should it have been necessary, but it doesn't end up backfiring in the end as Blitz is able to get away from the Bloodlust attempt. A nice job from them there.
Yeah,
In the
that
middle
was.
lane, oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, yeah, now that Rally and Blitz are kind of locked into their, I mean, they know to be careful here that they are wise to the fact that there are 3 heroes down here, but they don't have any aggressive abilities, so they can't do anything but just kind of watch as the Legion side, completely controls this lane.
Yeah, they're gonna be kind of suffering here until they get their level 2s coming in. Bloodlust attempt is going to connect there from the Kinesis with that final auto attack. A nice job from both the Aluna and the Kinesis there to secure that kill. But yeah, had Rally skilled his Compel, that could have possibly been avoided.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't pay attention to the exact timing of whenever he skilled battle experience. If he had already skilled it by the time he was running into lane, or if skilled it as he was going for his first creep kill. But yeah, I think it was a little bit of an error for him to have skilled battle experience, or maybe a sizable one. But see, Kinesis is already making a presence here in the mid lane to scare off Hellbringer and give space for Flux. Flux has already got a small last hit advantage that could turn into a big one.
Yep, so we have a Flux versus a Hellbringer here in the mid lane, as you pointed out. Flux off to a great start. The rune is actually going to spawn top, so Hellbringer going to expect that it was camped by the Kinesis, who dropped by the middle lane, so he goes for the Refreshment rune. And Flux will push out the wave and go toward that top rune to bottle up that double damage, which just gets delivered to him. Now Kinesis has rotated into the top lane with Cthulhu Fawn, who by the way has done a great job of getting that experience. Already level 3, going up against this duo lane of Andromeda and Armadon.
Yeah, and they're just taking full control of this small camp pool right here, getting a noticeable XP and gold advantage. Cleaning
Bottom
up
lane, we have Barrel Roll coming out, but the Compel is going to go in onto the Aluna. Can Aluna get out of range here? The Blitz, and oh, he actually went for the Pilfering as a follow-up to his Quicken. So that will be enough for the kill, and they bring down Aluna.
Yeah, so a good job by Hellborn in the bottom lane to seize the opportunity of Kinesis' absence to find that kill onto the other support. Maybe eventually they can turn their eyes onto Madman. They manage to keep doing well and getting XP and level up their nukes to get Madman into kill range.
Yep, that indeed. So looking at some of the items, we see Madman picks up an early Chalice. I am a big fan of that. Action in the top lane. Armadon goes down to the combination of Cthulhu Font and the Blitz, so just a little bit too much damage coming out there between the two of them.
Yeah, he went an early life tube on Armadon to, so maybe he was wasn't paying too much attention to his current HP count before that encounter, but maybe he was sitting on a decent deficit, just didn't have quite enough time to have the life tube regen back up close to full. So good job by Kinesis and Cthulhu Font to find that kill window on Armadon.
Middle lane, we have an invisibility rune taken by the Kinesis. I believe that was spotted out by the Ward of Sight here from Hellborn in the top lane. So Andromeda going to TP into the middle lane, expecting a gank to happen. And I don't know if that teleport was actually spotted or not,
Yeah,
but
and then
Kinesis
actually they're going to
immediately
find an
rotates to
opportunity
the
to
top
go.
lane.
Yeah.
They're going to go onto the Armadon here with the Obliterate. The trample was used as well. Can they get the final auto attacks? Yes, they can. And Armadon gets taken down yet again. So he is now sitting at 0 and 2 very early on. Very important kills coming out from the Legion side. That boosts their gold lead up to 2,000 as well as an 800 experience lead only 5 minutes in. So some very nice early game rotations coming out from the Kinesis.
Good job by Cthulhu Font, bumping into Andromeda. Andromeda probably had the damage to kill Cthulhu Font had he not quickly trampled out of there. So
Middle lane Flux pulls Hellbringer in, and that's going to be just enough of a kill window that he needs with that discharge, and Hellbringer will fall. I gotta say, that double damage rune that he got very early on has really helped him to control that middle matchup. He is starting to really take over this middle lane now.
Absolutely. He's got 11 denies over Hellbringer right now, and he's got a lead of 17 last hits on top of it. So the resource differential really starting to show up here.
Bottom lane, we have action. Here comes the barrel roll onto Blitz. Will he be able to get himself out of there? No, he will not. He will fall to the Aluna, Kinesis, and the Madman. Kill credit does go toward the Kinesis, and Rally just kind of walks it off, unable to get a return kill, unfortunately for his fallen teammate.
So we're already seeing Legion start to pull ahead a little bit. In fact, Rally's going to get Emerald Lightning stun, but just for a little bit of harass. While Blitz ports back down, Kinesis is already... I'm loving the gameplay from this Kinesis. Kinesis has just constantly been roaming, making full use of his Striders to show up in all 3 lanes. They never quite know exactly where he's going to be. And, that it's almost like they're up 2
stun
players.
from Cthulhu Font into the Obliterate and the Blitzkrieg stun from Kinesis. Will they have the damage to bring down the Armadon? The Obliterate does wear off. Here comes the ultimate from Cthulhu Font. They're going to look to chase with the slow activated. Spinebursts are coming out, but the lifts from Kinesis are going to be enough. Cthulhu Font does a defensive trample onto the Andromeda. It's an ultimate warrior streak coming out for Kinesis, and that's the 3rd death now for Armadon. Again, another excellent rotation from Kinesis.
Right before that happened, I was going to comment that it almost feels like Legion has 2 extra players because it feels like Kinesis is in all 3 lanes at once. So he's just putting tremendous pressure on top of every single lane from the Hellborn, and they're not giving Armadon the window that he needs to get tanky enough to where he basically just begin drawing all the attention to him. And as you can see, Madman is starting to pull ahead. Sitting at a modest, 340 GPM, but it's far and away higher than what Armadon's sitting at with only 230. So we'll see if he's able to get the key items that he needs to start, snowballing, and maybe we'll see that Nullfire come out very quickly. I wonder what he's going to go. You think he's going to go Rune Dax?
Yeah, I would say so. That's typically the standard item progression.
Malphus comes down in the mid lane onto Flux, but Flux is just too far away from Blitz and Andromeda to make a kill come out. But they are going to use the Illusion Rune from Hellbringer and Malphus to start putting some damage onto this mid tier 1 tower.
Regeneration Rune is going to spawn in the bottom. Hellbringer is going to make his way over for that one. But yeah, to further your point about this impact that Kinesis has had, where he's felt like he's been in all 3 lanes, all 3 of Legion's core heroes are at the top of the GPM charts. Action in the middle lane, the pull into the slow, comes out onto the Hellbringer with Kinesis coming in. They will take him down. It's now a legendary streak for Kinesis. Rally does poured in, but not able to do anything in time. And yeah, the GPM chart is just completely telling of the story of the roaming in this early game. And now we see more action onto the Blitz. I believe he gets spotted out there, and he gets caught out of position. That kill goes to the credit of Flux. He now jumps up to 410 gold per minute. What a fantastic start he has had so far.
Yeah, and so what do you do whenever you're the Hellborn in this position? I see that they've kind of abandoned bot lane, which is not exactly what you want to do, but it almost feels like what they have to do at this point. They really need to start focusing all of their attention on what are the item pickups that they need to focus on to maybe get some big turns here. I see that we just got a Helm of the Black Legion on Armadon, and we're about halfway to a portal key on Rally. So, do you think that's kind of the two heroes that they need to focus on? Maybe kind of drop the priority of the Hellbringers item acquisition a little bit further back and
Uh,
just focus on those two heroes?
I would love to see Rally use a Veiled Rot and maybe try to set something up in the top lane, give some space to Armadon and potentially slow down the Cthulhu font, which could possibly lead to a tower push. But whether it's in the top lane or the mid lane, I would just love to see the Seismic Slam be used. I don't feel like I've seen one yet, and into 10 minutes now. GP's coming into the tier 2 tower. Andromeda is going to be lifted by Kinesis. Cthulhu font is going to activate the Obliterate and the Dream of Madness there to try to buy some time.
Kinesis is going to fall. Try
Kinesis
to
does
feed himself
fall
the
to the
neutrals.
Hellbringer in the jungle. So that's 380 gold away of Hellbringer, and Cthulhuphon just a bit too tanky and too slippery, able to get out of there before
They
any
got
harm
something
comes his
though.
way.
They got the oh, what is that? The legendary streak from Kinesis. So they got a decent chunk of gold from killing him there. And they were positioned very aggressively deep in the Hellborn jungle there, and
Yeah.
Hellborn thankfully comes out on top and pounces on them there as they go on Flux in the mid lane. Malthus is burned, Hellstun
Yep,
used, and
Malphus
a
comes out
Seismic
into the
Slam
Seismic
just
Slam, so that's exactly what they needed, and this could open up that tower push that we were talking about with the Malphus being used. Now Kinesis does need to be careful here as he is all by himself. Luna is rotating in from the backside as well, but the tower is going down very quickly. We'll see if they're going to try the deny attempt here or if anything
gonna get a Comet
pursues.
Stun on
The
the
stuns
Kinesis.
come out
Blitzkrieg
onto
swap.
Kinesis. She gets swapped, and he's going to get hit with a Compel from Rally, and simply just outnumbered there. He does go down.
All right, and they're starting to turn it around a little bit. Especially, I love this push mid tier 1 tower for them now. Opens up a lot of space. Um, so they're going to be able to find some key ganks. Hopefully on Madman because he is inching closer towards Rune Dax. But if I were them, I would always be happy to take out this Kinesis. He's just been such a nuisance throughout the entire game so far that they undoubtedly must have some sort of vendetta against him. But you know, I think Flux before the death probably had enough money for a PK there. He's sitting on 1978 gold, so he probably they shut down his timing on that item a little bit. He'll get it very soon, but it was a key kill. He is the highest level and one of the top farmers for Legion side.
Yeah, due to the fact that he is sitting on so much gold this early on, I feel like he must be going for something like that portal key. However, would have loved to have seen something like that in Sanitarius. I feel like with the amazing start that he had, he could have just looked to have bulked up very early on and kind of been that, very tanky alongside the Cthulhu font, this very tanky frontline force that draws away lots of attention away from the Madman. And not only that, but it would give him lots of armor to try to deal with some of these heroes like the Rally and the Andromeda minus armor, with the
And
Armadon
Armadon.
that's eventually going to be coming their way.
Hmm.
So I wonder if that's something he'll look to invest into, or if, as you pointed out, just going for something simply like that portal key to be able to initiate some of the fights for his team.
Yeah,
We
I
do have a couple of
agree.
DCs here, so hopefully they do reconnect quickly. Yep.
Yeah, for ours and the viewers' sake, for sure. But I agree with you completely in that I would like to see Flux go somewhat more of a semi carry build. Even something like an Astro would have been very useful. It gives 8 strength. Strength scales with the magnetic surge damage, his W, and
Yeah, that's
just
also
more
one of the
HP and
reasons
everything.
I love
They
to
don't
see in
have an Astro
Sagittarius.
picked up on anybody on their team yet, so he could have been the hero to make use of it. I'm not sure if Cthulhu will finish an Astro from his refreshing ornament, but it doesn't look like it because he has the gold for it right now, but he still hasn't purchased it. So yeah, I think an Astro could have been a great move, but it does seem odd that he is. Maybe he feels like he needs to be the main initiator for his team, but usually you see a PK prioritization on a hero like Flux if you have a stronger wombo combo team,
Yeah.
which can the Legion side doesn't exactly have anything to combo very strongly with
Yeah, it's like power
a
throws
discharge.
and Cthulhu, line stun AoE with obliterate, but Kinesis, old Kinesis used to deal lots of AoE, but this current version of him, it's all pretty much single target onto, his target of choosing.
Right.
So not the most AoE. But let's talk about some of the other items being picked up. So Madman did finish up his sustainer. So he's
Uh
well
huh.
on his way to his rune cleaver. He's sitting at almost 450 gold per minute. He's the top GPM in the game, so he's off to a fantastic start. Hellbringer picks up the Soul Trap, and he's sitting on 2,177 gold. What would you like to see Hellbringer look to invest into?
I'd like to see him just beef up. I mean, I think that he can just right now he can get himself a solid 400 or so HP by buying a glowstone mighty blade. Be halfway to staff, and at that point, it seems like he's destined to get it, no matter how the game goes.
Mhm.
Once he gets those two items. What's curious to me is the alacrity band picked up onto rally, so it looks like he's going to be going for an Alk Bones to try and
Alchemist
increase
Bones or
his.
Thunderclaw. I hope that it's not Thunderclaw. I don't feel like that really synergizes well with the hero.
Yeah, I agree
But
completely.
yeah, Alk Bones is very interesting. It's not your typical pickup, I would say, on a rally, but maybe he feels that due to the start of the game that he had to do some rotating away from his lane, that he
Armadon
needs
in
to.
trouble in the top
Yep,
lane.
top lane. Armadon going to get gone on here by the obliterate. Flux comes in as well with the slow, but Armadon, he doesn't really have anywhere to go here, unfortunately. So as much as he has a lot of HP, he just can't really make his way out. So he goes down to the trio of heroes. Kill credit goes towards the Flux, and now Madman has pressured the middle tower. The TPs are coming in from the Blitz and the Andromeda. Will they look to go on the Madman here? Stalk comes out into the slow from Blitz, and they swap him back into the tower. Does he have a barrel roll to destroy anything coming up? Yes, he does, but he's not going to need it. And as you pointed out, Flux picks up that portal key as he just hits the 2250 gold mark. So that
Yeah, that
is
was a
going to be
great
his item.
job by Andro and Blitz. Defending that tower with Madman laying auto attacks into it. I assumed he was going to get more team support, and I thought it was going to go down because I was watching Hellbringer use all of his mana in the Hellborn jungle, trying to finish that Mighty Blade, which he is about to pick up, I believe. He just sold his hatchet, and yes, he did buy it. So he was prioritizing finishing those two strength or two HP items for himself on his way to staff. And so I thought that Andro and Blitz were not going to have any chance of defending the tower, but that was a really, really great sequence of spell casting between them two. They kept Madman locked down very perfectly and kept him. He stalked away, but they actually managed to keep him CC throughout the entire duration of his stalk, and then even swapped him back into the tower. But stock cooldown was just a little bit too low and just didn't have quite enough damage to finish him off. But it was still a fantastic effort.
Yeah,
Defending
also
that
I
tower.
believe Blitz was level 5 when they went for that engagement. Had he been that level 6, I think that could have been very easily a dead Madman. Speaking of Blitz, we see the speed coming out onto Kinesis with that Blitzkrieg stun, and they use the Malphus for a kill in the middle lane. That's what I like to see. Uh, I love to see the players with these big teamfight ultimates trying to use them as often as possible, looking for kills. In
They're
the
actually
top
going to
lane,
go
we
on.
see Armadon getting gone on by the trample from Cthulhu Farm. Madman ports in here, gonna assist with some auto attacks, but a nice swap comes out from Andromeda. They're gonna look to turn it onto the Madman, who's got that demonic wave applied to him, so he's gonna be forced to fall back. Here comes the initiation from Flux. He pulls them all together, and that's gonna be a dead Blitz as he goes down. Serial killer streak coming out for Rally. Will the Hellborn team look to pursue with the Malphus up in the front lines? The fears coming out from Hellbringer are unfortunately going to miss. Madman is going to fall back, but a stun comes out onto Kinesis into the Cabal from Rally, and the Seismic Slam is going to take him down. Now Flux is going to be forced to fall back. He has the regen rune in his bottle. Will he look to heal up and turn around? Luna is going to get hit with a soul trap, and she is now taking a lot of pressure. Compel comes in onto the Andromeda, but going to get him into position for the Comet Stun. They will bring down Luna, and now it's Flux who's going to get turned on. What a turn of events coming up for this Hellborn side. It's a 4-player swing. They did lose their Blitz, I believe, and their Andromeda when it's all said and done, but those are just traits they will gladly take.
Absolutely. I was wondering, as soon as I saw that Malphus come down on the Kinesis in the mid lane, I was wondering, okay, he's got the Malphus up. Where's he going to take it? Well, he beelined up to the top lane at the perfect moment, because Armadon, they tried to go on him again, and Armadon, his tankiness finally paid off there. He'd been getting caught out by himself quite a few times, but he had managed to get just tanky enough for himself to live, and his team was able to respond. And the Andro swap came out, and the rest is history. They were really, really able to turn that fight, and it was what a prolonged fight it was.
Yep, it was definitely a well-timed swap coming off from Andromeda, just in time to bring in the team support. So that's going to completely dwindle down this gold lead that Legion had built up early on, and the game is nearly dead even. They still hold a 1,100 experience lead, but yeah, the gold is nearly identical going into 16 minutes now.
And the Legion needs to really look out. I believe Madman has finished his Ruined Axe. I think it's getting to him on the Courier, so they're going to want to be able to find the space for him to utilize it for as long as possible. But as you just saw, Hellbringer picked up his staff, so really the team fight is kind of heavily favored for Hellborn, in my opinion. They have a very, very difficult thing to deal with in that Hellbringer staff.
Top lane, a nice deny attempt going to come out from the Cthulhu Fall. He had the team support from Kinesis there to kind of prevent Hellborn for trying to sneak in that tower last hit. We have a Veiled Rotted Flux in the middle lane, and also Rally is going to use a Veiled Rod as well. Will they break? No, they will not. Flux. Oh, top lane action. We have Kinesis going to get caught on here, but the Seismic Slam does come out onto a Luna. She falls as well as the Kinesis. They did some ward battling here up in the top half of the map, as that ward did take a couple of hits. And now Hellborn is hungry for another kill. Oh, but the Malphus is going to be avoided by the Portal Key of Flux. What a fantastic Portal Key away, just in the nick of time. It even spawns the 2 Malphus now, as he did pick up that staff, as you had pointed out. And they will immediately look to push damage into that tier 2 tower. But it looks like
that was an excellent evasive maneuver from Flux, seeing that they were about to go on him right just in the nick of time. But the Malphus cooldown is not going to be wasted, as they quickly make work of that mid-tier 2 tower, and even look to take the top tier 2 as well. Malphus, I'm not sure, I can't see the duration. I imagine these things have at least 20 seconds left on them. And,
yeah, an aggressive ward is placed here by the Hellborn side, so they're making a point that they want to take any kind of team fights at the Legion towers that they can get their hands on. Now with Armadon completed with that Plated Greaves and Helm of the Black Legion sitting up in that front line.
And you can, this is their window of opportunity. They managed to bring the resource battle up to even.
Here comes the initiation from Flux with the pull in, the trample from Cthulhu Vaughn with that newly picked up Portal Key. Swap comes out onto the Hellbringer from the Andromeda, and now the demonic waves are pounding in the damage. The lift from Kinesis, and Armadon is going to go down, as well as Andromeda. So a flawless initiation coming out from the Legion side. That's just an illusion there from the Andromeda, but Hellbringer and Blitz need to get on out of there, as they are being pursued by the Madman and company. So yeah,
as heavy of tower pushers as those Malphus are, they understood completely that the cooldown, or the stun and damage cooldown has been used, so they decided to take a fight there, and it was an excellent TP for Madman to join that fight. I was going to comment right before that happened that Hellborn has kind of identified their window of opportunity here, and that Madman just got a cleaver, so they wanted to do as much on the map as possible. They knew that he wanted to farm with it. It's generally not ideal for you to pick up a cleaver and then immediately go fight with it. That's not why you pick up a cleaver. And so they understood that he was going to be trying to, accumulate as much gold and experience with it as he could. And so they decided to take those 2 towers, which they did end up getting the top tier tower as a consolation prize, even though they lost the fight. But Madman just knew that the initiation was coming out. Excellent communication from the team, poured it in at the right time, and ended up getting a kill onto the enemy carry, Armadon.
So both teams looking to put some damage into the tier 1 towers across the maps from each other. Hellborn does group up as 4. They bring down the bottom tier 1 tower. Kinesis and Cthulhu fought up in the top lane. It looks like this one will go uncontested. Hellborn grouping up all together. Armadon now making his way over here into the Legion jungle as well. Aggressive Ward of Sight does come down, and they are looking to use those cooldowns yet again. Now, I want to take a moment to talk about the Rally, who we talked about picked up the Alchemist Bones. He is actually the top GPM for his team, sitting at 470 gold per minute. He picked up the Portal Key, which we saw in those last couple of fights, but now he's also sitting on 2,500 gold. So I'm expecting to see something like that Staff of the Master coming out in the near future. Malphus comes out in the middle lane, onto the Flux. He will get gone on by the Compel from Rally, so he will fall. But is there anything that you think he will go that's not the Staff?
You know, I don't think so. I see Rally, I think Staff. You know, it's such a huge effect for that hero. You know, increases the damage, makes the AoE way larger. It's just, I think it's the go-to item.
They're gonna actually look to steal the Legion Kongor here. They still got those Malphuses up for a little bit longer. No more outer towers in the top and the middle lane for them to try to push, so feeling that this is their best objective to take at the moment. Now, there is no vision here from the Legion side. It is completely de-warded. They got de-wards on every cliff possible. So Legion has no idea what the HP of the Kongor is, unable to defend there. Nice job.
Yeah, they had vision from the Illuna Red Throat, but just no way to engage, having to jump into the dark.
Flux is Veiled Rotted here. Will they look to engage? Madman is stalked into the front lines. Here comes the initiation from Flux. He goes on to Hellbringer, who has a double damage in his bottle, by the way. He's going to get quickened up from the Blitz. Dust comes out to spot out the Madman, and it looks like there will be no follow-up, actually, to that engagement. I guess Cthulhu was just a little bit too far behind to follow it up with a trample stun.
Yeah, and Blitz was just in the right position to quickly give him Quicken, so he got the space. But he also landed an excellent Demon Strike on Madman right as he tried to stalk up to him. So
very good job coming up from Hellbringer there to avoid a potential death. And Hellborn also now going to look to ward up their own Kongor, going to possibly look to do that in the next couple of minutes. Swap out comes onto the Illuna, who's trying to get a D-ward down, so they're going to save their Ward of Sight. They get the kill onto Illuna, and this could be a token of life now for the Hellborn side. Again, there is no vision here. They are completely unaware of the health that the Kongor is currently sitting at. They are just content with giving it up and going to other parts of the map. So Madman, he's getting really close to his Shrunken Head. I think it's safe to say that's something they're looking to wait for before they take another fight.
They give the token to Armadon, so, you know, not as tanky as this hero is, now you've got to fight through 2 Armadon life bars.
That's going to be a
what do you do in the next
task.
encounter if you are, if you're Legion? You know, what's your target prioritization? It cannot be this Armadon. It can't be, you know, I want to say it's got to be Hellbringer, but, you know, you got to drop him before that Malphus comes down, or else it's going to severely cripple your team fight.
Yeah,
you know, they have a tool like an Andromeda to swap out any target that they choose to go on. It's a really, really tight position for Legion to be in. And as, you know, as strong and necessary as BKB is on Madman, I wonder if his damage output is going to be enough to bring down the key targets that they need to.
Yeah, I feel like he's still not quite yet at that point. This is more of the I'm going to be able to fight and, you know, hold my ground type of item. But we do see ports coming in from the Legion side. They are looking to take a fight here. Pull comes out from the Flux. Armadon is the one in the front line zone. That's not the target they want to go on. Ultimate comes out from Blitz onto the Madman, so he is slowed. Blitz going to use the Quicken on himself, but not going to be able to get away in time. And now it's Armadon in the front lines. He's going to get lifted by Kinesis here. Rally comes in with the Compel, and he's going to slam onto the Madman, who now he pops his Shrunken Head. Lion Sun comes out from the Cthulhu and the Fear coming out from the Dream of Madness, but now Hellbringer joins the party. Here comes the 2 Malphai, and they're doing tons of damage. The Legion is forced to fall back. It's a double tap coming out from Madman, but not before it costs him his own life. And Rally goes in to the front lines. He's going to survive with 60 life. and it's a complete genocide. No, Flux is the lone survivor. He actually snipes out Rally in the background when it's all said and done. But
So they get the
Armadon,
token.
yep.
You know, they turned their attention to the Armadon at the wrong time. You know, it just unfortunately for them, you know, it looked like he was isolated, but Rally was right there as soon as they started to condense around this Armadon, and he landed an excellent line stun into a seismic slam. It looked like it was a two-man seismic slam, but I actually don't think it hit Madman. It looked like
I believe he only hit it onto the Madman there. And by the way, he did pick up the Shrunken Head, so it was not a Staff of the Master that we were initially thinking. Teleports are coming in from the Legion side to try to defend this Rax. It is sitting at one hit. It will go down. Flux will be forced to fall back. Now Armadon, who picked up that Mako Brilliance, he's on the run. Cthulhu Font with the pounding right clicks and the trample is going to be enough with the team support. And he gets credit for the kill, but they get the Rax, which is what they came for.
Yeah, I'm sure Armadon is very, very happy to take to be the martyr for that Rax, especially now that he has a Mock of Brilliance. You know, he can really start to see his GPM skyrocket as soon as he comes up after that death. And
yep, I have to agree.
Rally is almost here at 2k gold, so you did mention that he brought up the...
I just realized it. Hellbringer upgraded his Staff of the Master into Legacy and gave it to Rally. So Rally didn't have to buy his own Staff of the Master. That's the plan all along. So that is the reasoning behind the Shrunken Head pickup. So now Rally does have a staff effect to work with, as well as a Shrunken Head to initiate those fights.
That's
gotta say I love it.
That is extremely, extremely dangerous for Legion side now. You know, Madman has only got 1400 HP. The Seismic Slam, if connected onto him, is easily going to take over half. Yeah, take off half of that.
And that's through Shrunken Head.
Yep.
Yep.
So, you know, their single core is in a very dire situation. You know, he's got a position just perfectly, but it's like we said, you know, it's very difficult. You know, who is your target that you go on this Legion side, especially with an Antro? Only easy target is Blitz, but you know, it's a Blitz. You're not really taking out their team presence too much by prioritizing a kill on Blitz. So
yeah, as long as he's able to get his spells off, he's kind of done his job at that point.
And Hellborn is just playing really, really tight here. All 5 heroes sticking together. They are actually stopping here at the observatory to start picking up some smokes. This is going to be a 5-man smoke.
Okay, it looks like everyone but Blitz, so yeah, almost a 5-man smoke. So this should really catch the Legion side off guard. We'll look to see if they get a pick off onto a key target here. They're going to run straight into the Kinesis. Here comes the Malphus, and that's going to be an instant kill. So they're going to burn 1 cooldown. That's kind of large. But, you know, time and time again, we've seen them just burn the Malphus, get a kill, and then immediately just go straight for a tower push. So they will group up here in the middle lane. Looks like they will try to put some pressure on that tier 3 base tower.
Yeah, I wonder where they're going to take... Oh, it looks like they are just sending these Malphus into the tier 3 mid and just going to start beating on it. So they've got some excellent frontliners.
Madman is here in the front lines. He's going to pop the Shrunken Head. That's a very early Shrunken Head usage, but not any follow-up from the team support. An aggressive ward was placed here inside the Legion base, which gets immediately spotted, so that's a heads-up play coming out from a Luna there. Spot that one out. Yeah, I guess a little bit of a miscommunication there as far as if they wanted to actually go or not.
Yeah, but Hellborn is still, you know, deciding to back off and maybe wait on their next.
Hellborn has the high ground here. Will they look to kind of hold it and take a team fight against Legion, knowing that Madman doesn't have that Shrunken Head for another 30 seconds? Legion, I think, wisely falls back. I think that's not a fight you really want to look to take, giving up not only your positioning, but also, you know, having a Madman without his immunity.
Yeah, they were fully aware of their position because of this ward over here above the Concord
yes, this
pit.
ward of sight here going up to the ramp. Very well played there by Blitz.
So Hellborn trying to do some sort of fake back.
Concord really just respawned, so that's what they were waiting for.
And this seems to be the moment of opportunity for Legion.
Here comes the initiation from Flux in the background with that Shrunken Head. He's going to pull them all together. Shrunken Heads are being popped as well. TP comes out from Andromeda, but Madman is popping it, pounding in the right clicks. And Cthulhu Font is in the front lines as well. Madman going to be forced to fall back as that slam does take him down very low. Stun comes out from Aluna onto the Blitz, into the Compel stun from Kinesis. And the lifts, will they have the damage to bring down Blitz? Is going to try to juke in the trees there. Is the speed from the Quicken going to buy him enough space? It might, as he's going to go for the teleport. Do they know he's here? He's actually going to TP on out. Armadon as well. From the Flux, going to be able to port out. So when it's all said and done, they do lose their Hellbringer and their Andromeda. So
Yeah,
it was a
very,
2
very
for nothing.
necessary team fight victory, especially finding that kill onto Hellbringer. You know, I was watching. They found the kill on him whenever Malphus had 18 seconds coming back up, and you know, that is extremely fortunate for them that he wasn't able to, had no opportunity to burn that cooldown and disrupt their team fight objectives.
Yep. So perhaps a little bit of a hasty team fight taken there by the Hellborn side, excuse me, without their Malphus readily available. But a nice job as well from the Legion side, you know, recognizing the cooldowns and looking to take an engagement. They did, I believe, have that ward of sight up there at that cliff there above the Kongor, which now they will try to take. Madman picks up the Nullfire Blade, which I'm sure you and I are both big fans of. I feel like this is exactly what he needs.
It is exactly what he
to
needs,
try
in
to
my
look to
opinion.
deal with the Armadon and the one of the Malphuses. Just, you know, get rid of them so they're not doing so much damage.
Yeah, Madman Madman has such great synergy with this item because he has just so much attack speed because of the Berserk ultimate
Mhm.
ability, and then also Gash. Maybe one thing that people don't necessarily realize whenever they're playing Madman with an item like Nullfire is that Gash is increasing the damage dealt by the mana burn of this item as well. So
Mhm.
Nullfire is a huge, huge damage increase for this hero. It's not just for the utility.
So my next question: would you like to see him level it up to levels 2 or 3 in the future, or do you feel like, you know, leaving it at level 1 is just going to be good enough? Does he need something else instead that's perhaps more important than leveling up the Nullfire Blade? What are your thoughts?
It's a good question. I think that he definitely gets a lot of value from leveling it up. Like I said, you know, every time he levels it up, he gets 20 more mana burn on it, which converts into 10 more physical damage per auto attack. And the mana burn is just so important for a hero like Armadon, as we already addressed prior to the game. You know, when you look at it, burns 40 mana per attack. Armadon's got about an 800 mana pool right now. And so whenever he levels it up to, say, level 3, changes to 80 mana burn per attack. So he's burning down Armadon's mana pool twice as fast, right? If you burn Armadon's mana pool down twice as fast, that's, you know, twice as fast as you can get to, you know, DPSing another target. Because ideally, you don't want to have to stay on Armadon unless other targets are dead, unless you are certain that you could find that kill window without getting disrupted by a Compel Seismic Slam, by Andromeda Swap, or Hellbringer Malphus Summon, that kind of stuff. So
Yeah, and as you pointed out, it gives fantastic stats even just for the level up recipes. You get more agility, a little bit more intelligence, and strength as well, which is a nice added bonus of the item, I would say.
yeah, I think every single time you level it up, let me just check the numbers really quick. Yeah, it's actually
It's 8 agility.
Yeah, it's 8 agi and 2 strength agility. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's,
And
you know, that
agility is
860
quite a lot
It absolutely is. You know, it's almost
for the price point.
It's almost the same value as a quick blade, for in terms of
for
stat
a little bit
efficiency.
less gold. Yeah.
Yeah.
A Storm Spirit was picked up by the Aluna there, so I love Storm Spirit on her. I feel like it's a great tool for if Madman gets caught out potentially by the Hellbringer ultis and can't avoid a slam attempt, if he can't get the Shrunken off in time. Yep, fantastic pickup there. Looks like Hellbringer is getting very close to his Restoration Stone. He's had the Arcana for quite a while now. He's sitting at around 3,000 gold. I believe he only needs a little bit more.
Yeah,
Pardon
he
my
only needs
math,
about
but,
3,500 to complete
yeah,
the resto
it's
stone.
close.
And they're certainly going to want to get it before they
Initiation coming out from Blitz. Blitzkrieg stun goes out onto Luna. Here comes the pull in from the Flux and the follow-up trample. The slam comes out onto 3 heroes. It's a big slam coming out from Rally, but do they have the follow-up damage as Madman is in the front lines, pounding in the damage. He gets a double tap onto both Andromeda and the Blitz. And now the rest of the team support from the Hellborn side is going to be forced to fall back, but Armadon is going to get locked down. But here comes the counter initiation from the Hellbringer with the Malphises. Now the Legion team is trying to retreat. Cthulhu is going to fall down to the demonic wave from Hellbringer. Kinesis is going to meet the same fate, and Madman as well is going to go down to the demonic wave. It's a hat trick for Hellbringer, and what a hold coming out from the Hellborn side. Wow. Just in the nick of time to save Armadon. Hellbringer, the hero that Hellborn needed just in time. It's a lone Aluna gonna be defending at the Legion base. She's gonna try for the steal with the power throws, but as we can see, the Kongor is still quite heavily healed. Has quite a lot of life here, excuse me. So the snipe attempts are unfortunately gonna miss. The Kongor does go down to the Hellborn side.
What an exciting team fight. You know, we were talking about, you know, how this Flux generally pairs a little bit better with a little bit more Wombo from his from the lineup, and in all honesty, they found it. That was a Flux ulti into a 3-man trample. Yeah. So, and then, you know, a couple of auto attacks from that Cleaver Madman really made short work of the 3 heroes that got caught by that. Hellbringer just instantly died, but, you know, he quickly bought back. And that was just a wonderful.
It was a buyback. Yep.
It was a buyback. Yeah, he died inside of that Flux ulti trample combo. And what a buyback it was. He got full value back for it. You know, he got a hat trick, ended up turning the team fight completely. You know, he's got the gold for his resto stone, more or less. I think he only needs about 70 more or so. They end up getting the Kongor. So what a buyback. Props
I gotta say, definitely proving to be the turn of the tides. We saw some great ultimates from both sides, though. The Rally, I think, also landed a multi slam there in that fight, but it unfortunately wasn't enough to bring them down initially. But yeah, once the buyback came in from Hellbringer, the damage was definitely there, and very good fight for them.
Yep, so got this resto stone on Hellbringer now, so this is very, very dangerous for Legion side. You know, I was going to say that I felt like they were in the driver's, they were in the driver's seat, despite being down a Rax because of how strong Madman was starting to become and how well Flux was playing to, you know, his team's advantage and really just starting things off in excellent ways. But I think that I'm losing my train of thought.
If it doesn't burn,
I can't see the game right now.
It isn't worth my time.
I can't see anything now.
Oh my god, what's going on? I think this happened yesterday as well. There was some error with the game.
Yeah, lost the game feed and my train of thought at the same time. So, but
yeah, I have no idea what's happening right now.
But okay, I think we're back.
Oh yeah, anyway, it looks like it's back now.
But okay, so we've got 2K gold on Madman here. What is he going to be buying into now? I almost feel like seeing something like a Geos coming out for him would be excellent. He's got, you know, a couple of projectile stuns to disjoint with an item like that. There's plenty of strong debuffs to dispel as well. How do you feel about Geos on Madman in this spot? Or do you think he's going to transition into something like, I don't know, a Basher or Rift Shards, or maybe finish his symbol?
I feel like, so I've played quite a bit of Madman myself, and I feel like Geobane sometimes feels kind of awkward unless it's really to counteract some sort of targeting mechanic that you're going up against. I feel like in this game specifically, as we're going to see initiation from the Rally with the Compel into the Slam, he pops the Resto Stone there, but not going to use another combo. Actually, I think he used the second stun. Instant buyback comes out from Madman, but he did use that Shrunken Head, so he's not going to have that for another 65 seconds. Great find there coming out from the Hellborn side. Yeah, we didn't touch on the Resto also picked up on Rally as well. So now they have 2 Resto Stones, but they do have the second Malphus ready to go. Here comes the swap from Andromeda. It's going to catch out the Kinesis. He's going to get gone on. Going to get finished by the Compel, and the second Malphus does come out. Dream of Madness is applied from the Cthulhu Fawn, but he's going to be forced to fall back. Flux is now taking the brunt of the engagement, and he's going to go down as well. Rally pops the Shrunken, but Madman unable to do any return damage. He's going to go straight for the Blitz in the base. Blitz will fall, and the tower is taking a beating from those Malphus. Armadon in the front lines, even going past the tower to try to box out the enemy team. Buyback does come out from the Aluna, and Kinesis buys back as well, I believe. They're going to try to hold this Rax the best they can, but do they have the fighting power? Compel Stun is going to be sidestepped by the Madman. Stormspear comes out onto the Armadon, and now the Demonic Waves are going to fear them in the background. Kinesis is going to go down very low. Will they be able to bring him down? Yes, they will. Spine Burst from the Armadon. Going to take him down. Madman has the Shrunken Head now available. Can he find the kills he needs? Hellbringer will TP on out, and Armadon is just going to walk it off.
What
and
a
fall
spread
back.
out engagement. You know, they find so much pressure, and they do end up taking the top tier, the top racks. But throughout the entire engagement, they just had to watch their tier 4 tower get pushed in by the Rax creeps in the bot lane.
Bottom lane, which got killed earlier in the match, did tons of damage. Even the second tier 4 tower as well, going down below half-life. So, you know, when they're not able to defend that lane, preoccupied with another engagement, their base is taking tons and tons of pressure simultaneously. So a nice job as well from Hellborn to just prolong and draw out that fight as long as possible.
And Armadon is the perfect kind of carry in order to do something like that. You know, he really extends the advantage that you gain from burning down a Rax in a side lane like that. You know, just taking it to the opposite lane, and you know, just being a nuisance, threatening to just chip down the structures. And you know, it wasn't even really a chip down. We saw how much damage those Malphus were doing. It was actually quite
It is popped here by the Madman. They're going to go onto the Blitz, and that is going to be a quick kill with the team support coming in. But now it looks like the Legion side will retreat with Armadon, who picks up that Frostfield play, going straight into the Legion team, pretty much unafraid of anything. He knows he's caught those Malphuses ready to go. Hellbringer picks up a portal key, so his initiation range is just infinite, it feels like, at this point. Rally does pick up the spell shards, by the way, which was brought up in the chat by the two teams. But I don't know if that's something that's really going to help him out too much. I don't really feel like that's going to benefit
I don't really know what the
his spell kit too much. Taking a Rally, he goes in there with the 3-man slam immediately off the bat. He's going to pop the Resto Stone. The second slam comes out with the 2 Malphuses. It's a hat trick for Rally. The coordination and lockdown and burst from the 2 heroes was superb. It's a second buyback coming out from Madman, but there are Malphus hitting on the base. Here comes the Flux pull in from the trample from Cthulhu Font. The Storm Spirits are used defensively by the Hellborn side, and can they turn it and hold their World Tree? It looks like Madman will fall when it's all said and done. Armadon is still holding strong with Rally. They do get the Hellbringer, but it's a buyback coming out from Andromeda. She, as well as the Blitz, are going to make their way down this middle lane to try to end the game. They're going to go for the World Tree. Poured out coming out from Rally in the Legion. Well, a little bit of a flashy play there, but he's just going to get on out. And they're not going to go for the tree, at least immediately. Armadon going to turn his attention onto the middle set of Rex. And it's only Flux alive. Luna does respawn now. 10 seconds coming up on the Kinesis. Blitz is going to go in with the combination. And GG well playeds are called by the Legion side. Game number 1 is going to go to Snoop Dogg over Backdoor Protocol. I got to say, that was a very exciting match.
Yeah, it was fantastic. They, you know, it looked like things were a bit grim for them at the start, you know. Legion was just finding all the kills early on. They were gaining, you know, they had the core trio were really soaring on the GPM charts, but it all just started to come together in the mid lane or mid game for Hellborn when they started to play together. They baited out a couple of key engagements with Armadon, so they, you know, weren't able to. The Legion side wasn't able to quite take him out in time, and then the other team, Hellborn side, was managed to get into position and, you know, start their onslaught while the Spellbaiter and Armadon did his job.
Right, you are. I gotta say there was some good play coming out from both sides. Some back and forth, some back and forth team fights, and just when you think one team was looking to pull away with the game, the other team responded with another fantastic counter team fight. So it was well played by both sides, I will say. But I think in the end, the Resto Stones uh, from the Hellbringer and the rally just seemed to prove to be the difference makers in the end.
Yeah, they didn't have the Flux, but they sure did have the Wombo combo. That Staff Hellbringer, as soon as you get a Resto, so I was talking about how good Staff is on Hellbringer because it doesn't require such a large mana pool in order to pull off both ults. But once he has the Staff, he's got a large mana pool, and then it just makes pushing for Staff all the more easy. And and then once you have, I think it's about 3 to 3.5 seconds of solid lockdown and a gigantic AoE. So they really, really had a heavy team fight advantage. But even given that, you got to hand it off to Flux and Cthulhu Font. Really, some great coordination coming out from the Flux ulti pulls on top of trample stuns, followed up by the just by the damage from his teammates. They definitely had a formidable Wombo combo as well that I didn't exactly respect out of the gate, but they definitely proved to me just the potential of Flux plus any line stun hero.
Yeah, I definitely agree. So that's going to do it for game number 1, but this is a best of 3 series. So we will be coming back to you very shortly with match number 2 of Backdoor Protocol versus Snoop Dogg in the semifinals match for the Before the Storm tournament. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back really soon. All right, we are back here with game number 2 of Backdoor Protocol versus Snoop Dogg. They have switched sides now. We have Snoop Dogg over here on the Legion side and Backdoor Protocol over on the Hellborn side. Yeah, I'm also joined by Easy Full Clan, aka John. Welcome back, John.
Hey, it's good to be here. Good to see the second match starting. And what are we going to see? The bans are similar to last game. Do you expect, the big question this game, do you expect an Armadon?
We're going to have to wait and find out. There's one ban remaining, and it's all up to Backdoor Protocol if they want to give that Armadon to Snoop Dogg, which they have proven to show that they can win with 2 games now in this tournament. Yep, final ban coming up very soon, but we do see the Kinesis, Geomancer, and Lodestone, which were banned in game number 1. Kinesis, however, was not, and we didn't get to cast any Kinesis yesterday. It was banned in every game that we saw. So last match was the only game that we did get to see it, but it's going to be re-banned here immediately, so not going to be available to be snatched up by either side. And the final ban is going to be Moira, which I believe was also banned in game number 1. So, yep,
Yeah,
pretty
like you
similar
said.
bans.
Yeah, the bans are identical except for the Kinesis, and Snooki going ahead and shutting out the availability of Kinesis for Backdoor Protocol here. Kind of recognizing how much work he did with it in the early stages of last game. So I think that is the reasoning behind that ban completely. Just how effective. I wish I could see the match ID from last game. Can't remember exactly which player was on Kinesis, but
I believe it was Shortcan, dark green over here for the Hellborn side. And yeah,
Okay.
as we pointed out in game number 1, it felt like Kinesis was in every lane all the time. You said it felt like they had an extra hero in their team, so to speak. He was just making havoc in every lane, setting up ganks early on. So, it's just a hero that they don't want to have to deal with. And I think rightfully so. He had a very large impact in that early game.
Yeah, and
game
you can
number
see
1.
how the Kinesis ban has kind of influenced this first wave of picks as well. The first pick for Legion was Andromeda, but quickly followed up by a Magnus on the Hellborn side, and now a Bubbles. So now that the Thought Stealer that steals Qs is out of the game, they are picking some of these heroes that have really big Q spells that Kinesis would love to have in his arsenal.
Yep, very good point you bring up. We're going to see the Bubbles as the secondary pick in response to that Magnus, and then a Midas followed up to the Magnus pickup on the Hellborn side as well. So anything stand out between the Bubbles and the Midas pickups?
It looks like they might go ahead and, Magnus Midas is a very, very popular hero combination to send into the long lane. So I wonder if that's how they're going to lane it necessarily. But at the same time, they might kind of distance themselves away from that idea. They probably don't want their laning setup to be that transparent. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Midas being a solo hero with a lot of movement coming out from Magnus. Maybe they give it to Shortcan. He kind of performs the exact same style of play that he provided on Kinesis last game, but just with Magnus instead.
Yeah, and I just saw a Berserker pick. We gotta talk about this hero. We actually
do.
saw Berserker blind banned yesterday in one of the 2 series that we casted, and I believe it was against Snoop Dogg. So Snoop Dogg has a player that plays Berserker, and it even got respect banned yesterday. Now we haven't seen a respect ban today. What are you looking forward to with seeing this Berserker pick? Or do you have any insight about
I would
this pick? Because this is the pick that we don't see very often.
I was so in reference to you not seeing a respect ban. I think the Kinesis this game is a mild respect ban, but
Okay,
certainly the Berserker ban that we saw in the first wave of bans yesterday was a very, very targeted ban, and we know it was targeted at Leo top 22. This guy has played Berserker much, much more than any other hero in TMM. It seems like people are very, very afraid of him on it. In fact, had a conversation with him after the game that I saw it get respect banned against him because it was just so curious. And so I asked him, why are people banning this hero? This is not a hero that you ever expect to see banned in the first wave of bans. And he says that as a player, his level of play in general is around the Diamond 1, Legendary 2 level of play. But he says whenever he gets on this hero, he feels like he plays at an immortal level. So
Oh wow! So
yeah,
it's just the confidence level of having that hero under his power. Okay.
yeah. So
Wow.
this is a very much a comfort hero, and you actually see it in the first wave of picks as well. Didn't want to see it banned in the second wave of bans, but Hellborn has the opportunity to try and counterpick it with their last two heroes. But yeah, we're gonna see. I almost fully expect us to see Berserker in the hands of Leo Top 22 on Legion side.
Okay. Some great insight coming out. Now another point before we switch over to something else. Another great point I want to make about the Berserker is I think he's a fantastic pickup this game. He's going up against both a Magnus and a Midas, two heroes that I would say you would consider to be very slippery, hard to lock them down in fights and control them from using their spells. Berserker with that shackle, or excuse me, the chain spike it's called. With that chain spike, he is able to fully immobilize them for I think it's up to 5 seconds, to where Magnus can't use Lava Surge, Midas can't use Elemental Warp, and he's just gonna have free reign to be able to run at them and do whatever it is that he wants with the team support. So
Yeah,
I love the Berserker pick this game.
it actually lasts even longer than 5 seconds. So the tether maintains and keeps them slowed and restrained for 5 seconds. Then after that, if as long as they're in range, it snaps and they get immobilized for I think it's up to 2.5 seconds
Oh,
at level
okay.
4.
So yeah, it's a lot of
Um,
lockdown.
yeah, absolutely. And we see this. How do you feel about this adrenaline pick? Where does adrenaline fit alongside Berserker in this lineup?
Yeah, so they round off the lineup with both the Adrenaline and the Oogie pickups. So they pick up a couple more cores in their arsenal. It's a very interesting lineup, I have to say. We did see Adrenaline, I believe it was yesterday, played in the off lane. I think it was in a man up dual lane. So I'm interested to see if they look to do something similar like they did yesterday with the Adrenaline going into the off lane paired up with another hero. But they also did pick up an Oogie. An Oogie is highly considered to be more of that carry style of hero. I wonder if they're going to look to put Oogie either in the short lane or if he's going to look to go somewhere like mid
Let's
this
get it
game. So
on.
it's a very interesting lineup that Legion has rounded off their last few picks with. So
Yeah,
yeah,
and
not too sure. We're going to have to wait and see where they actually lane them. And
Hellborn, of
then the
course, rounding off with
yep,
Engineer and Arachna. So I think the Arachna is pretty targeted to Berserker.
Berserker.
It's a pretty good pick against Berserker. The duration of the spider isn't affected by Berserker's CC and debuff duration reduction on
Yep.
his ultimate, and so Arachna seems like a very effective and targeted counter to Berserker with the heavy mid speed and attack speed slow from her abilities.
I believe, and I think this is how it works, is you can also at level 4 harden carapace off the Death's Halo from Adrenaline. So if that is indeed how I believe it interacts, that could also be another reason as to why they pick up the Arachna in this match. Very good against the Adrenaline. He can also remove or dispel, excuse me, the Dread stacks that Adrenaline will look to stack up on him.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
not sure if it removes the stun itself, but I believe it will
it
remove
will,
the
I
dread
believe, it will
stacks.
definitely dispel the stacks
Yeah.
off himself.
So the because the
So that
Halo
will
gives
reduce the
around
rush
like I think
damage.
30 instantaneously upon casting it, and so a well-timed carapace immediately following that means that there's no immediate rush dash to deal the true damage following the cast of Death's Halo. So I think Arachna. I like Arachna as a pick here in this game, and I'm sure she's going to cause a lot of difficulties for whichever lane she shows up in. Where do you think that they're going to send this Arachna? By the way, we typically
I
see
think it's going to be a
Arachna.
short lane Arachna. They don't have any other carry style of hero in their lineup. It's mostly a lot of initiators and supports. And we talked about the Mag Midas combination that was picked up in the first two picks. However, I think this is going to be a mid lane Midas this game. It's also being played by Teasing Eli, who played carry last game. So, being one of their core players, I think he's going to look to go into the middle lane and then they're just going to swap Snark to the carry role. And then they pick up the Engineer, which I think pairs very well with the Magnus. Now, that's not to say Engineer couldn't go mid or Midas couldn't go off lane with Magnus. However, it's just a gut feeling I have based on the players playing the heroes. And, even on the Legion side, as we talked about, Leotop was playing the Blitz last game, so he was playing a supportive role, and now he swapped onto a core, onto Berserker. So both teams, showing that their players are very flexible in not only the heroes they play, but the roles as well. So being able to swap into different roles for their teams. That's always good to see, I feel.
Excellent. And I wonder how. I wonder what read each of these teams have on the laning setup for both of them. When I look at Legion's lineup, I really have, I feel like I have some ideas of how they could lane it, but it's really up in the air for me. I don't expect that you're going to find Berserker and Oogie in the same lane, but Adrenaline
Right.
is this weird hero that
We could see perhaps an Adrenaline as a position for this game where he's just simply going to look to get the levels and then just lock one guy down. Probably being the Arachnid fights with the Death's Halo, and he won't look to farm too much this game. I do think the Bubbles will probably go mid because it's played by Snooki. He seems to be kind of set as their mid player, I feel like.
yeah, he did go mid on Hellbringer last game, so I expect Bubbles to be in the mid lane as well.
Also, I feel like no matter what Bubbles lanes against mid, whether it's a Midas or an Engineer, it should be a favorable matchup for him, or he should do well. But if it does end up being Arachnid, now that could be a different story. So we'll have to
Yeah, I
see.
expect him to get bullied by Arachnid. But like you
Yeah,
said,
we'll have to see how they choose to lane.
Arachnid is their only true carry hero on the Hellborn side, so it looks like they're probably going to give her a safer position. But I wouldn't be
I'm leaning
totally
towards
surprised to
myself.
see her in the mid lane. But like you said, even Hellborn's lineup is very flexible in terms of how they can lane it. Midas and Magnus can lane together. Magnus and Engie can lane together. They could send maybe a Magnus into the short lane with Vindy, or rather, Vindy or Engie, doesn't really matter with a mid Arachna. Get a quick portal key on Magnus or something like that. Maybe even a Mach if you want to get a true core Magnus. Who knows?
Okay.
So, but
So now Berserker, that's a hero that I actually don't have like a lot of experience playing myself, but I think that you might have some more experience playing. How would you like to see him itemize this game? Because they do have a lot of cores in their team with the Adrenaline, the Oogie, and the Bubbles. What is Berserker's kind of role this game? Is he more of like, does he need to tank up in front line and they just let Oogie do the carrying, or does he need to build into some kind of
yeah,
farming himself?
I want to say okay. Well, he
Well,
has his
that's
ammos in his
actually gonna
inventory,
that's actually gonna
so
sum up some of our questions as he picks up his Amos.
yeah.
So Adrenaline
Now
is actually
I
gonna
do
be the
have
farmer.
some experience playing Berserker in a core role, but not as a support role. So I'm,
I've never
any
seen this, so this is completely a curveball for me. Secondary support Berserker.
yeah,
I'm
this is
just
time to get our notepads out
yeah,
and see exactly
I'm
what we
just
can
gonna
learn
let
from
it
this.
unfold and see what happens at this
But
point.
he's got a pretty strong lane control tool in the chain spike, so it kind of works at least in early laning phase. I wonder what his role is going to be comprised of. Come mid and late game,
Yeah.
especially if he's not able to find some decent farming time to get his item set up. Usually, just to answer your question, in general, I think Berserker's role is uh, very much of a frontliner. He just naturally
Run at the
gains
enemy,
damage.
lock them down with chain spike, and just try to absorb spells while you have your debuff sub, right?
Exactly, and
Yeah.
just in terms of the hero's synergy, he gains auto attack damage just by raising his HP pool. And if you don't have a direct counter on the enemy team to like HP stacking in the form of something like I don't know, Adrenaline or Soul Reaper or Predator.
Right, something that really
You don't
benefits
get
off
punished for just
sitting on a
stacking
high health
strengths.
target.
Right, stacking HP. The only counter item wise is Spell Sunder,
Hmm.
which takes a little bit of time to requires an extended fight to see significant damage coming out from it.
Yeah, and maybe like a Rift Shards in the late game stages of the
I do
match. But
forget
yeah,
about Rift Shards. Yes,
yeah. But
Rift
as far as
Shards.
early game, I would say Sunder is one of the very few ones to address that.
But yeah, that is I do see that as his role whenever he's played as a core. But of course, here he's played in a supportive role, and Oogie is going to be taking on the carry duties for a while. But I wonder if the way they're going to play it is, in the early to mid, Berserker is more of a support role, but once Adrenaline gets his core items, he's going to take on kind of a very, very
Anchor style
pressure,
of
yeah,
role.
ganker pressuring style of
Just kind of ease
gameplay
up
and
on the
allowing
farming and try to go for kills, and then that
right.
allows Berserker to take a little bit of space to get items for himself going.
Even the
I
same
see, I
thing
see
with
where you're going with
Oogie.
this.
Oogie might be able to transition into this, frontliner that just kind of forces engagements and Berserker still ought to be there, but I I'm kind of lost on this one though. I don't really know how Berserker finds a whole lot of farm if he isn't given a very very
Kills.
strong start.
Right.
So which he might find himself participating in a lot of kills with very few deaths, but without farm for creep kills. I really wonder how he's going to transition this gameplay into the carry that I know Berserker to be.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and we've seen time and time again, we've seen Oogie uh, games where he's just completely dominated games. He gets enough farm, he becomes very, very hard to deal with. I almost want to say very similar to like an Armadon that we've seen being played in these previous matches. Oogie is kind of a similar hero. Now, he does deal mostly magical damage as far as Armadon dealing physical damage, but I think they're kind of a similar style hero. They build very tanky. They like to fight early game. They don't like to farm a lot, I feel like. And that's where a lot of the snowballing effect for these types of carries comes into play. You know, something different than, say, like a Madman or a Dark Lady that we've seen in previous matches where they like to just sit and buy their Rune Cleaver and farm until they get, their second and third core items. Oogie and Armadon, they're a little bit different. Where in the sense that they like to just get that first one or two, I would say, cheaper items, and then just kind of go with their team and go and take team fights.
I think yeah, Oogie and Armadon certainly have a very similar play style, but I think Oogie is slightly more challenging in the fact that Tarquake fills a similar role as Snotstorm as being your slow down and chase ability, but Tarquake is a skill shot, so
Okay.
it
Yep.
it can be a little bit more tough, especially if he doesn't have proper setups for the Tarquakes. But he is landing with an Andromeda, and his team's got decent lockdown from the bubbles and Andromeda and Berserker, so it'll probably work out quite well for him being to
Okay.
front line.
So now we can kind of talk about the lanes as we have seen the teams move into their respective lanes. We do see Magnus and Engineer, an aggressive makeup in the Hellborn off lane, going up against the Oogie and the Andromeda in the short lane. I don't think anything is necessarily too surprising here. Midas on the Hellborn side going up against Bubbles in the mid lane. And then we see Adrenaline and Berserker going up against Arachna and Vindicator. So I would say pretty straightforward laning phase for the most part.
Yeah, except
Um,
for this curious Berserker Adrenaline lane,
right,
something
except
that
for
I've
Berserker.
never really seen before. If I was going to expect to see it, I wouldn't have expected the items to be bought in the fashion they were between these two heroes. I would have expected Adrenaline to be the supportive hero, supporting the Berserker, but it might work out just as well here. The mid matchup is very, very standard. I think Bubbles versus Midas is to be expected. And how do you feel about this matchup? Who's got the advantage? Is it about even, or is Bubbles able to?
I would say it's a pretty even matchup. Midas has a little bit more lane sustain and right click damage in the early phase of the game, but Bubbles definitely has some more consistent harass with the shell surf. I think runes, as a lot of the times these mid matchups come down to, rune control is going to be very important to who kind of takes a little bit of an edge going into like around the 3 to 6 minute mark, like that range of time frame. Who gets to
Uh-huh.
first to second runes, and kind of controls the mid lane and can maybe set up some rotations because both these heroes are very good at rotating early on with
Yeah, I
their
think you're
respective
absolutely
teammates.
right. The 2 minute rune spawn really kind of just assists in terms assists the mid laner to have an easier lane, right? That a 2 minute
Hmm.
double damage rune or illusion rune is
Last game,
really
the
just
double
going to
damage
be,
for Flux, very, very crucial.
yeah, it's
But
just
Hellbringer
going
did a
to.
good job of recovering in that game. So, yep.
I'm worried. Looking at this bottom lane, I am a bit worried for um, the Legion side. You know, NG Magnus is extremely powerful. Double
Hmm.
stun coming with strong displacement with the keg stun as well. And so, whichever target they decide to go on, I think they should set their eyes on Andromeda in most cases, just because Oogie doesn't have any ability to really disrupt their full combo, other than just slowing them and maybe uh, stopping a few of their auto attacks coming out. But yeah, how do you feel about this Legion short lane? Are they in danger of dying and falling prey to this NG Magnus lane many times?
I feel like what's going to happen here in the bottom lane is it's going to come down to who better utilizes the two pulling camps, and whoever can kind of take a like an early experience lead. I feel like the NG and the Magnus get very strong when they hit level 3 each. And I would personally love to see Engineer go for the Spider Mines. I think I've talked with Shortcat about this in the past, so I think he's going to go for that route instead of going for Keg plus the Steam Turret. Because when you level up those mines, they are just very, very strong, and they are a nuisance to deal with once you start planting them in piles. Becomes very mind gamey for the opposing side. Can they walk here and there to try to place wards and go for kills? Is it a bait? Those kinds of things. But same thing with the Oogie and the Andromeda. Once they get a couple of levels up, Oogie can stack 2 to 3 Tarquakes onto one target, and that slow and damage does add up very quickly. It will cost him a lot of his mana pool, but they could very easily snag a kill onto heroes like the Magnus and the Engineer, who don't have very extensive life pools early on. Uh, Early, we're going to see a lot of pressure coming out from Engineer onto the Oogie, as he does do that very early pull that we talked about. Andromeda doing the same thing. So it seems as though the players agree with me that the pulling is going to be very important here early on. The pull camp, however, in the top lane was blocked by the Vindicator with this Ward of Revelation, so that's going to deny any sort of lane pulling coming out from the Adrenaline and the Berserker. Going to heavily favor Arachna to be able to do what she does, which is use that web shot to control the lane and output a lot of harass onto these two Legion heroes. So that's a heads up play coming out from Vindicator.
Yeah, they need to be careful. There's a
Lava
gigantic
Surge in the
Legion
bottom lane
wave.
into the Kegstun and the Spider Mine, but now they are going to look to turn it as the Tarquakes are coming out from Oogie. Engine are going to fall below half-life, but neither side's netting a kill yet. Second Lava Surge into the Kegstun, and Oogie's in a lot of trouble now. Can the auto attacks bring him down? One more auto attack. Nope, it's not going to be enough. 7 life coming out for Oogie as he uses that health potion and eats that tree to heal up some life. So very close engagements from both sides, but not
Yeah,
resulting in a bloodless kill just yet.
that iron buckler RNG saving his life right there. He did get the deflection on that last engineer auto attack. It is certainly
Yeah, I
what
thought
kept
for
his.
sure he was going to go down there, but he avoided death with just enough life to stay survived and walk it off with the health potion. So heads up play coming out from him. The early power supplies are picked up by both the Oogie and the Magnus. You gotta love to see that when they play these 2-on-2 lanes, just getting those early build-up items. We see it as well in the top lane on Arachna. Good job by those players. A regen rune was bottled by Bubbles here. I missed which side that spawned on. It looks like it spawned bottom. The Bubbles going to control the first rune of the match. Creep score is very even here in the middle lane though. 17 and 2 Bubbles going up against an 18 and 0 Midas. So very even in the mid lane.
Yeah, and even the creep scores for Oogie and Arachna are very similar. Um, But engagement, Vindicator's going to get chain spiked by Berserker. They're running him down, trying to throw some Shard Blast in his direction as well. He is going to fall to the rush.
It's going to be the Bloodlust kill coming out from Adrenaline there, and Arachna forced to fall back as she picks up the boots. He's going to throw out a web shot there, but not going to look to pursue anything further. So yeah, Berserker and Adrenaline, just a little bit too much damage there for the Vindicator to handle, and he falls as the first victim of the match. 4-minute rune is going to spawn here coming up. Looks like Midas and Bubbles are rotating into the bottom lane. Here comes the Shell Surf from Bubbles, and a nice job. He's going to box Midas off the rune, and it's going to get a lucky spawn of invisibility. So Bubbles going to pop the regen, heal up to full, and control the second rune. So a little bit unfortunate there for Midas, but a nice job from Bubbles.
Yeah, that was really an excellent use of Shell Surf right there, placing it just between Midas and the rune spawn, so that Midas had to make the
comes
decision.
out here in the top lane. He's going to go onto the Vindicator, but Adrenaline is not looking like he wants to follow this up. He is just content with staying in the lane and farming the creeps there, so nothing going to follow. Bottom lane, we have Magnus going in with a Lava Surge into the Kegstun, followed up from Engineer into the Spider Mine. Now Oogie is on the run. He is sitting at about 250 life, and he's going to make his way to the tower with Andromeda, so they're not going to have any more chasing room to pursue a kill. So going to pop
around the
another health
exact
potion
same
yet again.
time. Around the exact same time that engagement was going on in bot, I was watching Midas escape from Bubbles by a hair's breadth. I think he was brought down to around 50 HP with the soul trap on him, and he managed just to run away, and he's going to be able to fully gen up and base and come back and fight another day. Bubbles missing a very key charge on his soul trap investment now at this point, so
yeah, I love the early soul trap pickup from Bubbles. I'm a big fan of this. Bubbles is one of those heroes where you do a lot of ability damage, but
chain spike.
Yep, top lane chain spike is going to be applied, and the book comes out from Vindicator to throw out a silence, so not going to pursue the kill any further. Both sides will fall back. Bottom lane, we have Magnus and Engineer hunting for the Andromeda. Is he going to be able to do a nice juke here in the trees? Oh, he's going to be spotted, I believe, by the Magnus. In comes the Lava Surge, into the Spider Mine, into the Kegstun, and Andromeda will fall as she gets caught. I got to say that was a nice attempt there from the juke in the trees, but a really heads-up play coming out from Hellborn, just spotting it out almost immediately. Bottom rune, I believe, was taken. Bubbles is going to be taking a brunt of pressure from Midas, and he's going to shell surf defensively. That was actually just a refreshment rune, so Bubbles going to shell surf toward the top rune and bottle up a double damage. So a very good start for Bubbles, getting the first 3 runes. He's going to use it immediately, making his way up into this top lane. Now this was spotted here by this ward of sight, so they should have an idea that he's up here. Will in Arachna's playing very defensively, so Vindicator, he might get caught out here. Here comes the shell surf. It's going to spot out both the Arachna and the Vindicator. The blast coming out from Adrenaline are going to lock him down with the Kelfield, and he will go down. Now Berserker is turning his attention onto the Vindicator. He does not have the boots, neither does Vindicator, but Bubbles reaches him with the Shell Surf, and he gets credit for the double tap. An excellent rotation coming in from Bubbles. No TB support, just this early 7-minute mark for the Hellborn side to counter gang, unfortunately. And they will also take out the tier 1 tower as well, so that's a big swing of momentum coming the way of Legion.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised by how fast they were able to push that.
You're next.
They're not done just yet. Here comes the initiation onto the Arachna, but they don't have the chain spike. They actually turn it onto the Vindicator, but here comes the support from the Engineer with the mines into the Kegstun. Adrenaline is going to go onto Arachna in the background, and the Spider Mine is going to counter kill onto the Berserker, so it's a 1-for-1 exchange. But Adrenaline is not done just yet. He uses the slow from the Toxin Claws, and he's going to use the Death Halo onto Engineer, or excuse me, Vindicator. Vindicator will fall. Engineer is going to chase this kill. He's got a mine coming up in 1 more second. Can he avoid it with the rush? No, he cannot. It's a double tap for Engineer, so it's a 2-for-2 when it's all said and done.
Yeah,
excellent
fantastic rotation
from
coming out from Engineer, and Magnus, even though they know that Magnus is
Bubbles in the bottom lane. He's going to find Magnus here with the Shell Surf and the Songless Sea. Do they have the follow-up? Andromeda cannot get in range for the Comet Stun, as she does not have boots picked up just yet. Boogie, I guess, also wasn't in range for the Tarquake, so Magnus just walks it off.
Yeah, I was going to say that you know, it's actually really good that Midas is actually getting got on
Middle
chain
lane,
spike from
Midas gonna
Berserker.
get locked down by the chain spike. Adrenaline TP's in, and that will be a kill. Bubbles also joins the party, but just for the creep kills here.
Hard for me to complete my thought, but I was just going to
Yeah,
comment on how
a
good
lot of
that
action.
rotation from Engineer is because of how safe Magnus is in that bottom lane against Oogie Andromeda. You know, Steam Bath is such an excellent tool to disjoint an Andro stun, and you know he's able to
Magnus
get
gonna
a
pour
lot
it
of
in.
distance.
Speaking of him, with the lava surge, and that's an excellent placed energy field coming up from Engineer as he kegs him into it, but he's gonna walk it off. Boogie is gonna pop the ultimate there, the primal surge, but he is not gonna be able to heal up in time. It's an ultimate warrior streak coming out for Engineer. That was very well played by both Magnus and Engineer. Midas even TP'd for the support, thinking there was going to be even more to follow it up. But we have engagements in the top lane as Kelfield does come out onto the Arachna. Here comes the TP support. Do they have the damage to bring him down? He is going to use the Steamboat swapping, but not going to be able to stay alive. Adrenaline is going to avoid the Keg Stun. In comes the Death's Halo in the bubbles with the team support, with the Shell Surf, and now they're turning it on to Vindicator. The Soul Trap is applied. Do they have the follow-up damage? Berserker is tanking the tower for his team, so that's a nice job by him. Here comes the transmute from Midas. It's going to take down Berserker. Vindy is going to hold his ground with nearly 5 life. He's going to survive. It's an excellent team support coming in from Midas. And can he look to find the kill onto Bubbles here? He's got 9 power supply charges and a Shell Surf ready to go. If he gets in trouble, he's going to pop it as well. He's going to go for the snipe. It's going to connect onto the Vindicator. What a play coming out from Bubbles as he gets the snipe. Now, he did have that information there that he was running back from the ward of sight, but I got to say, that was just well played by Bubbles with the timing of the placement of the Shell Surf. Very well done.
Yeah, that was really excellent. He, you know, he's got these 2 wards in the Hellborn jungle here. They're going to counter one of them now because they knew exactly what tipped him off about Vindicator's movement. But this ward right here that Engineer is passing is gave him the information of where he needed to hide to avoid this the Midas after that engagement. He was standing right next to the right of that tree, to the right of the ward, and LOSing Midas so that he wouldn't get caught. And he just waited there very, very patiently for Vindicator to run back to base, and it paid off extremely well for him. So really, really well played by Snooki on Bubbles.
Yep, so Engineer making his way into the top lane here. Looks like they're going to try to set something up onto the Engineer. Here comes the Lava Surge with the early picked up portal key, by the way, from Magnus, but he does miss the Lava Surge stun. Engineer field comes down, going to silence onto the Adrenaline. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Midas comes in with the warp, and now they're turning it on to Berserker, who puts the Chain Spike out onto Magnus to prevent a follow-up Lava Surge, but it's not going to be enough as Engineer gets kill credit for that Berserker. It's a 2-for-0 exchange, so yeah. Magnus having that great start. He is off to, it's only 300 gold per minute, but he gets a very early portal key, and he's able to put it to some use early on.
Yeah, I saw him channeling that eruption in the back, and I was like, wait, he's very, very far away, and I wasn't privy to the fact that he had a portal key in his inventory until I checked it out. It surprised me, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to connect the Lava Surge afterwards, but they ended up finding
Magnus is the top farmer for his team at 315 gold per minute, but Bubbles is leading the way at 401 gold per minute, and he's going to make his way towards this haste rune here that spawns in the bottom river. Bubbles picks up the Arcana. What would you like to see Bubbles go for?
Well,
with this
Bubbles
early
is
start?
this Arcana is certainly going to turn into a spell shards, and
Yeah,
I really like
have to
it.
agree.
On top of the fact that he's got the Soul Trap already, you know, just it makes the Soul Trap that much stronger on top of his Shell Surf and Song of the Sea Nukes. So
River
he's
here,
gonna
we
have a
got
lot
initiation from Magnus. Lava Surge comes out onto the Adrenaline. He's going to be able to rush away to safety. Now he's going to look to maybe turn it around. Berserker going into the front lines with that Carnage applied and the Chain Spike onto Engineer, but not enough damage for the kill. The Shell Surf is avoided by Engineer, and Berserker is now turned on by Midas. Comet Stun does come out onto the Midas, but in the background we have a split fight of Bubbles going in onto Magnus with that Soul Trap, and he brings him down with the Kelfield as well. Swap comes out from Andromeda onto the Midas. The fight is not over just yet, and it's a nice transmute onto the Andromeda, and it's a quad kill for Bubbles. Can he get the Annihilation? He's going to actually TP away. Will he survive? Yes, he will, with 100 life, and Arachna and Andromeda are going to be, or that's just an illusion, excuse me. So when it's all said and done, a quad kill for Bubbles at 13 minutes in. That is a humongous gold swing for the Legion side.
that early spell shard is coming out now. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure if he had it at the beginning of that fight. But yeah, it's going to be doing a lot of damage, and it's such a great pickup against Arachna, who certainly, whenever she needs to play defensively, is going to pop that hardened carapace. But
Yeah,
spell shards is going to help go cut through that magic armor that she gains. So it's really, really strong.
that also opened up a tier 1 tower push while they were respawning, so Legion did a good job of capitalizing. Now they're not done just yet. They're going on to the Vindicator, but Magnus comes in, Silence comes out from Vindicator, and Berserker is in the front lines here, but he is all by himself. The team support is on its way from Bubbles and Oogie. Can he make it on alive? He's getting slowed by the whip shot. Here comes the spells from Midas, as well as the stun from Magnus, but Bubbles is here now. He gets a 3-man Song of the Sea. He snipes out the Vindicator, and he does not have the Kelfield for 7 more seconds. Will they look to re-engage? Oogie is tanking a creep wave, so I think that's their cue to fall back. But yeah, they do at least get some revenge for
We
both
got
the
a port
Berserker
coming
and
in
Adrenaline
here.
falling.
Looks like Bubbles might be looking to go on this Arachna. Keep your eyes peeled.
Yeah.
Andromeda smoke, looking for the swap.
Oh, here comes the TP from Arachna, but that's going to be in a bad position, and swap comes out from Andromeda. They do lock him down with the Comet Stun, and now Engineer and Midas are looking to turn it around, but no, Engineer gets turned around on. He goes down. It's a bloodbath streak for Snooki on the Bubbles. He is 11-0. What a start he has had. Midas will be forced to fall back here, but we got to smoke Berserker. He gets the chain spike out, and that means Midas can't Elemental Warp. Here comes the Song of the Sea Shell Surf combination, and he will go down as well. Now the dive comes out from the Berserker onto the Vindicator. Lava Surge in the background with the Eruption is going to get a double tap in return onto both the Adrenaline and the Berserker, but I think the damage is dealt. Bubbles is going to go with a Shell Surf here, but not going to follow it up. Just going to harass and scout things out. There's just non-stop action in this game number 2, John. I got to say, the teams are playing so aggressively.
Yeah, and Bubbles is putting them into a really, really tight spot. You know, he has got so much nuke damage now, having the level 2 ulti, his max nukes, plus the soul trap on top of his spell shards. He is, you know, a lot. When you look at this Hellborn lineup right now, Engie, Vendi, Magnus, you know, Magnus is their top farmer, but he still only has 1k HP, and everybody else in the other team, on his team, has either the same or less.
Right.
And so Bubbles is able to almost full combo all of them to death. And so with how mobile that hero is, and he's got 1,500 gold saved up, I expect him to be picking Portal Key as his next item just to extend his range of catch and his slipperiness overall. And what do you do? You know, Midas is about to get caught.
Bubbles goes in with the Kelfield here just to lock down the Midas. Song of the Sea comes out, trying to buy time for it. The Chain Spike to come in. Magnus comes in with a Lava Surge stun, but he's going to be sitting here in the Steam Bath. He's going to be forced to fall back. Shell Surf and the Shard Splash coming out from Adrenaline going to force him to go down. And they also catch Engineer here in the bottom lane. It's a snowball effect coming out from this Legion side. They are just clicking on all cylinders, I feel like, at this point. Oogie even picks up an Astrolabe. He's working towards it looks like to be an icon of the goddess, which he's going to complete here in the near future. I think this is just getting out of hand at this point. I feel like Legion has just built themselves too much of a lead.
Yeah, what's the plan of action? I mean, you know, they've got 2 high priority targets in this game now. They've got Oogie, who just finished his icon. They've got Bubbles, who is, you know, the Bloodbath 500 GPM mid player. He's clearly the target that's easier to kill if you can find the lockdown on him. But how are they going to find it? He just picks up the portal key. He's just so mobile. They've only got the portal key onto Magnus. They've got to get good intel on him and just really catch him off guard.
They catch the Adrenaline here, speaking of that portal key, and Engineer is going to throw down the energy field to prevent any potential follow-up, but they don't have the lockdown to bring down the Adrenaline. He's just too tanky with that Astrolabe and those Brass Knuckles. Now Arachna is trying to pound in the right clicks, but he's just going to find the illusions. Engineer is going to get turned on. He goes down to the bubbles. Spider Sting does come out onto the Adrenaline. That might take him down. In the background, Kelfield does come out, locking down several heroes. It's an immortal for Bubbles. He gets hit with a transmute. Will he go down here? No, the Astrolabe from Oogie. It comes out at the perfect time, and he's going to hold his ground. It's a hat trick for Bubbles, and they only lose the Berserker. Adrenaline even survives from that Spider Sting when it's all said and done. The GGs are being called. Concebo does come out. We're going to see if it goes through. Yes, it does. Game number 2 in decisive fashion coming out for Snoop Dogg. What Game number 2. What an impressive play by Bubbles, I gotta say. I think the story of this game was Bubbles.
It certainly was, and he was just controlling those runes at all stages of the game. We saw we saw that he was pushing Midas off of those runes at the very beginning of the game, and I think there was the fight around the Hellborn Ancients in their jungle that he had a haste rune, and that was the one that resulted in him getting a quad kill. And then just the heads up TP whenever he gets the spider thrown on him, manages to escape at the end of that. He was just so close to dying in a number of these situations, but they just weren't able to find the kill on him. Right there at the end as well, right? They had him down to couldn't have been more than 150 HP, but then he gets astroed up and he's just able to fight again. So a lot of close situations.
I also gotta say I love the innovation of the Berserker as the position 4 support in the top lane with Adrenaline. I feel like that was very unusual for us, but I'm wondering if it was also a little bit of unusualness for the Hellborn team as well, or if that's something they were expecting to go up against. When that Berserker did get drafted in that third pick for the Legion side. So I love the picks as well as how they just played the match overall. When it's all said and done.
Absolutely. It was a really good bout of deception, I guess, because you see that Berserker picked up, especially with a player like Leo Top 22, who certainly plays it as carry and TMM. You just expect that hero to be the core farmer on the Legion side whenever you see it picked up there as the third pick. But they followed it up with the Adrenaline and the Oogie picks, and so I'm sure it was a head scratcher for us. So I'm sure it was a head scratcher for for Backdoor Protocol. And you just, even after you see the lineup as well, you still expect that hero to be the farmer, but nope. They had their core roles on Oogie and Adrenaline in the side lanes, and then the story of the game certainly, if we can go back to it, is still just the Bubbles, the amount of rotations and space that he provided for Oogie. Oogie, I don't think Oogie really ever left the bottom lane until the very end of the game. So
a great game number 2. That's going to do it for this series. We're going to have the second semifinals match coming to you guys very shortly. So stay tuned for that one. It's going to be Dan Bringers coming out versus Eileen's Insight. So hang tight, everyone, and we will be back shortly with series number 2 of the semifinals.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the top 5 plays of the week.
Deadwood.
Gets the double!
You are the harvest this year. Tempest. Pandemonium.
Serial killer. Ultimate legendary. Double tap. Hat trick. Onslaught. Quad kill.
Behemoth. For all that is holy, you will not escape this time.
Waste of time. Easy. No chance.
To the Toolgate Box! Magnus.
Piece of cake. Waste of time. Too easy. 5 kills. No chance. The Legion have destroyed a Hellborn tower. I amaze myself.
Mistakes from the hammer? I don't think so! Works! Bombardier. Take that, sucker!
You monster! Ultimate eater. That's 6 servings? You're gonna be sick. Double serving. Yum, yum, yum. Dessert for 4. Sugar rush. Like taking candy from a baby. Sweet massacre that dessert. Monster. And a cherry on top. The Hellborn have chomped a Legion tower.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the second series of the semifinals coming at you from the Before the Storm tournament hosted by HoN OMG. We're going to have Dambringers taking on Aline's Insight. Now, I am joined by a new co-caster. My co-caster from the last series, John, aka Easy Full Clan, had to leave for some Mother's Day festivities, but I am joined now by Dutch Ownage. How you doing, Dutch?
I'm good, man. Yeah, I already spent the afternoon with my mother, so I got that taken care of, and I'm happy to enjoy some HoN now, man.
Awesome. Glad to have you here as the insight for today's series. We already have the bans underway. They are Kinesis and Bubbles, going to be banned out here by this Legion side, followed up by Polywog Priest and the Magnus banned out by the Hellborn side. Does anything stick out to you from these bans?
From the Legion side here, Kinesis, Bubbles, and Vindicator are all three very powerful heroes. Kinesis and Bubbles are two very mobile heroes, I think. Two very lockdown heavy heroes. The one thing that's Polywag Priest, I didn't expect that ban, to be fair. It's not a hero that you see banned very often, I believe.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. The Polywog Priest does stick out of these four to me as well. Perhaps one of the Legion players plays a good Polywog Priest, and that's one of those heroes that they're not wanting to go up against. So yeah, I would have to agree with you there. As far as
that is true.
Ban.
In one of their matches, the one me and Thomas Shortcan casted before, there was this one guy that played a really good Polywag Priest. He just instantly got a PK and started going S5 and just basically carried the game with that. So it might be that the Whoopta or that Hellborn was a bit afraid for that.
That's a good point you bring up there. So we have seen some Polywog in some previous games, so they're addressing it here in game number 1. So to follow up the Vindicator pick, we're going to see the Lodestone pick. This is a hero we've been seeing quite a lot of. If he's not been banned, he's been picked up, it feels like, almost every game. So not too surprised to see the Lodestone there, but a Rampage pick. We have yet to see a Rampage pick in this tournament. Rampage going to be picked up here by this Hellborn side as their pick number 2. What do you think about that one?
First of all, I love it, of course. Rampage is a very fun hero to see charge over the map, and I have actually played some scrims with or in Astov's team, and I know that he is actually quite a good Rampage player. He carried a big time a couple of times. So I'll be very surprised if this does not work out for them. Because Asaf just has a magic way of making weird heroes work. And for the Lodestone...
Rampage is good, okay.
Yeah, for the Lodestone, it's just a really solid hero. The ultimate, basically giving another target 0 armor and 0 magic armor, is so bloody strong.
Right, you are. They're going to go with a third pick of Artesia before the second set of bans come out. A hero that we've actually seen here and there so far in the tournament. And then Pandemonium. I don't think we've seen a Pandemonium yet. So another hero that we're going to see a first of in this tournament. What do you think of those final 2 picks for each team?
The one thing that strikes me for this Legion side here is that it's actually very similar to the team that they picked before. Let me see if I can find the list that they played with. Yeah, that list was Polywag, Pearl, Lodestone, Artesia, and Predator. So we've already seen 3 out of the 5 heroes, so it seems like they've set their sights on a certain comp and they want to run that same comp over. It was a comp with a lot of healing in it. And that is exactly what this Artesia provides, a lot of healing again.
Okay, so perhaps we could see some follow-up picks in the second stage where they pick up some more healers to pair up with that Artesia. A good point you bring up there. And what about the Pandemonium? I feel like that's like almost out of left field. Do you like it, or do you feel like it doesn't
seems
make sense?
So weak against Vindicator, right?
Okay, that's a good point. Vindicator does have those multiple silence effects as well as the disarm, so for a hero like Pandemonium might be a little bit too disruptive going into those team fights.
Being able to
get off the face smash, since it can be easily cancelled by the final chapter.
Yeah, and it's a global cancel as well. So whenever the panda tries to gank anyone on the map with that ultimate, if the Vindicator has his ultimate up, it's almost impossible for them.
Right, you are. The second banning stage is almost done here. Just going to start to touch on it. Legion does go ahead and ban out the Silhouette, the Dark Lady, and Blitz. So a pair of carry heroes that they feel like Hellborn, could look to take, as well as the Blitz. We've seen some fair share of Blitz. He's proven to have quite a large impact in some of these other games. Oogie, the Madman, and Magebane. So very carry-heavy bans by both teams. 5 out of the 6 heroes are going to be carry bans. Anything stand out to you in the bans?
Well, both teams still have to pick up their carries, of course. So I'm not surprised that both teams decide to ban a lot of carries, of course. And there's the first carry pickup.
Yep, we're going to see the
Archer.
Forsaken Archer picked up. Is there any particular reason why they would look to take Forsaken Archer over, let's say, anything else that they have available to them?
No, I don't think so. Forsaken Archer is a hero that can really easily clean up jungle stacks. So they could do some weird strategy where they seem to pick up a chipper or something that can stack the entire jungle really easily, and then just rotate the Forsaken Archer to the jungle quickly to just boost that GPM up sky high. But there's no strategy that comes to mind besides that with the Forsaken Archer in particular.
Okay, so yeah, so they choose their carry quite early. Now the Legion side does go ahead and pick up the Electrician as their 4th pick. So not a healer per se, but another tanky frontline hero to pair up with the Lodestone that they could look to just send into the front line, soaking those heals from the Artesia with the silences from Vindicator in the background. So I kind of like the concept of picking these very tanky frontline heroes behind those supports. They round off their lineup with the Kronos. What do you think about the Kronos pick? He's going to be going up against an FA as his opposing carry.
The Kronos pick offers a tremendous amount of lockdown, of course, but I don't think that the Legion side has enough damage to actually justify the Kronos pick here. Usually when you have like Kronos pick, something like a Bombardier, something that can do a huge amount of damage from far away is often smart to pick up, but their main 2 heroes they want to get farm on, besides the Kronos, of course, is the Lodestone and Electrician at the moment.
So both being melee heroes, not going to be able to go into that Chronosphere to help, deal damage, or not going to be ranged to deal damage from outside the sphere. I should say.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe a little bit of counter synergy between the heroes that they picked up with the Kronos, but maybe specifically looking to just lock down the Forsaken Archer. We'll have to see if that ends up working out for them. The final pick is going to be a Hellbringer, though, for the Hellborn side. We saw some Hellbringer today, and honestly, Hellbringer has had a fantastic showing. He was played by Snooki, I believe, earlier. He got the staff and as well as the Resto Stone, and it seemed like, once he got to that point, it felt like they couldn't lose any sort of fights. So any thoughts about the last pick, Hellbringer?
Yeah, Hellbringer is of course a very strong hero, especially with that evil presence giving him, as if once it's maxed, it gives him 20% lifesteal on any damage he deals. So that is spell damage that is also item damaged. It'll be funny to see them pick up a Hypercrown on this Hellbringer. Because the Hypercrown buff, I don't know if you've seen the clips, but it can heal a lot.
Some things about some item builds that you personally don't I find them to be very, very entertaining. So, whether or not we're going to see the standard ultimate building Hellbringer or the right-click building Hellbringer, I feel like we're going to be kind of entertained regardless of what he does go for. But yeah,
I definitely hope so.
Definitely a treat to see.
The thing is, even if you go for a staff resto build on the Hellbringer, if you decide to pick up a Spell Sunder, which I'm not sure Snooki did.
I don't believe we saw a Spell Sunder, but
But the Spell Thunder heals you as well, even though it's dot damage, even though it is, well, item, right? Not spell ability based. It still
Okay.
heals you up for 20% of what you deal. And in the late game, that Spell Thunder damage can really start stacking up and boosting your heals.
okay. Yeah, that's a good point you bring up. So, you know, even the item route that he chooses to go for could play into how tanky he decides to build himself going into, you know, the later stages of the game. So right off the bat, we're going to see a tri-lane here coming out from the Hellborn side. They're going to have their Rampage, who picks up Striders. Going to be looking for an engagement here at level 1. We have the Crippling Poly up on the Forsaken Archer, as well as the Sticky Bomb, which is going to be put onto the Rampage here. Can they get in range? It looks like they're going to go for the Artesia, but a nice Rocket Drill going to be able to slow down the Rampage. He does not get in range to land that onto the Artesia. So a good job here from this Legion side to try to avoid any sort of bloodless attempt. Yep, so we have a dual lane in the bottom lane of Vindicator and Kronos up against what appears to be a Suicide or off lane Pandemonium, at least for the time being. And then an Electrician versus Hellbringer matchup in the mid lane. Anything from the laning phase that kind of catches you off guard or strikes you a certain way?
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Rampage decided to pick up the Horn Strike instead of the Charge.
The charge. Okay, that's a good point.
Because I think he had the bomb on himself, so I think with the Charge, he could have definitely hit the Artesia there.
Yeah,
and then they can follow it up.
That's a good point.
Yeah, they can follow it up with the Crippling Volley at that point, and that should be an easy first blood. Rampage deciding to pick up the Horn Strike instead meant that he does have an easier time pushing out the Lodestone and Artesia with the Horn Strike, as he's doing right now. But yeah, they potentially missed first blood for that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like that could have been a little bit of a mistake there.
Oh, they're going in?
So, well, they're going to try for it now here as he hits level 2. He does have that Stampede. He goes straight in for the Lodestone. Now he does have the Rocket Drill coming up in one more second, but not enough mana. And that's going to be the Bloodlust kill. The trio of spells there completely locking down Lodestone. Going to be a little bit too much for him to deal with there. So a nice job. As they do finally get the Stampede on the Rampage.
Yeah, the Artesia healing on level 1 is just not quite as good.
Rampage as well, gonna come in with the Stampede. The Demonic Wave is applied from the Hellbringer, and it is going to tick him down for the kill. Kill credit goes towards the Hellbringer, and he is gonna walk towards this double damage room now.
Yeah, the Rampage making very good rotations, as we should expect from him. The Rampage is such a mobile hero, and Asaf knows very well how to play that hero, as we can clearly see here. But another thing I wanted to... Oh, they're going in again?
Yep, Lodestone goes in with the Rocket Drill, but Electrician is not going to be able to get in range with that static grip. Hellbringer is here as well with mana for the Demon Strike, so, you know, even if he got in range there, I think Rampage would have been just fine.
One thing I wanted to point out is that if the Hellbringer decides to go for something like that Hypercrown build, the Hypercrown also heals yourself even when you're Kronos ultimated. And especially if the Kronos decides to pick up a Geobane, you can heal 3 times as much from every hit that he deals on you.
Oh, wow.
So you can potentially heal almost any damage back.
Yeah, that's pretty...
oh, Rampage going in bottom.
Bottom lane, yeah. Rampage charging onto Vindicator, but Kronos is turning his attention onto the Pandemonium. He's going to use the Cannonball very defensively, going to try to bide himself some distance, but Vindicator is going to snipe him out with that Sage's Lore. So Panda does not get out in time, and Vindicator survives in his own tower. Rampage not able to deal enough damage to bring him down in the end.
Yeah, it's like the rotations from the Rampage are very good. He's also apparently looking to pick up a Lex Talionis. It's what that Ring of the Teacher is going to be built up into, is my best guess.
Okay. Yep. So,
but
follow up.
yeah, the Panda was very low.
Here onto Kronos. He doesn't have mana for the leap, or he gets stunned from the Pandemonium Cannonball, and the flurries are enough to bring him down. Kill credit goes towards the Pandemonium. An excellent find there in the bottom lane.
They both seem to be doing very well right now. Both carries. I mean, the FH is a little bit higher because the Panda does appear to be. Oh, the Kong's up again.
Electrician middle lane gets the stampede into the demonic wave from Hellbringer. Now the haste rune is applied. He's going to look for the tower dive here. One more tick, one more auto attack. It's going to be enough. Now Lowstone comes in for the return kill onto the rampage, and the head smash is going to be enough damage to bring it down. Hellbringer hits level 6. He uses the Malphus there, and one more auto attack. Yes, he's going to get the double tap as he cleans up the Lodestone. So 2 kills go in the way of Hellbringer in exchange for a kill onto their rampage. I think that's a trade they'll gladly take.
Yeah, Forsaken Archer in the meanwhile, together with the Bombardier, also picked up the Artesia, who does now appear to be suiciding at this point.
Yeah,
But,
that was.
Rampage going in bottom again?
Bottom lane, yeah, Rampage. Gonna provide too much lockdown with the Panda as they take down the Vindicator. Now Chrono's gonna be forced to fall back. Rampage is just boxing him. I mean, he's even taking a couple of tower hits here, so he's making his point that he wants to completely box him off the creep wave as much as possible. He's even gonna go into the trees here, into a very offensive position. I think we're going to see even another charge in the very near future. Pandemonium hits level 6, so this could be just exactly what they're waiting for. Here comes the stun, but not going to be followed up in time. The time leap away comes out from Kronos. Top lane, we could have some action here as Bombardier is in a very offensive position, but the Rocket Drill is going to get him to safety. Artesia coming in to team support here. She's going to throw out a slow or 2. Bomb is going to tank a couple of tower hits, but I don't think that's going to pursue a kill. Invis Electrician here, though, this could be something, as he's going to go out onto the Bombardier, who was healing from the health potion. He's going to get thrown out with a taunt, and he will go down. Now will they turn it onto the Forsaken Archer? He's got another grip coming up in 7 more seconds. The ultimate from Forsaken does come out, and it's going to take down the Artesia. He's going to look to turn it onto the Lodestone. Can he get the auto attack? Yes, he will. There is no mana up on the Electrician. He needs to get a bottle sip going so he can get mana for the grip, but he cannot get it in time, and Forsaken Archer does an excellent job of turning what was a 3 versus 1 into a double tap in his favor.
Yeah, the Lodestone tried to juke the Forsaken Archer behind the trees there, but the Lodestone forgot that the Bombardier had a Grave Locket, and the Grave Locket actually gave vision of the Lodestone hiding
so
behind the
that's how
trees.
we got to see him. Yeah, that's a great point you brought up. So even while dead, still
Bottom going.
Up bottom lane. Rampage gonna get turned on here as Pandemonium does fall to the Kronos, and the slows from Artesia from the magic missiles are gonna prove to be enough as Kronos comes in with a time leap, and actually Vindicator gets kill credit for that kill. So would have liked to have seen Kronos get the last hit there, but nonetheless they do get both the kills, so they get a little bit of extra boost to their Kronos. He's now sitting at 320 gold per minute, but the story of the game so far is Hellbringer. By the way, he's getting gone on here in the middle lane. Lowstone with the body blocks, but the Malphus is going to come out. Here comes Artesia with the magic missiles, and it's a 3 versus 1. Can he get a return kill, though? Hellbringer holding his ground. He's going to get a kill onto the Electrician. So even when it's all said and done, he gets a return kill. Now, the tower does get denied, but, you know, they committed a lot of heroes there for that Hellbringer kill.
Oh my god, you see a Rampage charging all the way to the bottom lane and stopping just a centimeter before the tower range. Just really showing that Kronos, that this Rampage is out for blood.
Yeah, I feel like I take my focus off Rampage for just a couple of seconds and he's already charging somebody new. So it's kind of hard to take my attention away from him, but yeah, I would say that was a very necessary kill on Hellbringer as he was getting kind of out of control. Mid lane, we do see another charge going out onto Lowstone. He's going to use the Shatterstorm very defensively. Here come the spells from Hellbringer. The Demonic Wave is applied and the Shatterstorm doesn't hit onto anyone. Now Rampage is being turned on as there's 4 players here for the Legion side. Electrician is leading the front lines. He's got a grip coming up in 3 more seconds. Can Rampage get out in time? He's going to get hit with a slow from Electrician. The grip comes out and that's going to secure the kill onto Rampage. So a nice shot from Legion to do a counter gank there as they were getting gone on. But yeah, the story of the game so far is Forsaken Archer. He's up to almost 500 gold per minute. They have not slowed him down at all, and Hellbringer right behind him with 415 gold per minute. What does Legion need to do? I mean, the roams from Rampage have proven to really cause a lot of disruption so far. They got the Forsaken Archer going into the jungle already. taking out the camps, as you pointed out, in the drafting phase.
Yeah, their entire jungle was triple stacked by the point that Forsaken Archer actually hit the Whispering Helm there. But I
Oh, so
think
that's great.
they want to go middle again, it seems.
Yep, Rampage again. He's going to find Electrician. He picks up the Lex Talionis, but he does not have the Greater Rhino just notice he's only level 5. A grip comes out from Electrician, and he should be able to walk this off. Hellbringer was in the bottom rune area taking that double damage rune, so... Oh, he finds Lodestone again, a defensive Shadow Storm, but will he look to turn this one around? He does not find the Rocket Drill initiation. Bottom lane. Pandemonium going in very offensively onto the Vindicator. Rampage is charging onto the Chronos here. Do they have the follow-up damage? Teleport even going to go out. I think that was actually a misclick. Team support is coming in from the Electrician. The Essence projection from Artesia is put down, and Pandemonium will fall. Now Hellbringer is here. He has a Malphus ready to go, but Rampage doesn't have a charge for another 5 more seconds. Will they look to re-engage this? Essence projection is thrown down. The smoke comes out from Hellbringer, but it is going to be broken. Here comes the Malphus onto all 3. They're looking to turn this one around. Electrician is taking the brunt of that damage with the double damage applied. Rampage is turning it on to Chronos, but Chronos now needs to be the one who runs as he's in trouble. Greater Rhino is put onto Artesia, and it's a quad kill for Hellbringer. It was a 2-man wrecking crew. Hellbringer double damage, and Rampage with the Greater Rhino. They turn it on to all 4. What just happened in that fight, Dutch?
That is the power of the Hellbringer. The damage from the ultimate is just so much. And they all stacked up perfectly for both a 3-man wave, a 3-man Q, and a 3-man ultimate. And it's just so much damage once you get those levels on the Hellbringer. And that was a 2 versus 4 fight.
Yeah, I gotta say, that was some fantastic play coming up from the Hellbringer specifically. As you pointed out, he landed his Malphus and his Demonic Wave onto everybody, and then Rampage just did what Rampage does. Charges and uses that Lex and ulties, and it worked out fantastically.
Yeah, the main thing that they need to get is that Vindicator level 6, which he did actually pick up just now. And Rampage going in again, he smells blood.
Yep, Rampage gonna find Artesia here. Artesia does not, oh no, he does have the Essence projection. Will he look to put it down here? Pandemonium jumps in with the Cannonball, and Lodestone is gonna counter initiate with the Shadow Storm, so Rampage is going to fall, so perhaps Rampage overstepping his boundaries just a little bit. The airstrike from Bombardier is gonna, oh, it's gonna miss, unfortunately. It was so close. Artesia does get the double tap, but Pandemonium isn't done. He's gonna try to get a kill, but he is not gonna find it, and it's a 3-for-0 exchange. So Hellborn getting a little too overconfident there as they overstep a little bit of boundaries and give up a couple of kills to this Legion side. But all the meanwhile this is going on, you got Forsaken Archer here doing what she does. She's level 13 now. She's
Farming.
actually picked up
Spell
the spell
shards.
shards. I don't know. What do you think about the spell shards? This is something I've never seen before. So
No, me
Is that-
neither. I think this is a patented Chris invention of
okay,
how
so
to
maybe
play
it's a
Forsaken.
player specific item build coming out here. Well, he's almost 600 gold per minute, so at this point he can kind of do whatever he chooses. He's going to find himself some triple stacked Ancients here, which I think he's going to even use the ultimate for. Piercing arrows do come out. He's going to clean up this stack rather quickly. That should put him at level 14, as it does.
I am really curious what items he's going for next. If he decided to pick up... that's Jade Spire.
Jade Spire, okay. So we got Spellcaster, Forsaken Archer coming out.
Yeah, I think he doesn't exactly know how that hero works, but I like it. It's refreshing. Let's just say that.
Maybe it's an Alonia item build or something with Whispering.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he just like has this on accident has the wrong hero selected in this shop. I don't know.
Maybe the ultimate avatar is causing confusion as to what hero he is. Who knows?
It must be. Well, he is farming very fast, and the spell
That is
shot
true,
does
he
do
is.
extra damage on the creeps. So
He's farming very quickly. But yeah, I guess the shining hope for this Legion side has got to be this Chronos. Shatterstorm is coming out in the top lane. The Essence projection is thrown down. Will they find the initiation that they're looking for? The airstrike is going to connect onto Electrician. It's going to do a lot of damage. And here comes the silence from Vindicator. I'm not too sure what that was really intended for, but the TP does go out from Pandemonium. He gets to safety. Hellbringer is in biz here, so he's scouting this out. They
There
might
is
look
a
to
ref fort there.
re-engage here. Rampage comes in. Here comes the Lex Talionis. He has the Greater Rhino, but he gets hit with a Rocket Drill stun. Here comes the Malphus, and it's going to buy them the time. The Demonic Wave is going to take down both the Electrician and the Artesia, and now Lowstone is on the run as he gets hit with a Demonic Strike. Demon Strike from the Hellbringer, and Bombardier is going to find him with the Sticky Bomb, so it's a 3-for-0 exchange. Kronos is now going to be forced to time leap away, but that's not going to stop the charge. Rampage decides to cancel it as it got into danger territory in the end there. They're going to take down this second tier 2 tower with the Malphus leading the way. So yeah, I was about to say their shining light of hope here is I think this Kronos, but he's still got a little bit of ways to go till he gets towards his Thunderclaw that he's looking to build into. What can Legion really do at this point? They've fallen to a 14,000 gold and 18,000 experience only at the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, they are just losing the game 4 versus 5 at the moment, it seems.
Chronosphere. Sorry to interrupt you, but Chronosphere comes out there onto 2, so that's 2 kills that they were looking for. They get both the Bombardier and the Hellbringer. It's a double tap for Kronos, so you know, that's a start. That's 2 kills onto their Kronos.
Yeah, but the issue at the moment for the Legion side is every team fight that they lose, basically every team fight where the Malphas is involved, it puts the Hellborn side so far ahead, and every team fight that the Legion side wins, it doesn't really matter because the Forsaken Arch is just farming. And they're still getting ahead, basically.
The Legion, they've been committing pretty much all of their heroes to all these early engagements.
Oh, Kronos?
Oh yeah, piercing arrows from above with that extra range from the Jade Spire. He actually snipes out the Kronos, so that was a good find there from the Forsaken. He actually picks up a Sand Scepter as well. Okay, so another lockdown tool for his spells.
Yeah, it's a very lockdown heavy build, very kill build, I dare say. It's almost like he's playing a Puppet Master at this point, farming and killing people at the same time. And I mean, the build is a bit unorthodox, but it seems to work out. So, you know, who are we to judge?
Bombardier playing that supportive type role this game has also found himself a Tablet of Command as well as a Glowstone, so he's sitting on 355 gold per minute. You know, that's not too shabby for himself as well.
No, but they have very, or they have like 6 towers pushed at this point, or 5 towers pushed, so...
They have some extra gold to work with as well.
Yeah, and he has been linked up with the Forsaken Archer, who has been clearing the jungle left and right, so that is a lot of extra money he gets.
Okay, yep, so taking great use of that Grave Block.
Oh, they find Rampage.
Grip comes out in the mid lane here onto the Rampage. Will the team support come in time? They were charging in, but not able to get in range. Veiled Rot on the Forsaken Archer. So Hellborn looking to turn this. The Essence Projection and the final chapter is used. Rampage goes in onto the Kronos. He does not use the Greater Rhino. Pandemonium does fall as well as the Lodestone. Chronosphere comes out, locking down the Forsaken Archer and the Rampage in the background. But Kronos is going to be forced to fall back, and he goes down. Now it's Vindicator and Electrician, the lone survivors of the Legion. The Malphus is actually going to be avoided here by the Vindicator, but it lands onto Electrician, but they're not able to get in range to bring him down. Rampage, he is hungry for blood, but he will not find it. He is going to go down in the base to the Vindicator. So they get the Panda and the Rampage. He immediately buybacks to rejoin.
Yeah, the Rampage overcommitted a little bit there. Just went into the base and died to the tower. It's definitely not worth it, but at this point they're so far ahead that they can just try out.
Comes out onto Rampage, Rocket Drill comes out onto the Hellbringer. The follow-up is not there in time as the Silence comes down from Vindicator. Rampage is going to charge defensively toward the bottom lane, so
Denied.
Legion going to get a tower denied there on their tier 2 tower. But we have Bombardier and Forsaken Archer sticking around. Kronos is going to take damage from the Piercing Arrows. Here comes the Sand Scepter from the Forsaken Archer, and it's going to keep him in place. Piercing Arrows just doing tons of damage there. Essence Projection is put down by the Artesia, but it's going to get killed by Forsaken Archer immediately. Rampage comes into the front lines. Will he be able to do anything here? No, he will not. Too much silence coming out. The Shadow Storm is not going to connect. Here comes a crippling poly, but Forsaken Archer going to be forced to fall back as he is all by himself.
Yeah, but the Hellborn team has just completely taken over map control at this point. the Forsaken Archer still stacking his own jungle with that Skeleton King over there. And you see the Legion team is just balled up into a small part of the map, basically permanently now, because every time they go alone, they just get killed by either the Forsaken Archer or the Rampage. So it's a very tough spot that they find themselves in right now.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Here comes another combination.
Kronos.
Crippling Poly into the piercing arrows. Now, Purge comes out from Electrician to get Kronos out of that hold. So the airstrike not going to deal any damage. A good job from the Legion side avoiding that one.
Yeah, that's the power of the Electrician there. Just being able to purge any buff, basically, or any debuff, in this case, the crippling volley from the Forsaken Archer. I'm kind of curious what the Forsaken Archer is building next here, because he basically
I
picked
feel
up
like
all
at
the
this
spell
point,
damage.
I'm just not even going to guess. I'm just going to let it play out and see what happens. Invisibility
Just be amazed.
picked up
It's
by
even-
the Rampage here. He's scouting things out.
Oh, it feels
Trying to
like
give
the
his team some information. Yep.
The Panda is going for a Jade Spire as well, being able to ultimate from 3 and a 3
Now
on the
that
50.
that one I will say I'm a big fan of. I've done this before, and I love Jade Spire on Panda.
Yeah, me
he
too.
Gets great range on the flick to start off his initiation, as well as as you pointed out, he doesn't
bottom?
have to be on top of his target for that face mask. Yeah, we did see some action, but looks like
Oh,
both
Jade Spire!
teams
We
fall
missed
back.
that one. Sorry, Spell Sunder, I mean, on the Forsaken Archer.
Okay, Spell Sunder, so more magic effects.
More magic damage, of course.
That
That's
one
what he
could
needed.
make a tiny bit of sense in the sense that they have to go through some of these tanky heroes like the Lodestone and the Electrician. So
What do you think about the
further
icon
amplify
build
some
up
damage.
on the Electrician here?
Sorry, say again?
He's going for an icon right now. What do you think about that? On the Electrician.
Yeah, Icon is one of those items I feel like you want to pick it up more so when you're in a lead, and then you can kind of build charges on it. I'm not too sure if I like it, when you're playing from this deficit position, because I feel like, they could benefit from better team-based items, whether it's building armor for himself and the team, or a barrier idol so they can deal with some of this damage. As we see initiation here, Rampage is going to get caught out. Kronos leaps in very offensively here. He's going to find the Bombardier. Will he look to use the Chronosphere? He will not. Here it comes, actually. He's going to land it onto both the Bombardier and the Forsaken Archer. Does the team support come in? Grip comes out onto the Bombardier. Hellbringer with the counter initiation of the Malphus, and Forsaken Archer going to immediately get a double tap as those two heroes get decimated. Now it's Vindicator who is on the run. Flurries from Panda as he's trying to get in range with that Jade Spire. He's going to use the Cannonball, but it's going to be avoided by Vindicator. That was a nice sidestep there. Will he be able to bring him down? No, he will not. Hat-trick coming out for the Forsaken Archer, and I believe he just finished the creep before he does eventually go down to the creep.
He really wanted
and
that
the
creep.
Artesia. Yeah, that creep got what it deserved, which was a painful death, unfortunately.
I think, actually,
Yeah,
if he just
all
ran up to the
meanwhile-
Artesia there, he could have reached him because he had the Jade Spire.
Yeah, perhaps he could have went for an attempt there before falling. Hellbringer did use the Malphus to take down the middle tower, so they have an exposed racks now.
The Malphus, after you use it in the team fight, is such a powerful push ability.
Pushing tool, yeah.
Because the Malphus
we
even
can
has
see
like
that.
bonus damage against buildings.
Forsaken gonna throw out the piercing arrows here, but it's not gonna be enough for the kill in assistance with the Greater Rhino, as Electrician is just a little bit too slippery for that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't see the Legion team really getting out of this one over here. I think they're a
Yeah,
little bit
it's gonna
too
be-
far behind.
A very steep uphill climb. What is Rampage charging? Is he charging his jungle that Forsaken was
He was
Hellbringer?
charging the Ancients where the Skeleton King gives vision.
Oh, okay, yep. And then he just
Probably
takes
just
the,
to get out.
Haste rune.
Yeah. Electrician did actually finish the icon, but yeah, I agree with you. It's more like a tool you want to pick up when you're actually getting charges on it or actually winning team fights.
Yeah,
right
I feel
now-
like at this point, this item could just be, Barrier Idol, Soulsborne, like anything that kind of really benefits them.
I really like a
when they're
Gnomes.
grouping up.
A Gnome's Wisdom.
Yep, a Gnome's Wisdom would be great. You know, the great thing about Hellborn's lineup is there is a great mixture of both physical and magic damage. They do have to deal with both the Rampage and the Panda, who are kind of dishing out lots of physical damage and minus armor. But at the same time, they have lots of magical damage with the Bomb Hellbringer and the Forsaken. So there's not like one clear cut. As we see a grip coming out onto the Pandemonium, he's going to cannonball away to safety just in time. Malphus does come out from the Hellbringer. That spawns 2, and Chronosphere in the background going to lock down the Pandemonium, but it costs him his own life, so it's a 1-for-1 in the background as the Artesia and the Artesia does fall and Lodestone to the Malphus in the background. It's a double tap for Hellbringer, and Forsaken Archer is killing the statue, deciding that that is a little bit more important than the Rex. Rampage is in the trees here, in the Legion base. Can he get out of this one, actually? He's going to charge away at the last second, but he's going to...
Wait, did he get stuck there?
I think he got stuck. That was a very weird interaction. I don't feel like he stopped his charge, but maybe he did.
No,
He's
he
even
kept charging, he just got stuck there. I don't know.
Feels like he waited till the utmost last second to charge away before eventually getting stuck.
But he would have still died by the tower probably. I guess that's why I stopped in that
case. The tower would have
case.
still got him there had he continued the charge. But
And we also
full Rex middle lane.
We saw last team fight that the Chronos went in on the Forsaken Archer with his ultimate, but because the Forsaken Archer ultimate goes through everything, the Chronos died inside his own Chronosphere because of the Forsaken Archer ultimate.
I think the piercing arrow is a bit too long here, but we're going to see Shatterstorm after the Rocket Drill going to connect here onto the Forsaken Archer, and they're going to bring him down with the static grip. That's exactly what they were looking for. But while this was going on in the bottom lane, Bombardier and Hellbringer take out the Rex. So when it's all said and done, they did find the Forsaken, but not going to be enough. Airstrike comes out, it's going to land onto the Chronos, he's going to leap away, Vindicator uses the final chapter, but most of the spells have already been used now. Greater Rhino does come out eventually onto the Artesia, but the heals are keeping both himself and the teammates alive. The top lane Pandemonium is doing some split push as well, he takes out the tower, so there's just stuff happening all over the map. Even when you think they're capitalizing on a kill here and there, it's coming at the cost of something even greater, being one of their Raxes. Rampage is out of buybacks now, and he's going to feed them yet again another kill. So he is going to stay dead for 45 seconds, so I don't have to worry about anything that he's going to charge for the next half a minute.
You get to breathe for a little bit.
I get to breathe, but as I say that, Electrician getting gone on here by both the Pandemonium and the Hellbringer. Lodestone looking to turn it around with the Shatterstorm. Here comes the Malphus, and it's going to turn it onto Lodestone. Electrician is going to fall as well. It's a double tap. Kronos comes in with the 2-man Chronosphere. He's going to bring down the first target of Pandemonium, and now can they bring down the Hellbringer, or will the heals, as you have told us, can keep him alive? No, they do not, but he does get the return kill of Kronos. When it's said and done, it's a hat trick for Hellbringer. The GGs are called, and game number 1 of the second semifinals will go to, I believe their name is Elite's Insight, so they will take game number 1. Final thoughts on this game, Dutch?
I was wrong about spell Forsaken Archer not working, clearly. I will admit that. Clearly a very overpowered build that has no chance of ever being countered.
Okay,
the main thing I think we have to take away here is that Hellbringer is just a very powerful hero, and I'm curious how the Legion side is going to respond to this in the next game.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. Hellbringer showed, even in those 4 versus 2 early game engagements, I think he really proved to be just too powerful with those multiple Malphus into Demonic Wave executions, as the follow-up. And it felt like they were always, even when they were outnumbered, it felt like they were always at an even matchup. But yeah, great game from our Hellborn team, and that's gonna do it for game number 1. So hang tight, everyone, as we get into game number 2 very shortly, and we will all see you very soon.
Captain's pick.
All right, welcome back, everyone. This is going to be game number 2 of the second semifinals series coming at you between Dambringers and Aline's Insight. They're going to be swapping sides now on the Legion and the Hellborn side. I'm going to be joined by my co-caster, Dutch Onich. Welcome back, Dutch.
Thank you, man. I'm excited what kind of new builds we're going to be seeing from the Legion side this time around.
All right, and bands are already underway. We have the Polywog Priest and the Magnus band out by the Legion side, as well as the Kinesis and the Bubbles band out by the Hellborn side. I think these look pretty similar, but does anything stand out to you?
I think it's actually exactly the same bands from both sides, yeah.
Just like game number 1 then, so not going to be too much to touch on there. Just a pair of heroes each that each team doesn't want to perhaps go against. We are going to see first pick Tundra. Now Tundra is a hero that both myself and John on the previous cast have been really hoping to see. Finally we get to get our hands on a Tundra match. What do you think about the Tundra pick?
Tundra is such a powerful hero in competitive. I've talked about this a little bit yesterday with Shorkan, but the vision that the bird gives you is just so insane. It's so much information that you can choose to do with what you want. And I even believe that
very powerful. Yep.
Yeah, I even believe that like Tundra back when competitive, or like 3 years ago or something. Tundra's either a pickup or an instant ban every game just because of that bird.
Yeah, that's a very good point you bring up there. So we finally get to see Tundra. We'll look to see how it's played, and if that bird and vision that he does provide gives a lot of disruption towards this Hellborn side. But they go out with a response pick of Blitz, followed up by Pharaoh, and the Legion picks up Slither. And they're even going to go out with the Magebane there. So what do you think about those next follow-up picks?
Magebane is usually a hero you want to pick up to counter something like an Oogie or something like a Doctor, at least like historically speaking. Just picking it up is it's never like a weak hero, of course, but it's more often seen as a response to a hero with a high mana pool. So I'm definitely surprised to see it.
Yeah, so thus far, only going up against a Blitz and a Pharaoh, there's not that easy mana rift target, that's going to cause this 3-man, explosion or something. So not that great potential there just yet. But yeah, they do go with the early Magebane pick. I'm a little curious as to how that's going to work out for them as well. I got to agree with you there. Final pick, Myrmidon, before we go into the second set of bands. What do you think about the Myrmidon pick?
Myrmidon, we have seen a little bit over the last few days, I believe, and it's such a strong hero right now, both with the Magikarp and with the Wheatfield. Just applying huge amount of lockdown, stun, and damage on the enemy targets. So it's a very good hero, and they definitely seem to have more stuns this time around. And that's the one thing about the Myrmidon is that it does need some help to actually hit the stuns. So I would like to pick up.
Yeah, for those of the viewers watching that don't know, Magikarp recently got a buff where they added some movement speed slow for 0.6 seconds depending on the level. So that in combination with the weird field, before you used to have to pretty much guarantee a setup stun going up with the Myrmidon, but now it's a little bit easier to land the weed fields after you throw out the Magikarps. But obviously, like you pointed out, it's still very good to have a setup for the weed field to secure that stun. Landing onto the opponent's side. But yeah, he's a fantastic hero now. I feel like we have been seeing him quite a bit more in terms of popularity.
Yeah, it's just a hero with like a 2 nuker, right? Something like a Pyromancer is similar. The thing that the Myrmidon has going for him is that the Myrmidon, of course, has that leap on his E, the waveform, which just allows him to get out of harm's way.
Right, you are. We're going to go into the second set of bans now, and the Legion side bans out the Madman, Swiftblade, and Silhouette. So very similar to game number 1. The second set of banning phase very heavily targeted at the carry picks of choice, and the Hellborn side is going to go ahead and ban out the Engineer, Succubus, and Vindicator. So they are going to focus their attention onto more of some of these supportive heroes, seeing that the Legion side did already pick up a Magebane. So, anything stand out to you in those bands?
Not as much in the bans. I do notice that there's an Armadon picked up, although there was actually an Armadon pickup yesterday as well, right?
There was indeed, as well as in the series before this one, we saw Armadon being played by, I believe it was Snoop Dogg. They played Armadon twice so far.
Really?
In this tournament, and they have had great success with Armadon. So I am not going to be surprised to see Armadon, in any of these future matches. He's proven to be very, very powerful so far.
So what was the kind of strategy that they went for with the Armadon? Just try to finish it early or something?
They put Armadon in the short lane, so he was a short lane farmer, and then they grouped up a lot together and did a lot of team fighting and tower pushing. He eventually builds into this semi-carry style hero with a Mach that sits in the front lines, following it up with lots of armor, and he just becomes this very tanky nuisance that you can't really address because he's just too hard to deal with. So
yeah.
Gonna be interesting though, because he's got a Magebane in his team. So I don't know if we're gonna see Armadon in the short lane this game, or what they're gonna look to do with the Magebane, paired up with the Armadon. So that's a little bit different, I would say.
Yeah, it might be an Armadon off lane or something like that.
Yeah, we could see Armadon shifting his role this game, perhaps.
Yeah, if you're not careful with that spike burst, I believe it's called, the spike burst, it can do and stack up so much damage so quickly. It's something that you have to be careful for.
Now this pick really catches me off guard. They go with a Doctor Repulsor. Now we haven't seen too much Doctor lately, but as you pointed out, they didn't have this big mana rift target or high mana pool hero. But prior to the Magebane picked up, why is it they would look to pick up a Doctor after a Magebane gets picked up? Is there anything that strikes you as to why they would do this?
Maybe they want to be to show up on a big Annihilation video afterwards, or it's probably my guess. No.
Okay, so you're saying it doesn't necessarily make too much sense?
No, I don't think it makes very much sense.
If anything,
the Doctor is something that you want to pick up to gank early with and to be active with. And it's definitely something that you also want to protect a lot, because Doctor early on is definitely a very weak hero.
Okay.
And yeah, as you said, the Magebane didn't have a good ultimate target. And now he does. It actually seems like this is going to be a suicide Magebane.
Okay, so where's Armadon?
Just blink in the trees and get XP.
Yeah, they're sending Magebane into the offlane, so this is not what I was expecting. And Armadon, I'm still not too sure. I guess he's going to go into mid lane, as they're kind of rotating all of their other heroes here into the bottom lane, and that leaves their mid lane kind of unoccupied at the moment. He hasn't bought any items, but that's at least what it's looking to be at the moment. Now, Golden Veil was the final pick coming out for the Legion side, as well as the Berserker, which we have seen some Berserker today. We're going to see another Berserker game. What do you think about the last two picks, respectively?
Berserker is, of course, a very powerful pickup against the Mage Bane, because the Mage Bane is not able to leap away while he is actually queued or chained by the Berserker. So it's a very good pickup against that. It seems like it's going to be a Slither farming bottom lane and an Armadon in the mid lane. So I don't think they are facing quite what they expected here to face, lane-wise at least.
Yeah, this is kind of catching me off guard as well. We got Tundra with the Orb of Zamos picked up, so he's not going to be playing a core role this game. He's more going to be playing a supportive role with the Slither. They also have the Golden Veil, maybe doing some sort of roaming role this game. Doesn't have the Zamos picked up. So yeah, this is a little.
Oh, Mage Bane must
have
fall.
Initiation in the top lane. Chain Spike does come out into the wheat field, and Blitz with the Blitzkrieg stun. That's just too much damage for Mage Bane to handle. He can't blink away, so he gives up the early Bloodlust kill to the Blitz, who's gonna immediately port down here into the bottom lane to join the Pharaoh.
They're actually rotating 3 people bottom now. I like that.
Oh yeah, the Myrmidon also TP's down here. They're just gonna leave Berserker 1 versus 1 against Mage Bane. Do you think that's the right decision though, to leave?
Yeah, I definitely think that the Berserker can win 1 versus 1 pretty comfortably against the Mage Bane, because the Berserker has that chain, and the Mage Bane doesn't really have the kill potential that the Berserker has. But maybe they could have waited like a minute or something to rotate, so the Berserker can just get that edge.
Or get level 2s on some of their supports before coming down here. But yeah,
Exactly.
regardless of that, they immediately shift to a tri-lane versus tri-lane setup. So we'll have to.
Yeah, they did pick up
down here.
They picked up the first blood on the Blitz, giving him those boots. So that's definitely something that they have the advantage of right now.
Okay.
But this, of course, does mean that the Mage Bane is going to get farmed, which they can't stop anymore.
Yep, he's going to be able to get some nice lane control here in the top lane, as he I think he did a pull with that creep camp to the side of the lane
he did.
there. So he does a nice job of getting himself the lane position. I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen any action yet in the bottom lane, but Golden Veil has decided to rotate away, and he has made his way into the middle lane, where we have Dr. Repulsor versus Armadon. Haven't really talked too much about those two heroes, but we have a 13-4 Armadon going up against a 7-0 Doctor. So far, Armadon doing a fantastic job here. He's gonna even bottle himself up the Mystic Illusion rune that spawns in the bottom lane.
And the Golden Veil seems to be rotating top right now, giving the Mage Bane more of an edge.
Yep, so he's going to hop to that tree here. Mage Bane going to burn all of the mana from Berserker with that mana combustion. Golden Veil coming in here. He's going to miss the stun, unfortunately, so not going to follow it up with anything. Actually, he's only level 1, so he doesn't have that dagger dance just yet. But down here in the bottom lane, Slither versus the tri-lane, he's still doing
Armadon diving.
Fine. Oh wow, middle lane, I missed that completely. Armadon diving past the tier 1 tower, completely boxing out Dr. Repulsor. As you pointed out, very early in this early game stage of the game, he just gets, completely tower dove. Nothing he can really do, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Doctor is just a hero that needs a lot of help in the early game, so it can like spiral out of control in the later stages of the game. And this Armadon with the level 2 Armadillo just taking so little damage from both the tower and the other heroes.
We even see TP support coming in from Blitz after it's all said and done. The spells are coming up from Myrmidon. Here comes the Blitzkrieg stun. Can Myrmidon get in range? No, the Wheatfield just barely out of range. Now Armadon with his back turn doing lots of return damage with the spines. He gets taken down to about 60 life, but he is just going to walk it off with those boots. And he's, I think, going to pick up a health potion here. So he is not done just yet. Probably going to look to bottle up that bottom rune, whatever it spawns, and just continue on back toward the lane.
Yeah, Armadon just taking so little damage with his back turns to the enemies. So that's a very powerful tool that Armadon has. And notably, he does choose to not level his Snotstorm, his Q. That is the slow. And I definitely like that, because whenever someone picks up a battery, which you basically always want to do against an Armadon.
Spell adding charges to that
exactly
power supply. Yeah, I agree with you there. Bottom lane, we're gonna have initiation from Blitz going in with the Blitzkrieg stun. Now Pharaoh is looking to turn it onto the Tundra, but Tundra is the one who turns it onto Pharaoh, and he goes down. Now Tundra is on the run. He's gonna apply the auto attacks, but he's gonna fall when it's all said and done. Kill credit goes to the Myrmidon, so it's a 1-for-1 exchange in the bottom lane.
Yeah,
So
but the Mage Bane is farming pretty good now with the Golden Field there right next to him, being actually 100 GPM higher than the Berserker right now.
Yeah, so this rotation from the Golden Veil proving to be very impactful as it gives some space. But here comes the Chain Spike with the Chalice coming out from Berserker. He's going to get taken very low. Another Blink is coming up. He's just going to try to juke and jive, but one more auto attack, and that will be the kill onto Berserker as he goes down. So yeah, despite that early kill onto Magebane, and he's going to go in with the Mana Rift. He's going to find Myrmidon, and he's going to take him out. Tundra even rotates up here in the top lane, but I don't even think he had any influence on that kill. Actually did use the cold shoulder, but middle lane, a dive again comes out from Armadon, and Dr. Repulsor still level 4. He is going to go down, so he just can't seem to really get anything going for himself. So yeah, the early laning phase, unfortunately, not going the way of Hellborn, but Legion really capitalizing on these rotations in the early game.
Yeah, I think the main thing to take away here is that they rotated 2 people away from the top lane just a little bit too early.
Yeah,
giving the Berserker not enough of a head start to face off against the Mage Bane. And when the Golden Veil rotated top, they didn't respond adequately enough, I guess.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. I feel like they needed to at least kill him maybe 1, perhaps even 2 more times, or just give him a significant level advantage to where he could, fight him one-on-one and box him out by himself. But that
they're going middle now.
We see middle lane, an attempt of a kill onto Armadon here,
Oh.
but he's doing so much return damage. He's gonna turn it around. Dr. Repulsor goes down. Does Armadon look to dive any further? A nice avoid on the wheat field there. Spines are coming out. Blitz is going to take lots of damage, but he's going to break the distance of the spines, and Berserker is coming in here. He's going to break the chain sap a little early there, but armor boots are going to keep him alive. Tundra with the haste rune. He's going for the dive. He gets the kill onto Blitz. He's looking for a kill onto the Myrmidon. He's got another piercing shards coming up here in 1 more second. Can he land it? He's going to take the tower hit, and he's going to go down. He oversteps his boundaries, taking the tower hits before he can land the piercing shard. So a little bit of a misplay there. But while this is all said and done, up in the top lane, Magebane and Golden Veil take the tower down. So yep, they jump out to a 5,700 gold and 4,900 experience lead at the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, it's the same kind of story as the last game, I think, where they are playing like 2 versus 5, and the rest of the team is just farming on the Legion side in this case.
Yeah,
so even when they get the kills and win the team fights, they get ahead.
Bottom lane, we have a Blitzkrieg stun coming out into the Whitfield combination onto Slither, but he's a little bit too tanky. He still has that Astrolabe ready to go. There he goes. He uses it. Pharaoh with the walls locking him down, but that's just going to put him in a bad spot as now he's forced to turn around. Wheatfield going to be avoided there by the Tundra. 1 more auto attack onto the Pharaoh is going to secure the kill for Slither, and now Myrmidon and Blitz are on the run. Tundra going to use the cold shoulder there, going to lock down the Myrmidon, and Blitz able to get out of range from that avalanche which just came up. Piercing shard attempt there, gonna be attempted but not gonna find Blitz as he gets on out of there. Dr. Repulsor is still level 5. He is just trying to find the levels. Once he gets that level 6, that's when he starts to come online a little bit to be able to help his teammates here. But he's gonna find it very soon in the middle lane.
Yeah, the Doctor is really a hero that just needs that help and needs the early levels. I would have liked for the Doctor to just rotate into the jungle and farm the small camp or something, or follow the medium camp. If you have a couple of levels, you can quite easily jungle with the Doctor.
Wall of Mummies come out here in the Hellborn Kongor area, and they're going to find the Tundra. Now, will the Legion team look to get revenge for their fallen comrade? Here comes the Chain Spike onto the Armadon. Armadon is taking lots of damage. He will fall before he can get any return kills, so it's a 2-for-0 exchange. Golden Veil is now here. He jumps in with the Dagger Dance, and he will try to get a return kill onto the Pharaoh, but no, he will not. That's a buyback coming out from the Armadon, and they give up 3 kills and a buyback to the Legion side when it's all said and done. Magebane just quietly doing his thing up here in the top lane, though.
I want to make a
As
bet
well
on what
as Slither.
Magebane is going.
I have no idea, and I will not guess. He's
I
sitting on 2,900
bet it's
gold,
going to be a
so-
staff. Staff should be fun.
That is a good guess. You know, it's one of those baits where I feel like it's, you know, the mock, but I don't feel like
Oh,
it's
they're going
definitely
on
gonna
him.
be a mock. Chainspike does come out here with the Magikarp. Is the Windfield going to come out in time? The lockdown is not going to bring him down.
Oh!
He even turns it around with the Mana Rip Berserker paying the price. The Weedfield is going to be avoided there by Magebane, and he is going to blink on out to safety. I gotta say, where did he have the Weedfield on cooldown? Because I was waiting for it and didn't see it.
Yeah,
come
he
out.
used it when the Magebane was spiked or chain spiked
Okay.
by the
Okay.
Berserker.
Okay, Pharaoh comes in. He's going to lock down the Armadon here, who picks up a Shaman Tetris. He is very tanky, taking hardly any damage there. Magebane regens up to full. He comes back in. Here comes a two-man Wrath of the Pharaoh, but he doesn't have mana for the Wall of Mummies. It's coming up in one more second.
Neutral.
Magebane actually dies to the Catman, who gets the stomp off. That's unfortunate, as now the wall comes out from Pharaoh. It's going to lock him down, but Blitz is going to go down when it's all said and done. And Armadon stacking those spines. He is going to dive here with the Tundra. He's going to get a double tap onto the Berserker as well. Pharaoh is going to be the lone survivor, but not for long. Dr. Repulsor comes flying in, but he's out of mana now. Can he get out in time? One more auto attack. No, he will get spined down by Armadon. It's a hat trick for Armadon. Blitz comes in as well. He's going to try to do some damage. Here comes the support from Myrmidon. And do they have the damage? Armadon is just tanking everything. He's even got those spines on autocast. He is pumping in the damage. He's going to try to do some sidestepping here with the tree line. And he is going to stack some more spines. Blitz is going to be forced to fall back. The cooldowns are coming back up. Magikarp and Weedfield. But Magebane is here now. Does he have a Mana Rift available? Not for 24
Twin
more
Blades.
seconds. Oh, he goes Twin Blade, so he slows down the Myrmidon for one hit. Here comes the auto attacks, and Blitz will fall. It's an ultimate warrior streak now for Magebane. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we've had Slither doing his thing very quietly. He's going to get gone on here by the trio of heroes from Hellborn. Auto attacks and the Wrath of the Pharaoh going to secure the kill when it's all said and done. So Slither finally gets a stop to his tower pushing. Look at the HP of that tower, 11 health. And they don't deny it. Oh my god, Armadon sneaks in for the last hit. He steals the tower hit, and now he's 1 versus 4. Magebane is coming in. Will it be in time to save Armadon? Armadon is tanking them all with the spines. He will bring down both the Dr. Repulsor and the Pharaoh. Armadon still holding strong with that regen. Twin Blades comes in from Magebane, gonna slow down the Blitz. The snipe attempt from Tundra with the piercing shards does not connect, and they will be forced to fall back.
Yeah, the Doctor just charged in and had 0 mana, and that's what we were kind of afraid of. That is like a very good target to Magebane ultimate, and the Magebane ultimate did 500 plus damage there. And that's only a level 1 Magebane ultimate as well. That starts scaling really hard, really fast.
Yeah, so Dr. Repulsor, unfortunately, I think doing a little more harm than help towards his teammates as he sets up the Mana Rift there. Golden Veil gonna get caught out here. He's gonna go down. Tower is taking a lot of pressure from Slither, though, in the meanwhile. Wrath of the Pharaoh comes out into the Wall of Mummies, gonna lock him down. Weedfield comes out to do some damage. Dr. Repulsor flying in, and he will go down. Dr. Repulsor picks up the double tap. Savage Sick comes out from Magebane as he takes down the Myrmidon, though, and Tundra comes in with the Avalanche onto Pharaoh. Pharaoh will fall, and now Berserker is on the run. Dr. Repulsor goes in very offensively here. He's going to get the hat trick onto Tundra, but Magebane, oh my god, look at that damage from the Twin Blades as he does chunks of Doctor's life, and he gets out just in time with the TP. Armadon, though, diving the middle lane, gets a hat trick onto the Berserker. Dr. Repulsor has healed up now. He is here with the ludicrous speed, and he will get the onslaught streak from, actually Myrmidon gets credit for that kill onto the Armadon. Magebane now here doing what he can. He's got a Mana Rift in 15 seconds, but he's going to be forced to blink away, but not in time as he gets locked down by the stuns. It's a double tap from Myrmidon in the base there, so they get some kills at least when it's all said and done.
Yeah, it's still looking pretty bleak again for the Hellborn team here, with Doctor being the top GPM with 233. And the lowest on the Legion side being the Goldenville with 250. That is, of course, because of how much towers they pushed by this point. And they're going bottom, actually.
Yeah, another Wrath of the Pharaoh, followed up by Ludicrous Speed from Doctor. Slither is going to be a sitting dock there. He's going to go down. Goldenville's like, bro, I wish you could sit on trees like me, but only I can. So they can't find me, but they found you. Sad to say.
Yeah,
Let's
and
get that
it
chill
seems
over
like the
here.
Armino's going for a staff here. That should be fun. I don't know if you have seen the Armadon staff in action, but you can actually roll over cliffs and stuff with that staff.
Yeah, so Armadon turns into this big rolling ball that can kind of just do... I think he goes invulnerable as well while he's rolling.
No, not invulnerable, but he
Not
is
invulnerable,
immune
he's
to
standard
crowd
reduction,
control.
maybe? Okay.
So it
Armadon
is quite
gonna
strong,
go down
actually.
Here. Golden Veil is going to be able to get on out. Mana Rift comes out for 674 damage as Magebane brings him down. Golden Veil did go down eventually. Now Berserker is on the run. He pops the Chalice. Does he have a Chain Spike? No, he does not. Magebane is going to auto attack him down. It's a hat trick for Magebane as well. So it's a complete genocide, actually.
And the Hellborn
was
voted
a,
the concede vote?
5 for 1, I believe. Yep.
Yeah.
Concede vote does come out from Hellborn, but it doesn't look like it's going through.
I
Just
mean,
yet.
to be perfectly honest with you, I am not seeing a very big MSI comeback here anytime soon.
Avalanche comes out on the Myrmidon. He goes down with that Ward of Sight in the base. And now Tundra's just going to kind of walk through their tower. Doctor comes in with the opposite charges, and he's going to lock down Tundra, so at least they get the return kill there onto the Tundra. Magebane does not have Mana Rift for another 65 seconds. Rather the Pharaoh, though, this has been Slither's kind of problem most of this game. He just gets kind of gone on here. He's got to tank the brunt of the damage from Hellborn's side, and he will go down. And now Blitz is going to die in response by the Magebane. Magebane's not done just yet, though. Golden Veil is here now. He's going to throw out the slow, but it's going to hit onto a creep, so he doesn't slow anybody. Wheatfield does connect onto Magebane, but he's got the Astrolabe, and he just walks it off.
This is also the first Magebane Ghost Marchers I've seen in 10 years of HoN, so
Yeah,
that's something
didn't
new.
really follow it up, but he picked up the Ghost Marchers into the Astrolabe following the Twin Blades, so...
I am seeing all kinds of new revolutionary builds from Bloody Chris here, so yeah.
Armadon has staff, he rolls into the Hellborn
He rolls
base
out,
there.
actually.
Yep, he rolls out as well. Literally tanked everybody, I think. Aside from, well, no, Myrmidon went down to Magebane.
Yeah, I think it's gonna have to go to a miracle here for the Hellborn side, but they're hanging on, so good for them. They wanted to play this out, I guess, and that's fair enough.
Yep.
I mean, they've come this far, and they do deserve at least that.
That's true. Pharaoh goes in here with the Wrath of the Pharaoh onto Slither. Man, this Slither's gotta be so annoyed at Pharaoh this game. It feels like he's eating every Wrath of the Pharaoh.
Oh!
Doctor uses all his mana and he gets immediately mana rifted, so it's a 1-for-1 exchange in the bottom lane, but Magebane isn't done. He throws out the auto attack onto Blitz. Pharaoh with the defensive wall of mummies there. Magebane blinks in with the Astrolabe. He's gonna heal for now, but he's gonna eventually go down as he takes down Blitz. And Armadon is in the front lines with Tundra. Avalanche comes out onto the Pharaoh. And Armadon, oh dear lord, is he going to go for the well dive? He's going to take so much damage. He dies to the tier 4s. So it's a 4-for-2 exchange with
buyback.
the Hellborn base.
Second buyback on the Armadon is used, and he's
Yep.
right back into the action.
Armadon ain't missing any action, that's for sure. Tundra does go down as the respawners come up from the Hellborn side. Here comes the roll from Armadon. There we go. Snotstorm is applied. Can he be brought down? Honestly, he's just
All he does is just face his back towards them.
He's just like, hit me in the back, bro. If you think you can bring me down, I want to see you do it. But Golden Veil is gonna get going on here. The ultimate from Blitz, the Lightning Shackles was used as well. Chain Spike coming out onto the Armadon. Do they have the damage to bring him down?
Oh!
Wheatfield is going to lock him down. Yes, they do.
They did it! The raid boss is down!
Wrath of the Pharaoh, did that miss? I believe it did. So there is going to use the Poison Burst And now that's going to force Berserker to fall back. I think Magebane's got him here with the final auto attack.
Magebane getting that ultimate up again.
Pharaoh and Slither are going at it, man. I feel like there is some merciless rivalry between those two this game.
Yeah, the Pharaoh has no mercy for that guy.
Magebane gonna get locked down here by the opposite charges, but he's gonna get the mana rift off. It's not gonna be enough damage in the end for the Myrmidon to go down. Cold Shoulder is gonna, or excuse me, the piercing arrows. Now the Cold Shoulder is gonna be used. Myrmidon will go down, but it will cost Thunder his own life in the Hellborn base. Doctor,
And that's actually a little bit of a comeback.
Oh yeah, Doctor picking up the spell shards. I love it. That's
We
gonna
did a
really
queue from
enhance-
mid-wars.
That's really gonna enhance his damage. Yeah, there's been nothing short of action in this game. We've had upwards of 60 kills, I think, total between these two teams.
Yeah,
I
it had been a very...
Slither game. Yep, see, he's feeling it. I told you, man. That Pharaoh's had Slither's number this game.
actually,
Man.
both the Pharaoh and the Doctor. The Doctor has been charging the
Yeah.
Slither all the time as well.
Yeah, if I was Slither, I would have been, you know, smashing that tablet button, tablet recipe this game for those items to deal with the Pharaoh.
Yeah, even
Yeah,
then, it's
that's
gonna be hard to
frustrating.
escape from the Doctor.
Speaking of Pharaoh, we have initiation here onto the Golden Veil, but he just leaps out of the wall like it's not a problem for him. Armadon is going to tank the wheat field here. He's got his back turned. I don't even think he was moving. He's got the roll available from the staff as he chooses. Here he goes in onto Myrmidon. Golden Veil is going to survive with barely any life. Tundra turns it around. He gets a double tap as he uses that avalanche. And now they're turning it on to Blitz. The taunts come out, and that's going to be a dead Blitz. Magebane going into the base here. Piercing shards come out onto Pharaoh, but it's not going to be enough for a kill. Another CC vote is going to be attempted here. GGs are being called by the Legion side and the Hellborn side, and seed vote does go through, and that will be game number 2, going the way of Eileen's Insight as they take the series.
Yeah, it's kind of the same story as the first game, right?
Right.
The Magebane and the
Adrenaline.
Forsaken Archer
Yep.
just farmed. And they just won the team
so,
fights.
Unfortunately, not too much to comment there, but very well played by Eileen's Insight as they take the series 2-0. Any final words before we jump into our finals match of the tournament?
Yeah, I hope to see spell starts Forsaken Archer again, actually. So, because
Okay, so we got a caster request coming out here for spell shards. Forsaken Archer. We'll see if that one actually goes through or not, though, Dutch.
I much hope so. All right.
Okay, that'll do it for this series. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, for the grand finals coming out very shortly. Finals, yep. Stay tuned.
fools.
Yes, we are! Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What the does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion.
You thought you were hot stuff.
Autonomy is an illusion.
Now you will be dead stuff. Mission complete.
Surrender. Won't be as dust. Unbelievable chance. Unbelievable next to the cherry, baby. Unbelievable chance. Unbelievable next to the cherry, baby. Dead men tell no tales. Stand in my way, and I will rip you in half.
sleep in hell. Heads will roll.
Suck me in slow, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. It's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control.
Annihilation. Double tap trick. Immortal annihilation.
Darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Suck me in.
Captain's pick.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for the HoN OMG finals with these last two teams versing each other. We just saw them face off, one team actually versus me, Shorkan, your main caster right now, and I'm joined by Dutch Onage as my co-caster. How are you doing, Dutch?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. Just saw the Legion team actually play the game, and it was very entertaining to watch, to say the least. So I'm hyped for them.
I mean, I saw some of that game as well, and it was a fun game to watch, to cast as well. I'm assuming, but I had fun.
Say the least.
But let's get into some of these bans. So we have a Bubbles, Kinesis, Magmus, and Geomancer. We've been seeing these heroes banned a lot. The Bubbles usually gets through it though. And the first two picks are going to be the Hellbringer and the Lodestone. I'm surprised Lodestone actually got through because it's been looking really strong this entire tournament.
Yeah, Lodestone has been in pickup almost every game, I believe. And we see the Hellbringer coming up for the Legion side. Now, the Hellbringer worked really well. I believe it was played by Whoop 2 games ago, and it worked out just really well. The healing is so insane on that hero.
Yeah, believe me, I felt that pain in the first game of the evening when I was playing my Kinesis against it and I just couldn't do anything. But that was then played by Snooki from the other side. So both teams have a good Hellbringer player, but we're just going to have to wait and see what they're going to combo with it, because that ultimate, of course, it has a huge AoE, so you can do a lot of combinations with it.
Yeah, and it's also a superior magic stun, so it goes through Shrunken and stuff. So that really counts out if the enemy team wants to pick something like a Tempest or whatever.
Yeah, for sure. Also very good just in general at pushing. Those Malphite actually deal extra damage to towers, which is insane, by the way.
Yeah, it might be that the Hellborn side might want to pick up something like an Electrician to deal true damage with his ultimate against the Hellbringer ultimate, to just nuke it down so they don't have to deal with it in the team fights and while pushing.
Yeah, for sure, but I think the Malphuses have more than 1,000 HP, but of course it is going to do a lot of work to bring them down. What's that item called again? The large AoE item.
Arcane Bomb?
Yeah, Arcane Bomb. How does that fare against the...
It does do damage against it, but it's the same thing as the Electrician. It's not enough to burst it down instantly, but it's just also really good to bring it down because there's a lot of money you get actually from it. It's like 200 gold or something, level 3 ultimate gives you.
Yeah, for sure. And a Nullfire Blade doesn't even insta-kill it.
Does it these days? I'm actually not
It
sure.
doesn't. It doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So Hellbringer is just very difficult to counter because it feels like you need 2 heroes to get that Arcane Bomb, but the Arcane Bomb has a cooldown on it when you buy it, so you can't buy 2 of them in a row.
Well, one trick you can actually do with the Arcane Bomb is you can buy the recipe, which only costs 110 gold. You can buy it instantly, and the cooldown will actually start ticking down. So if you think, okay, I want to pick up an Arcane Bomb in like 10 minutes, you can just buy the recipe now, and then your teammate can pick up an extra Arcane Bomb.
That's actually huge.
Yeah.
If I had known that before...
I'm pretty sure that's the Legion team knows that. Because I may have whispered it into their ears when I was scrimming with them.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see if the Hellborn team knows about this strategy. And we got a Puppet Master, probably going to be the carry for the Legion side, and Tundra being picked up for the Hellborn side. Now, we saw it being run bottom in a tri-lane just now, but we'll have to wait and see where it goes now, because it's also a very strong mid-hero.
Yeah, Tundra with that ultimate level 6 being able to gank almost any hero, because it just allows for so much lockdown. A 3-second stun, 150 damage, together with the piercing shards can burst down almost any hero.
Yeah, for sure. And it's also the fact that the attack speed of nearby enemies is slowed by 50%. And that's not something you can, scoff at. That's going to be huge when you have a Puppet Master who wants to auto-attack afterwards or next to it, but just won't be able to get that many hits in. So now we have the bans coming in. We have an Oogie, Madman, Berserker, and Nighthound. So both teams actually banning carries. So does this mean that the Hellborn side does not think Puppet Master is going to be their carry?
Yeah, I'm a bit shocked because the Legion side has 3 already farm-dependent heroes. Hellbringer, Pebbles, and Puppet Master are all 3 heroes that kind of do need some level of farm. So you might think that they will not pick up an extra carry in this, and I was wrong.
Yep. They played it just now in the mid lane against the Dr. Repulsor, and that ended up working really well. And now it might actually just be that the Puppet Master is actually going to be played as a support.
Yeah, or maybe in an offensive trial lane, because the Puppet Master does allow for a lot of lockdown on his hero with both the Q and the W, the Puppet Hold and the Puppet Show. And it's just a lot of lockdown you get extra in a trial lane.
I actually wanted to talk about Lord Sulfuras because the passive damage from the Armadon, the reduction from Armadillo, that actually acts as a heal for Armadon. So when you have a Sulfuras, he won't actually heal the health back. Or at least this is how it used to work. And if that's the case, then they can do full damage from behind.
If you have a sacrificial stone, does that mean you heal 10% more? So you heal like 55%?
Could be. But then again, what is yeah, you can turn it from a power supply into a sac stone.
Yeah, it's only 800 gold. It might be worth it. I always loved picking a sac stone on the Chronos because you have that rewind. And
but then again,
yeah.
What's more valuable in the end, an item slot or 5% more damage reduction when you can do the same from getting an armor item or magic armor?
Yeah, it's true. It's more like an early game item than anything else.
And wow, actually a Draconis coming in from the Hellborn side, so I think this is going to be one of the first junglers we see in this tournament.
Yeah, Snooki is a very good Draconis player. I'm surprised that the Legion side did not choose to ban the Draconis because Snooki's Draconis is a bit famous in the high TMM scene, as you can call it. But now, they might just not fit jungler as much as they used to.
Yeah, for sure, because the meta right now seems to be that people are manning up a lot with dual lanes or tri-laning, and having a jungler kind of gets rid of that. But all right, so we have a Valkyrie as the last pickup for the Legion side, and what do you think of that?
I feel like there are a lot of very farm-dependent heroes on the Legion side.
Yeah, it's going to have to be Whoop supporting, right, on that Puppet Master.
Yeah, I think actually Valkyrie supporting maybe, or even the Hellbringer supporting. Because I don't think Puppet Master fares as well as a support hero as the other heroes do. But another thing that is noticeable is that the Legion or the Hellborn side doesn't seem to have any carry potential.
Except for the Draconis, if he chooses to build it in that way.
Yeah, I mean, Draconis isn't really the hard carry that some of the other heroes here are, right? Like the Puppet Master.
Yeah, that's for sure. But yeah, this Legion draft, you might know the players better, but I think Purple, I'm not going to try and say that name, has been semi-supporting this entire series. So it could be that it's a semi-support Pebbles with a full support Hellbringer.
Yeah.
And then with Puppet Master farming, Valkyrie getting some farm, and Armadon getting some farm. So those two heroes, the Pebbles and the Hellbringer, who usually need a lot of farm, they will not be actually taking that much farm and will instead just be there for utility.
I know that Whoop has been the one that has been farming almost every round. So seeing him and the Puppet Master does make me believe that he wants to go for a farming Puppet Master, which I do like against the enemy team. Just the lockdown with also the pick-off potential that the Puppet Master provides, even though the enemy has the bird to scout, is quite big, of course. Puppet Master is a very dangerous hero. And I think that is going to be something like a trial lane with Hellbringer, Pebbles, and Valkyrie, and then the Armadon in the other lane.
Yeah, I think Armadon's going to go middle, just like last game, right?
They could try to send the Armadon into the solo lane, because Armadon is a hero that does a lot of damage if he gets the chance to do a lot of damage. So if he like can chase them down, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it came out stupid, but I mean, if like there's a long way where you can chase them, the Armadon does a lot of damage because he needs to start stacking up that spine burst. While the Puppet Master
I get
is
what
way
you
more
mean.
bursty.
I get what you mean, but an Armadon is a lot more difficult to gank in the mid lane. So it could be a Valkyrie solo bottom as well, because that hero proves to do quite well in solo lanes.
Another thing what you have to keep in mind is that if the Valkyrie wants to come and gank the mid lane, the Puppet Master is a very strong hero to have in the mid lane at that point, because all the Puppet Master needs to do is use Puppet Hold on someone, and the Valkyrie can hit a very easy arrow from that point.
True. A lot of good points coming in for the Legion laning stages, but what about for the Hellborn? So I think it's assumed that Draconis will be going into the woods.
I'm not sure.
Because
Draconis
I think a
does seem
Draconis
very
farms
weak.
so fast.
True. And maybe if the Andro can like stack a little bit, maybe with that Aurora as well, they can start stacking up to Draconis real farms. And it seems like they're all going top right now.
Yep. Boatzone actually buying a Striders. I wonder if he's going to be selling it. Yeah, he is going to be selling it. All right. Why is this happening again? Like, Dutch, are you seeing the same thing as I'm seeing?
Yeah, it's the same stuff yesterday, was right?
Man, these glitches, like, somebody really needs to fix this.
Okay, we're back, right?
Yeah, everyone's back, I think. Okay, well, we see the Hellborn team having a party in the woods.
I'm not
chopping
sure
down a bunch of trees.
The players didn't respond to it, so it might just be on our side then.
Yeah. But they're all playing a little bit lumberjack
yeah, this is like
right now.
I feel like this is a bonding experience for the Hellborn team here.
Yeah, for sure. It's like
camping
lumberjack
together in the
simulator.
woods. Yeah. Mass deforestation of New Earth, this game is called, I believe.
Yeah, so, they're just matching up to the environmental issues that we face in the world today.
By clearing more trees. Yes, that is exactly the way they should do it.
Yeah.
Everyone go out and cut down a tree today to save the environment.
And, of course, Draconis is going to burn down the forest afterwards and release a lot of more CO2 into the air. And
That's
it's going to be
thematic.
absolutely great.
All right, so yeah, he does have Draconis can take those stacks really easily, and him having that hard camp completely cut down will make it a lot easier for him.
Ooh,
and I think
the ward by Mate actually spotted that ward being placed. So Andromeda is going to get an easy counter ward.
Look at the ref wards.
Yeah, I know, it's right on the edge.
Outside.
It's so sad.
The ref ward was placed later, right? So it must have been outside the reach.
Yeah, for sure. So we are going to see Lavender farming short lane with the Sulfuris against the Suicide Valkyrie, with Puppet Master farming versus a Lodestone.
Jungle Pebbles.
Yeah, he's synced with mid right now, and I think he's going for the early, that item, Grave Locket.
I don't think we guessed Jungle Pebbles, and he missed the stack. Oh, that is rough, actually.
Yeah, but these creeps are so difficult to stack right now.
Yeah, the camp is a little bit buggy at the moment, I believe. Where
they made it so you can't pull the lane creeps anymore. But having a Pebbles there, if you manage to get the Chuck into the creep wave,
Armadon doing a lot of damage on the Tundra mid lane.
Yeah,
and it's a lot of stacks on the spine.
I'm happy to see that Esthon did get a power supply, so they knew that the Armadon was going to go middle. He was prepared for it. He got the power supply, but is it really going to make a difference if Armadon is doing this much damage to him? Like, a health bot is now sent into him as well.
Yeah, and the Armadon can do a lot of damage, but the Armadon is also almost out of mana here.
What damage coming out from the tower is Armadon? He's actually just going to run away, heal up using the potion. Can he cancel the health potion from Tundra? He's going to try, and it's not going to work.
Tundra will miss XP for sure.
Yeah,
so
and
that's actually a smart play. Yeah.
It was a good attempt by Esthon, but
and the Pebbles is rotating middle right now. Oh, arrow coming. Will he spot it? Oh,
yeah, he does spot it. And Pebbles actually camping the runes, so that's going to be important for Tundra to get those runes, because he's going to get harassed a lot by this Armadon.
Yeah, but the moment he will get a bottle, he will definitely be fine, I think. Might even be argued to pick up something like a refreshing ornament just for those heals passively.
Yeah.
But I am a bit surprised about this Pebbles jungle, because they are basically sacrificing the top lane with that Pebbles instead of having a 2 versus 2 lane, which I think they could easily contest this lane.
Yeah, and the same thing goes for the fact that they actually went for a Valkyrie on the suicide lane, and he has been throwing arrows to mid, but I'm not a big fan of having a Valkyrie in your team as a suicide laner because it feels very weak. If they get one stun on him, then he's gonna have to go back and regen, and the leap has an incredibly long cooldown at level 1.
35 seconds, yes. It is just a very weak suicide hero, in my opinion. And compare that to the Lodestone, which is a lot more threatening early on, and has that stun, which only got 20 seconds cooldown, and is still one of the longer ones.
Yeah, and they're actually going in on the Lodestone down in bottom lane with the hold now coming out from the Puppet Master, but he's so tanky. He is going to be hit by the DOT. Can they get one more auto attack? Oh, they don't even need it. That's first blood for the Legion side. Well played from the Hellbringer, keeping his DOT for the very last second so that they could get as many auto attacks in as possible. But look at this. Before 4 minutes, Draconis is already level 6.
And he has triple stack Ancients here as well, ready to go.
With a haste rune in the bottle.
I'm curious what he's going for.
Look at mid lane. Pebbles actually going behind the Tundra, but unfortunately he ends up missing the stun, ruining the gank attempt. But now Hellbringer is actually rotating over. So are they still going to try for something?
They're going on the...
Armadon might actually be in trouble because Andro with a nice rotation. Tundra is here now. He does have the shards ready, and the damage was intense. Draconis also running in for good measure. And now he's going to go back to farming triple ancients.
The aura from the Andromeda giving -4 armor.
Oh, look at the arrow coming in mid. Oh, that was really close to the Tundra.
Ooh. That was actually well played by Aston there. Dodging the arrow at the last second. And he picked up boots right now. Yeah, the Armadon seems to be having some issues here right now.
Yeah, he's not having as good a time as he did just now, but Tundra does need to be careful not to take too much damage from all the spines that are gonna be coming out.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes the Draconis though. He does have the ulti. Is he gonna pop it? Yes, he is. He has the Ghost Marchers, and he is gonna port in front of the Armadon, and he falls immediately. Here comes an arrow, but it's gonna not hit. Lodestone comes in with the stun, with the piercing shards, and it is enough to kill the two heroes in mid.
Yeah, big rotations from both the Draconis and the Lodestone, really locking down its Armadon so he cannot spike off like we've seen in the last few games. And yeah, just well played by the Hellborn team, I guess.
And just look at this, the Hellborn team, 3 GPMs around the 400. Salfor is actually at 460 GPM. I'm assuming that he also farmed some jungle camps on the left side, because just from the lane, it's not really possible to get that high GPM.
Yeah, and the Andromeda has that Gravelock and is actually going around to try and kill the Valkyrie here.
He is going to be missing a threat, and Valkyrie is going to have to dodge the stun. Oh, he fake casted it, so now he's going to get the cast off. One more Q from Salfor should do it. He's going to ulti instead. Is it going to be enough? I think so.
Valkyrie's and they stall the Pebbles rotation.
Yep.
They stall the Pebbles rotation with the ward near the rune there. So the Andro knew when to back off and not to run into the Pebbles. But yeah, the Pebbles that was jungling initially, just not having as much of an impact as they may have wanted.
Puppet Show coming in the bottom lane on the Lodestone, but Lodestone does have a stun available and he is going to be safe. Pebbles actually getting stunned up by the Andromeda, but it does not look like they're going to be chasing mid lane. We have Tundra actually using Avalanche in on the Armadon, but he is hitting his back, of course, so there is not going to be enough damage. He does have the piercing shards, but he was already too far away.
Maybe he should have been a little bit more patient. It seemed like the piercing shards was on cooldown, I assume, or did he not have the mana for it?
I think it was on cooldown.
Yeah, I guess he should have waited a few more seconds before he could actually pick off the Armadon there. The Armadon with the Armadillo, of course, being very tanky. And that's unfortunate, because that is quite a decently long cooldown for the early game stage.
Yep, and Armadon is actually really not having a good time versus this Tundra middle.
Draconis
so,
going bottom.
yep, Draconis flying in bottom. Lodestone is there with the ultimate if he wants to use it. Mid lane, we do have some harassment coming in, but here comes in the ulti from Lodestone at the bottom lane. He is going to be stunning up the Puppet Master. Can he get out? Is the damage enough? Yes, and even the Puppet Master ulti is being used, and that's not actually going to be doing anything to this Lodestone.
The ultimate was on the Draconis actually.
On the Draconis, oh wow.
Yeah. You saw the Hellbringer use this demonic wave on the Puppet Master ultimate right there, and it's landed on the Draconis.
Yeah.
So that was.
Oh, look at this.
interesting.
Andromeda has a swap. He is going to be slowing the Armadon. Here comes in the swap. There's going to be a huge stun coming out from the Avalanche, but wow. Those
just had the
piercing
piercing
shards
shards.
deal so much damage.
Yeah, especially with the Andromeda Q, or so the Andromeda Aura, because I believe it is mixed damage. No, it is magic damage actually.
It's magic damage?
Yeah, they changed it into magic damage. So
Oh wow.
forget what I just said. It's just not true. But
It used
the
to be
Valkyrie
mixed
ultimate,
damage.
yeah, the Valkyrie ultimate almost enough to actually save the Armadon there, but yeah, this Armadon is not having a good time. And actually, Lodestone
Oh,
setting
look
up
at
middle.
this. Andromeda is going to be hit by the Hellbringer Q. The Demonic Wave is there as well, but Tundra is nearby. The Hellbringer ulti comes out, but the Hellborn is just turning this really well. Hellbringer really low. He's going to get chased down. Lodestone does miss his ultimate, but does it even matter? Because now Valkyrie might be in trouble. Here comes in the snow
No
from
leap.
the Tundra. He does have the piercing shards ready, so that is a dead Valkyrie.
Yeah, as
Oh,
we
wow.
said earlier, there are a lot of heroes that just need farm. Both Hellbringer, Pebbles, and to some extent the Valkyrie need farm to be useful. While heroes like the Andromeda are just useful without actually needing that much farm. And that's what we see the difference right now. Of course,
Yeah,
the
right now,
Draconis and the Sulfuras having 500 GPM definitely helps them here.
Yeah, and you can see that the Puppet Master is trying his best to keep his GPM up to make sure that he is going to be the saving grace of his team, but
Draconis
I
going bottom
wonder
again,
if
trying
it's
set
going to
up
be
another
enough.
kill. Draconis flew bottom with the Draconic defense. It's so easy to set up a kill with that hero. But I'm kind of surprised that he did not choose to get a rod, because I believe they did actually see him fly over the ward here. So they might try to bait this.
Oh, here's Lodestone. He is going to be running into a Pebbles as well as a Hellbringer, but here's the Draconis. He's going to be there with a 3-man queue. Lodestone is dropping down though, but does pop his ulti to get some extra defense. Maybe they can get out. Nice Valkyrie ult coming in, so no one ends up dying.
Yeah.
So I guess
I'm
Valkyrie is being useful for his ultimate right now.
yeah, I'm a bit surprised that the Hellborn team decided to not pick up Dusty yet on any of the heroes.
Yeah, it's definitely necessary, but look at this. Andromeda and Tundra in mid lane. Do they want to try for something? No, Andro is just going to go back to stacking for the Draconis, because I think... no. Unfortunately for him, the Ancients over there were not tripled, but...
Yeah, Andromeda is actually going to triple these Ancients in their jungle right now.
As well
And
as
that's
the
just
hard
so
camp.
much farm for Draconis.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Snooky enjoys going for a Spell Sunder on this hero. In combination
Spell
with
Sunder
the
in
Soul Trap,
combination
it's
with a
really
mock,
strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
In
we're just
combination
gonna have
with
to
a
wait and
mock
see
or
what
Spell
he
Sunder.
buys. Yep.
Yeah, it's just such a strong hero, and he's saving up for something right now. He could also choose to go for an early Shrunken, maybe, if they want to finish this early, because I still believe that the Legion side does have late game if they decide to go for very late.
Yeah, for sure. But then Puppet Master really needs to boost up his farm a bit more, and there are some stacks in the Legion Woods, but Armadon is actually going to go and farm them right now, because he's also having trouble.
Yeah, and the Puppet Master is playing so defensively right now.
Yep.
He's so afraid of this Lodestone just bursting him down, together with anyone of the other team. And yeah, that is all because the Lodestone is such a difficult hero to kill. They cannot push him out of the lane. And any time that the Lodestone is in this lane, the Puppet Master needs to be careful, because that's just the squishiness of the Puppet Master in the early stage of the game.
Yeah. Now we
And
see
he is
the
going to be
Draconis.
building... He's building up his Shroud right now, it seems. And I do
Yeah,
definitely
he
like
has
that.
to.
Yeah, because that allows them to start setting up ganks, because the Pebbles is not getting a PK anytime soon. The Armadon with farm is not going to be able to set up any ganks. And the Valkyrie does not provide that easy stun that they need to start setting up ganks. And I think that
I
is...
would really like to see the Hellborn pick up some more magic armor on their team. Maybe something like a Gnomes or a Barrier. It looks like Sulfuras might go for a Barrier, but look at the Legion team and how much of their damage is actually magical. The
they're
Puppet
going
Master
to set up a
ulti.
bottom lane.
Yeah. But Lodestone, is that really the target they want to gank? He's actually lowest in GPM right now on the Hellborn side.
I think they're just looking for any kills at this point, because the Pebbles and the Hellbringer kind of depends on getting kills to boost that GPM.
Look in mid lane, we have Tundra jumping in on the Armadon, and immediately the Valkyrie ulti is popped. But here comes the Hellbringer ulti. Pebbles is there as well with the stun. Nice swap coming out from the Android to keep him alive, as well as the Astrolabe healing him back up to almost full. And then the turn going in on the Pebbles. Now he's going to get hit by a 5-second arrow, and Armadon almost falls down. But they're getting some auto attacks in on the Tundra. Is it going to be enough? It doesn't look like it. Andro does get the stun in on the Puppet Master. Demonic Wave actually hitting 3 targets, as well as his Q hitting the Lodestone and the Lord Sulfuras. But everybody on the Hellborn side actually surviving. So well played by the Andromeda, making sure this Tundra could get a little bit safer.
Yeah, the Tundra save actually is really big, because the Tundra allowed himself to be healed up with the Astro and just a bottle charge afterwards, allowing him to turn on the Pebbles in return. So just great rotations from the Hellborn side, instantly porting a couple of people middle, and great positioning by the Andromeda, being ready there to save his teammate. And the Lord of Force actually picks up a haste rune. And
Yeah,
going
he's
for
going to be
Pebbles.
looking for a kill on Pebbles, and does Pebbles have any idea? It does not look like it. He does, of course, have the ability to chuck him away, but he's going to stun him up first. Here comes Andromeda, though. Comet Stun coming in. He's not going to be tossed away, and this is going to be an easy kill for the carry Sulfuras.
Yeah, the Pebbles ported top to get to that rune, or to get to that farm. And the haste rune, Sulfuras, is just so hard to escape from. I'm a little bit surprised by the Ice Brand pickup. It's not really an item you would instantly think of picking up on a Sulfuras. That's probably going to be something like a Frostholf Skull, which is, of course, a very powerful item. But
Yeah, it's
something
going to
like
give
a
him the
Mock
chance.
would have maybe
Well, I
been
mean, the
better
Mock
here.
is already being picked up by the Draconis, so
That's true.
I'm assuming they don't want to be stacking Mocks, because that's not the most effective way to play this game, I think.
Are you sure about that? Have you ever tried it? Oh, Draconis taking a triple stack here.
Again.
From the enemy side.
Oh, you mean Sulfuras?
Sulfuras, sorry, yeah, Sulfuras taking the enemy triple stack here.
And at the same
So
time,
there's-
Draconis is farming their own triple stack on the Ancients.
Yeah, they have 2 heroes almost at 600 GPM. That's actually quite insane. Draconis is farming so hard, and Sulfuras has just been doing really good in the lane, being 3-0.
Oh, look at this in the mid lane. Lodestone is looking for an ulti, but not going to happen. And now we have the Andromeda going top. He does have his swap available, so Valkyrie, does he know that this is going to happen? Here he goes. He's going to try and fake the stun out. Does he get the swap back? No, he does not.
Valkyrie was also ready to actually cast his ultimate there, but decided to cancel it instead, looking for a better opportunity. But I feel like this may have to start doing something. The score is 2-10 in favor of the Hellborn. And it seems like the Legion side is losing momentum as we speak. They don't really have any way to gank right now without the Pebbles PK, without the Papa Master's Shroud.
But the Shroud was just picked up, so that is the... Oh, swap coming in mid. Armadon, really tanky target. He does have an Astrolabe, but here comes in the Lodestone. He's got the ultimate. Is it going to be enough damage? He is going to fall in the end, but look at Draconis. He's actually really close to dying. Here comes in the Demonic Wave, and what a toss coming out from the Pebbles, and the auto attacks finishing off that Lodestone. Nice arrow coming out from the Valkyrie hitting the Andromeda. Are they going to commit to it? Does not look like it.
No, I think it's smart from the Legion side to back off here. They used a lot of important ultimates, even the Puppet's ultimate used on Sulfuras, but of course Sulfuras having that Shaman's headdress not being damaged by quite a lot.
Yeah, so they immediately make use of that Shroud, getting a 2-for-2? Or was it a 1-for-2? A 1-for-2, actually. So,
Oh, 1-for-2, yeah.
So they make use of their entire team. Maybe the Hellborn was a little bit too confident in attacking the Armadon in the back because Draconis was reduced to below half health from all those spine bursts.
Yeah, and that is also an 600 GPM Draconis that falls there. That's a lot of gold and a lot of XP that goes towards the Legion side here that they actually need to come back. I'm curious what the Puppet is going to do next, if he's going to keep farming the jungle or if he's going to take a more active role in this game. Of course, we have the Sephoris now rotating into the jungle. This, of course, gives the Valkyrie a little bit more space on the top side. But
ideally, I think we would want to see the Puppet Master gank every time his ulti is off cooldown.
Yeah,
and for the rest of the time, just be farming.
The Andro is such a good pickup against that Puppet Master because it just allows the target that's being swapped to be saved from whatever lockdown they have.
Yeah,
so
I think Andromeda is absolutely disgusting, actually, in how good that hero is at saving his allies.
And also just
here comes in the swap. They're going in on the Armadon again. He does have the Avalanche. Are they going to hit him in the back or in the front? This time, they are going to hit him a lot in the back, but there is no turn coming out from the Legion this time because the Hellbringer ulti was still on cooldown, so it's smart that they don't take that fight. Pebbles might actually be in trouble, but is he going to get caught? Valkyrie leaping away. It does not look like the Legion is in any danger.
So Force decided
look
to
at bottom lane. Lodestone actually picking up the dust right now, and they're going in on the Puppet Master. And wow, the damage they're doing. But he's going to be attacking himself with the... Oh. He was actually attacking the Lodestone and not attacking the Puppet. If he had been attacking the Puppet, it would have been very dangerous for this Draconis.
Yeah, he was just a bit out of range of the Puppet because the Puppet show does actually always prioritize the ultimate. So this own puppets or voodoo puppets with the puppet show.
Well, I think it works in the way that it prioritizes heroes of their own team, and the Puppet is then seen as a hero. But because Lodestone was closer by, it could be that he was forced to attack the Lodestone instead of the Puppet.
I am not quite sure that is the case, but I'm gonna have to trust you on this one. And they're going in the mid lane
coming
again.
in on the Armadon again. Dragon and Sulfuras porting in there. And what an ulti from the Hellbringer, hitting all four from the Hellborn. But, they do have the dust this time, and they are going to be chasing. Dawnbringer actually picked up on the Lord Sulfuras. He's going for a very mobile build. But Puppet Show is there to stop the Sulfuras with the arrow to finish him off. And did the Hellborn go in a bit too far? We'll have to wait and see. Puppet Master does get stunned up by the Lodestone there. He's taking a lot of damage, but he can turn. Can he turn? No, the Dragon is going to be too strong. In the meantime, the Hellbringer also... Valkyrie also ends up falling. So,
that was a very greedy dive from the Sephoris. And even though they got Sephoris there by diving a tier 2 tower, it's still such a poor fight for the Legion team because they fall with 4 heroes for only 2 kills. It's difficult.
It's difficult if you're the Legion team right now.
Yeah, they're just so far behind the GPM. You're playing against 2 heroes with 600 GPM and the Tundra with 400 GPM. How do you come back to this?
Look at bottom lane. Hellbringer is actually just getting killed by the Draconis straight up. And Armadon is there to try, but it is a little bit too late. So Snooki doing insane amount of work with that 600 GPM. He did pick up the Spell Sunder after the Muck, as we were saying, so he's going to be doing a lot of AoE damage around him.
Yeah, I think this all comes back to the Pebbles pick and the Pebbles laning decision. Choosing to go for jungle Pebbles instead of a more useful laning Pebbles or a more useful role for the Pebbles really means that the Pebbles without a PK is just not really a big threat as it usually is, and they're going in the mid lane.
Looking at mid lane, there is a portal key on the Tundra. Is he going to be using it? They want to find a bigger fish. Exactly. They are going to be able to spot him if he was not invis, but... Ooh, arrow almost hitting the... and they found him. They're going to go in immediately. Avalanche in on the Puppet Master, but nice toss back from the from the Pebbles, and nice puppet show, stopping the Lodestone from doing anything. Hellbringer might be in trouble though. Draconis is, Lord Sulfuras is there. So
Yeah, that
well
was a really
played
good play from the
Legion
Pebbles there.
Legion team.
Having the idea to just throw the Puppet
Oh,
Master back
Pebbles
on
is
his own
here,
wave
but
here.
he's going to be spotted out. He's taking a lot of damage. Is he going to fall? Puppet Show coming in on the Lords of Force, disabling for a long time. Pebbles does end up falling to the Tundra, and here we have Puppet Master. He's in a lot of trouble as well, but the Hellbringer ulti stunning the entire Hellborn team, but Tundra turns on the Hellbringer. He's going to fall, and here we have Draconis standing in the middle of everything, doing that insane damage, but Puppet Master with the crit from Invis almost bringing down the Draconis, but wow.
Yeah, that's another 5-for-1 team fight. It's grim, like the Sulfuras did have the Puppet Master ultimate on him, but he just didn't care. That's
Yeah.
the Sulfuras with a Shaman's Headdress and a Dawnbringer to heal up so much. And he
Yeah,
just
I'm
doesn't
not
care.
sure about the choice to ulti up the Sulfuras because he's the only one with the Shamans, and that's going to reduce the damage by a lot.
True, because the Puppet Master ultimate is all magic damage right now. I would have liked maybe to target or to prioritize the Draconis with that ultimate, because the Draconis seems to be doing a lot of damage, while the while the Sulfuras is mainly just healing a lot and not really being as much of a threat as the Draconis is.
Yeah, they're doing quite a good job of kiting the Sulfuras, but kiting the dragon is a lot more difficult because he's got the Ghost Marchers, he's got the Mock, so he's always going to be doing damage if he's nearby.
Yes, exactly. Alright, so what do you think the Legion team needs to do here?
Well, I think the fight they just took, where they had that huge save from the Pebbles, that was great,
Valkyrie
but
ultimate.
it's just overly obvious right now that they cannot take team fights until they get a pick-off. So they need a valuable hero from the Hellborn side, preferably the Draconis or the Tundra, to fall before they take such a team fight.
Yeah, and I think the only one that can actually do that right now is the Puppet Master. The only target, or the only guy that can actually start picking off heroes. So there's a lot of weight resting on the shoulders of this Puppet Master right now to start doing stuff for his team. But the Puppet Master does have to be careful for that Andromeda swap, because wherever he
look
goes
at this
on...
Hellbringer overstaying is welcome. He's going to be healing a lot from the damage he's doing to the creeps, but it's not going to be enough. And now I think the Hellborn team is setting up for the Kongor or for a push top.
And I
They
think
do
this
find the
also
ward.
this comes back to the weakness of the Armadon in the mid lane. I mean, Armadon mid lane is really great if you're doing very good, and if you're looking to pick up objectives. But the Armadon in the mid lane, if he's doing poorly, is just so weak. And compared that to something like a Tundra, if the Tundra wasn't doing very good right now... oh, the GG's been called.
Yep. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That was the first game of a best of 3 in the finals of the HoN OMG tournament. Wow, what a performance from the Hellborn side. They played it phenomenally. They just made sure to get what they wanted. They didn't care about how the Legion was laning. They just laned in however they wanted to, it felt like.
Yes and no. The Legion team gave the Hellborn team a lot of space to just farm. And I think that comes back to that Pebbles positioning. So what maybe would have been better here is send the Puppet Master solo bottom against the Lodestone and send a Trilane top to try and contest that. So the Andromeda cannot just freely stack for the Draconis.
Yeah, for sure. They needed to apply a lot more pressure on the passive gameplay that the Hellborn was doing, because putting a Pebbles in the woods at the start just made it very easy for the Hellborn side to, as I said, do whatever they wanted to, because there was no pressure on mid, because Pebbles wasn't able to get the gank self on the Tundra. Then there was no pressure on the top lane, so the Lord Sulfuras had free farm, and there was no pressure on the Draconis. And Lodestone is a very difficult hero to kill. So everything that the Hellborn did in the laning phase was just farm. They managed to just out-farm the enemy heroes, and with some good rotations coming out from both the Lodestone and the Andromeda, they actually managed to pick up a couple of kills on the Armadon.
And this also comes back to the where they decided to position the heroes, because the Armadon just can't really gank. The only
Yeah.
thing he can do is sit middle and be annoying, but being annoying doesn't kill enemies, generally speaking. And the same thing for the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie can't really set up kills like a Lodestone can.
Yeah, for sure.
So
Anyways,
is that, yeah, final thoughts?
I think, final thoughts is what we just mentioned. I think the laning phase just needs to go a lot better for the Legion team because they were showing signs of being really good in team fights. So if they're able to really apply that after not having, I'd say, a difficult laning phase, then they can actually, start to capitalize on these team fights.
I think one thing we're going to see is a ban on the Draconis, because you just see that Snooki is a very good Draconis player. And if he's left unharmed, then he can just farm up to 700 GPM. And it's a very easy target to just ban and not have to deal with.
Yeah, I think it came in as a surprise as well, because it was the last pick, if I'm not mistaken.
I am
Anyways,
not sure.
That was game 1. And we will be seeing you in a couple of minutes for game 2 of this best of 3.
Captain's pick.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 2 of the HoN OMG Finals. That first game was pretty one-sided. I'm wondering what the Hellborn team is now going to be doing to be able to turn it. So we're gonna see a Swiftblade ban, actually.
And the
That's
Kinesis ban as
interesting.
well. I think we've seen that
Yeah.
basically every match right now.
Yeah, the Kinesis is definitely nice to ban out, as well as the Hellbringer. But now the Andromeda is still available, and the Hellborn side made such good use of it just now, so they're gonna pick it up again.
Yeah, Andro is just such a powerful hero. It's worked out brilliantly last time, so I'm not surprised that they pick it up again against basically any kind of aggression from the opposite team. It's just swap is such a powerful tool, right?
Yeah, for sure. And they also managed to set up a lot of kills with it as well. And we have an Emerald Warden as the first pick, but I mean, we saw it a couple of times, but has it really been that successful, the Emerald Warden? I mean, the
It
Overgrowths
was
are
a
annoying.
tri-lane, right? It was a
Yeah, it
tri-lane.
was-
Where it was
Yesterday was a tri-lane,
very, yeah. It was very powerful in the tri-lane. It actually surprised me a bit where the Overgrowth managed to set up a couple of kills. I think that was on the game with Iraq's team versus... I'm not sure
versus
anymore.
Asaf's team, I think.
Yeah, versus
Or-
Asaf's team, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna have to wait and see how much effect it's gonna have this game. They're picking up a Martyr, so these are two heroes that are just very annoying. Because
Yeah,
a
and,
Martyr, yeah, you want to pick up a Nullfire or a Sand Scepter when you're playing versus a Martyr, just to make sure that you kill the target you're targeting instead of him being healed up fully immediately.
Especially if the Martyr manages to pick up something like a Storm Spirit. It actually negates all the damage dealt during the wings if you manage to Storm Spirit the targets right at the end of the wings.
Yeah, that's
Or
just
right when the
a-
wings end.
That's a ridiculous ability, especially if you get it early on. Of course, all other heroes on the Hellborn side can also choose to storm the target that has Guardian Angel on them. So I would actually like to see maybe another hero picking it up if Martyr is full supporting, because otherwise that storm is going to be quite late in the game.
Yeah, and I feel like the Legion side right now is just picking up 3 heroes that's I see personally as just 3 very powerful heroes. And that I look at the Hellborn side, and it's more like niche pickups, right? Emerald Warden, Martyr, they're not really instantly come to mind as heroes that are insanely powerful. Especially the Magnus has been banned almost every match that it has that I have seen so far. So I'm not surprised that it's being picked up here right now.
Yeah, and a Blacksmith, another one of those niche picks, but Blacksmith actually has the ability to be really strong, but he needs farm for it. So having a Staff of the Master on Blacksmith makes it really strong, as well as a Jade Spire, but this is a huge amount of farm that you need to commit to this hero.
Yeah, but Blacksmith is also just a very powerful hero. I played Blacksmith a lot recently, and the moment you just pick up like armor boots and maybe some magic armor, you're practically unkillable, because you just get so much strength per level, and it's just so hard to kill for like a caster hero, which he kind of is. And then the moment you get that staff, you get the potential to basically one-shot anyone if you're lucky enough. So it's a very fun hero to play. It's a very fun hero to see, I think. And I'm excited.
Yeah, for sure. So you have the... it is going to be, of course, a chance to kill people, but if it works out, I mean, luck is a skill as well, right?
Luck is definitely a skill.
Yeah. You have to be good at being lucky.
Exactly. I always hear from Asaf that I'm good at 2 heroes, and that is playing Blacksmith and playing Tarot with the crit on his chance on his ultimate. So
yeah, as I said, luck is a skill. But let's look at some of these bans. So they're actually banning out Adrenaline for the Legion side because Esthon has been playing it a couple of times, and then on the Legion side, they're banning the Sandwraith, Gladiator, and Bubbles. Whereas the Hellborn is focusing on the more tanky carries as well.
Oogie and Armadon being banned both are 2 heroes that are just like big frontliners that they're apparently scared of here.
Yeah, and I'm not sure I really like these bans because they have the Madman who's going to be soaking a lot of farm. So the Adrenaline, I think, was a good ban because Esthon still needs to have a hero to play this game.
I think he can play Madman. He can probably play Madman.
Yeah. And then we have the Clanks. We haven't seen a lot of Clanks this game, but it has been banned in quite a few of the games. So we're going to have to wait and see how effective it actually is, because Madman is difficult for a Clanks to really lock down and really slow with his ultimate and everything, because he can just run away. And they're going to have a lot of lockdown on the Hellborn side for the Clanks to be doing stuff, because Andro can be slippery, Magnus can be slippery. Only Bombardier doesn't have an inherent mobility skill right now.
Yeah, it's and especially the Andromeda being able to swap the Clanks and get the Clanks out of position is very powerful. It just shows the versatility of that hero.
Yeah, as well as the Aurora being able to be used to get vision on Clanks when he's flying around in the woods.
Produces stacks on his fly, so he is forced to the ground.
Yeah, so if he gets a lot of farm, he's dangerous. But if he can't get that farm, then it's going to be a hard game for this Clanks, especially if Lord Sulfuras now just chooses to ulti Clanks in every single fight.
Yeah, one thing I'm thinking of here is that both the Blacksmith and the Clanks actually need to get a Staff of the Master here to be really powerful, so the Clanks cannot be brought down to the ground. It is such a powerful ability, and the Blacksmith for the extra fireball with his ultimate. So if one of the 2 heroes can pick up a Staff of the Master and potentially boost the other hero, it's going to be really powerful for the Hellborn side here.
Yeah, for sure. And Legion picking up a Lord Sulfuras again, so he is going to be played mid, I think. And then we have Esthon going Bombardier, I'm guessing with the Magnus in the long lane. So for the last pick, they do pick up the Electrician.
Madman can also easily solo in one of the lanes with Sephora soloing in the other lane, and they can also run a tri lane then. That might be more powerful to try and lock down that Clanks.
Yeah, for sure, because he isn't going to be able to recover that fast until he gets Thunderclaw, I think.
Well, Clanks does have like the 60 inherent damage on his lackey. It is not AoE anymore, the damage, so he farms less fast than he used to when we saw him a lot like 3 years ago. But it's still a really powerful hero, and they are all porting at the bottom lane.
Yeah.
We might see some early aggression here. Oh, actually, never mind. Marte ported top instead.
Yeah, he's going to get that early lane ward off, but what are the Emerald Warden and Blacksmith looking for? He does actually have a shield and a hatchet on Blacksmith. So it looks like he's going to be farming, and they're going to be... Are they sending Clanks down here as well?
Oof. I'll be
The Legion
surprised if the
side,
Clanks
they're
doesn't
coming
end
with
up on the
5
top lane.
heroes, though. Is Emerald Warden going to be spotted?
I
I
think.
don't think so, but I think the Hellborn is in trouble right now. Magma's running in.
think they
He's going to
should
find the Emerald
realize-
Warden. Is this going to be the first blood? We'll just have to see. Stun coming in on the Emerald Warden. Bombardier is there with the bomb afterwards, and that is the Bloodlust on the Emerald Warden.
Yeah, I mean, they have the ward at the top lane, and they saw no one top, so they must have realized at some point, like, hey, we don't see anyone. Maybe they're going 5 bottom and backed off. And just standing there in the woods with practically no vision is a bit on the greedy side. So that is an easy bloodlust for the Legion team here. And actually, Madman getting a first blood here. And Madman not having a hatchet right now.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be going mid with Lords of Forest farming short again.
Against the Emerald Warden and the Blacksmith. And I feel like the Blacksmith is going to be farming an Staff of the Master here to boost that Clanks. Because there's not really much other items that you actually want to get on a Blacksmith.
Other than the
So
Jade
I'm,
Spire, of course.
Well, Jade Spire is more like an...
The
they're
stun
going
comes in
top.
on the Magnus at top. Bomb is there to follow it up. That stun is going to be really long, but Magnus does not have the mana to have another stun. But this is nice harass coming in from the Legion side already.
Yeah, Clanks is being a little bit out of position there. Probably not expecting 2 people at the top lane, even though they have the ward. So that might be a little bit of a misplay from the Clanks there. And it just wastes a lot of regen, which they definitely need in this lane against the Bombardier, who's just doing a lot of damage.
Yep, and immediately Leo top 22 is pulling the creeps into the medium camp, making sure that they get that additional experience. Let's talk a little bit about the mid matchup. Who do you think has the upper hand?
I think it's the Electrician, hands down. Electrician Q is just so powerful, especially against a slipper hero like the Madman. Although the Madman did get first blood.
Yep. But here he goes. He goes in with the Q. He's able to get a lot of harass damage in. Killing the Madman, I think, is going to be difficult unless he's, overstaying his welcome when he's already low on HP. But generally, in melee versus melee matchups, Electrician does really well.
Yeah. It's just such a powerful ability, that Q, because it's a 2-second lockdown with 100 magic damage in total. And in addition to that, you can just freely auto-attack the Madman in the meanwhile while he's stunned. So
Yeah,
it's a really powerful hero.
Yeah, he's also actually just used it under the tower to just annoy the Madman. But Madman, having that first blood, does get that bottle quite quickly.
Yeah, and it's the bottle plus the chalice, so you can just freely
Plus a
spam his
haste.
spells on Electrician.
Yeah, he's also got a haste rune now, and
Ooh,
it
he's going
actually
bottom.
looks like he's going bottom lane. So they're going to be setting up on the Emerald Warden and the Blacksmith. Andro is there. Oh, they find the Emerald Warden, and they don't even need to use the stun, and therefore they have the stun on the Blacksmith. But I'm wondering why Madman didn't stay to kill the
And
Blacksmith.
they used everything. And it's a Blacksmith. Blacksmith is tanky. Even though he's half HP, he's still 350 HP with high armor, a battery, and a shield. So I think it's fine that he decided to go back here, because he is missing farm in the mid lane. And he wants to race back to the mid lane while that haste is still active in theory.
Yep. Ooh, top lane, they need to be a bit careful. Martyr actually getting stunned up, and he's going to fall instantly, not even able to use his retribution. And then Ooh, in the mid lane, Madman taking a lot of damage from this electrician.
Madman did decide to
Bottom
pick up a
lane, they're
battery,
going to be
which I do
stunning up
like.
the Lord Sulfuras, but he's just going to be healing up with his life tap.
Yeah, that's the power of Lords of Forest. And that way, I really do like that they sent Forest bottom and Madman middle.
Yep, for sure. But in this mid matchup, Madman has gotten both the refreshment as well as the normal rune. So he's got so much sustain. So the harassment coming in from the electrician is actually not enough. But ooh, I was thinking maybe he goes for that. But oh, in the bottom lane, Blacksmith does end up falling. I think they overstayed their welcome. And Lord Sulfuras, he is not afraid of this Emerald Warden without mana. And he's got life tap up, so he's going to be able to lifesteal. But he's just waiting with it.
15 more mana for his overgrowth.
Yeah, but it's not gonna matter. Wow, Sulfuras is really gonna love this because he was having some trouble farming, not having that high of a GPM. But ooh, top lane, Magnus actually looking to get a stun up on the Clanks, but Clanks has boots and his flight available, so he's not gonna get caught.
I would maybe like for the Clanks to pick up an early Astro. It's just such a powerful item, and it allows him to just stay in his lane. Oh, Madman with Invis, but they may have spotted him.
Yeah, the Rev Ward might have spotted him, depending on whether that Rev Ward gave enough vision, and it seems like the Hellborn knows about this Madman.
Yeah, and that also means that the Electrician is just getting a lot of free farm in the lane right now.
I would also like to just see him push the lane a bit, put some pressure on the tower. Killing that mid tower is a really good objective.
They're going in. They're going in top.
Oh, yep. But Magnus, he's going to be in the range for the stun this time, and he is going to be falling to the ground. And are they going to have the damage? Clanks is actually surviving with very little HP. Madman just taking his bottle, finishing him off with a barrel roll. So nice patience coming out.
Yeah, just well played by them, I guess. I guess the Clank should have played a little bit more defensively, especially with the Martin not being around. They knew that the Madman was there.
Yep.
Even if they didn't see the Madman in this, that he was missing from the mid lane for a long time, so they should have known something was up at least.
Yeah, and now Snooki went back to the mid lane, but Andromeda is actually rotating over, so is this Electrician in trouble?
Yeah, the Sulfuras is solo bottom now.
He's got a barrel roll up in 2 seconds, so he can choose to slow him again. He does, but the top lane from the Legion side is not moving, but here's Martyr. He has... Oh, is he going to fall? Madman taking a lot of damage from that Retribution and getting the wings now. Oh, but he's so slippery, that Madman, and is going to fall immediately after the wings go down. And Martyr now left alone by his team. Clank's trying to head over, but well played from the Legion side, bringing very many heroes to bring these two down.
Yeah, and we see the two people here farming at the bottom lane, but they're just like too far behind to actually rotate over. And it's just this momentum that the Legion side has that carries over into every other
lane. Here comes Madman, he's in the bottom lane. He's got another haste rune. He actually dodges the Hunter's command. And are they going to be able to kill the Blacksmith? The Sulfuras ulti does go in on him. In the meantime, Blacksmith, does get the turn kill on the Andromeda.
Sulfuras was actually almost able to deny the Andromeda there because he was under effect of the Flaming Hammer from the Blacksmith. But that is a damage over time, which means you can of course be denied in the meanwhile. And we see that Snooki is basically carrying this game on his back while the Electrician is farming. It feels very similar to last game, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Where the Legion
Snooki is
team...
doing a great job though at rotating. He's actually ported to top now, and they're looking to set up on the Clanks again.
Yeah, it feels like the Legion, the Hellborn team is just waiting to be ganked at this point. I feel like they have to take more initiative. Maybe
Madman
just send
now stalking into the Clanks. He does scout him out, but he's gonna actually miss the barrel roll, and that is gonna mean the end of that gank for the Legion team.
I feel like they should take more initiative. Maybe rotate the Emerald Warden
Andromeda
a bit.
setting up a mid on the Electrician. A port coming in from the Bombardier. He does have the ulti available, so nice swap coming up from the Andromeda, putting him back in tower range. And Lavender actually there with the last hit. That Bombardier ultimate being a little bit too much used, but Martyr in trouble now, found by the Madman.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out is that you can actually purge the bomb if you choose to, if you have your ultimate skilled with the electrician. But
he hasn't
doesn't
skilled it.
have. Yep. What do you think about that?
I am not a fan. I think that ultimate is really strong ability. Magnus missing his stun at top, and are they going to be able to turn? We have Martyr here, but Bombardier seems like quite a threat to this Clank, so he's going to try and dodge him by flying through the trees.
Yeah, it's the electrician not skilling his ultimate, I think, is a big misplay from him. Oh, when they're going
look
in.
at this. They are going to find him with the Magnus stun. Bombardier stun is on him as well, so he's going to be taking a lot of damage. He's half-life. Madman is there with the slow, but he can't fly away. He just dies. Where are all the ports coming? The ports are finally coming in from the Hellborn team, and they are going to get a turn kill on the... Wow, it's a deny. Yeah, Eston with the big deny, but he manages to port away as well as putting a bomb on the blacksmith. So Madman, is he going to choose to go back in? No, he is not. He does scout out a stacked camp from the Hellborn side, but the Legion just seems to be so much more active right now. This electrician still hasn't left the mid lane.
Yeah, I think that's what it comes down to. The electrician choosing to just take the farm he can. And I think that the reason why the Madman is able to be this active comes down to the first blood actually that he got. Because it allowed him to pick up both a chalice and a bottle really early. And if he didn't have the money to get that chalice, he would not be able to race from the mid lane back to the bottom lane, back to the top lane as much, because he would have mana issues, but he doesn't currently because the bottle plus the chalice sustains him so well.
Yeah, that as well as the fact that he got all the room control, but top lane we have Magnus going in on the stun. On Martyr, you have the bomb on him, but they're actually doing a lot of turn damage. Bombardier ulti completely missing the Clank, so they do get a kill, but it's going to cost quite a lot. And in the bottom lane, Sulfuris actually bringing down the Emerald Warden. And Magnus is now being chased down by the Clanks with that slow from his ultimate. Are they going to be able to get this kill? He does have his Lava Surge available, but Electrician is there. He has his ultimate. Doesn't he use it to boost himself? They are going to get the grip, and it's going to be an easy kill for Clanks.
The Magnus already used his stun, so I don't think there was any way that the Magnus could have survived there. So him not using his ultimate, I think, is not much of an issue. But yeah, this is the first rotation we see from the Electrician. I would have liked for him to play a little bit more active, and he's actually incoming gank middle now.
Yeah. Are they going to have the damage to bring him down, though? Because Electrician does have his electric shield maxed out.
And he has the ultimate now to purge the bomb. Oh, they're going jungle, actually.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for another fish to fry. Madman actually getting a little bit close to the Martyr.
And they see him with
have
the
a
ward
ward scouting him. So he goes in with the bomb. Oh, what a combination. So he's getting instantly stunned up. But the E from the Martyr healing him up, switching his mana and HP. But after those wings, he's going to have to fall, right? No, he's surviving for longer than I thought.
And Clank's not committing there to helping his teammate, which I really don't like. They should have known there were only two there.
And now they're just diving the tower.
And the teleport might be doing more harm than good.
Bombardier is there with the stun. He does have the bomb on him, but it's not going to matter. Madman got what he came for.
And it does not feel like the multicast skills on the blacksmith are really up to point. I haven't seen a single multicast yet, so...
He's just not very good at being lucky, you know?
He's clearly doing something wrong. I don't know what it is, but whenever I play blacksmith, I multicast all the time. So clearly I'm doing something right.
Yeah, he needs to invest in more luck attributes.
Middle tower in deny range, currently. I'm curious what they're going to do here.
Yeah, I think they're not gonna...
Backwards incoming?
You know, take the risk, but Magnus is indeed there, as well as Bomb, as well as Andromeda. Are they going to go for this mid-kill? Electrician is really tanky, though. They're going to have a lot of stuns. They are going to be able to kill him quite quickly. Nice swap coming from the Andro, swapping the Emerald Warden back into danger, but Clanks is here as well, and he's going to be auto-attacking the Bombardier. He's going to be taking a lot of damage. Emerald Warden has not died yet. Magnus falling low as well. Andromeda also getting quite low. Nice wings coming out from the Martyr, but it's not going to be enough to save the Clanks. They do get the tower deny. but it's expensive.
Oh!
Magnus does fall. Nice play coming off the Martyr, but Sulfuras is there now as well. Madman actually coming in behind the Blacksmith, and the damage is too much.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's a Martyr without boots. That's not really hard to chase down, but the Martyr did actually get the turn kill on the Magnus because the Magnus tried to dodge the Martyr Q with his Steam Bath, but because it's an AoE ability, it actually just hit anyway. So well played by the Marty there, even having no boots, getting the pick off anyway. But yeah,
look at this Emerald Warden, he's in trouble. Madman has just taken control of this game.
yeah. Madman has no mercy for these guys right now.
What do you think he should pick up as his next item of choice? He's built
I
a
would be
lot of build-up
I would
right
be
now.
surprised if it's not a Mock. I know Snooki likes to pick up Mock into Spell Sunder on the Madman, and it's such a powerful build because Madman is just so hard to kill. The Stalk really pushing him over the edge here. And he picks up an Invis Rune and actually ports home.
Yeah,
he
he
wastes
has.
the Invis Rune.
Yeah, he feels like his stock is invis enough, but Magnus is actually getting gripped up by the electrician, but no one ports in because the bomb was there by the Bombardier. And they are going to get the tower now. And Magnus, he's looking maybe to go back in. But remember, this electrician is really tanky, and he is going to get scouted out and gripped immediately. And that's a dead Magnus.
Ooh. Now that's something I did not expect. An Ice Brand pickup on the Madman. And
I think he's
Sword
just
of the
building
High.
tank.
Sword of the High on the Sephoras.
So again, another hero goes for the Muck.
Yeah, but not the hero I was expecting, because the Madman was actually getting pretty close to it, but I guess the Sephoras is pretty close to it as well, without actually us realizing. And an Ice Brand on the Madman is not something I am a very big fan of. I think the Madman... Oh, Madman actually setting up on the Blacksmith here.
Yeah, Sulfuras is running over. He does have ulti on Sulfuras, so that slow coming in from the Ice Brand might help them right now. That Blacksmith is very slow, including the barrel roll, and there are no ports coming in from the Hellborn, but actually the Sulfuras is a champion of New Earth right now.
Yeah, Sephoras has not died yet, and is just so tanky with that Shaman's Headdress.
Yeah, I really like that Shaman's Headdress pickup, by the way, because look at how much magic damage the Hellborn side has. Even Clanks does a huge chunk of magic damage with that ultimate, with that bang, with that lackey, and with the Thunderclaw that he's going to be
set up
picking
on
up.
the mid lane.
Madman actually finding the electrician, but oh, Martyr's there. Is he going to get the slow off? No.
No dust on the Hellborn side here, so they knew he was there.
Swap
because
coming
they saw
in
the
on
stock
the
animation.
electrician, but he's really tanky. There's a Shaman's actually on the electrician, and he's going to be gripping up the Andromeda. And the multicast coming in, and it is going to make the Andromeda fall. Electrician now being healed up by the Martyr, and he seems to be fine. There is going to be another stun from the Magnus coming in, but he's got the wings now. So is he actually going to fall? He's taking quite some damage. Magnus ulti coming in from the right, but it doesn't look to be hitting anything. And the Hellborn side is fighting his fight really well. And Sulfuras is actually going to fall as well as the Bombardier. And Magnus is in trouble as well. He does have a lot of mana to use to jump away. He is going to jump towards the tree, but they're going to have vision with him from the Clanks.
Yeah, and from the Emerald Warden Wolves. So after the Emerald Warden Wolves hits, it actually reveals the targets for 3 seconds, I believe.
Yeah, that's one of the great utility things of the Emerald Warden, but it just comes down to the fact that that Martyr and the Shamans on the Electrician was just able to keep him alive for so long.
Yeah, and the purge of the Bombardier Q, because Bombardier Q is currently a large part of his damage. And Bombardier choosing to not instantly pop that Q, but waiting for the stun feels a bit greedy on my part.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when you know that it can be purged off.
Yeah. Well, maybe he takes this as a learning opportunity and pops it instantly next time.
Yeah,
but
we'll see.
Another thing that was big was the multicast.
Yeah,
finally,
for sure.
He learns the multicast. I've been waiting so long for
some
this.
more luck attribute.
Exactly. So maybe if they keep this up, I mean, Blacksmith is a hero that can either do 1k damage or 200 damage every Q. So you can never take it easy with him, because there's always that opportunity. And he's building that staff as I was expecting. He is halfway there. And the moment he gets that staff and level 16, he is just so dangerous.
Yeah, he is quite far away from level 16, especially now that he's getting ganked by the Andromeda swap, and they're gonna have enough to kill him. So this is what happens when you go on a target other than Electrician.
Yeah. It comes
and they're
down
actually
to
setting up to take Kongor right now.
Oh, Madman no lifesteal though, but the Forest does in a certain way.
I wonder if are there any wards from the Hellborn? They do have the ward on the hill by Ha, and they're gonna be able to scout some of it, but do they want to react?
I think they do, but the Clanks is porting in right now. Yeah, they do seem to want to react here, but they have to go fast.
They are going to finish the Kongor, but the Madman actually falls immediately, and that's a Savage 6 streak for the Electrician. So the Legion team is actually trying to port away, and nice port from the Andromeda, bringing him to safety, but they managed to kill the Kongor, so they do get that extra buff, and they do get a lot of gold for their team.
Yeah, and now they can choose to take their own Kongor for the second buff and that buff to the tower damage. And of course the Token of Life, which will secure them the next 3 minutes if they choose to do so. I mean, the Hellborn team will of course expect it, that once the Madman ultimate is up again, which they actually did not decide to use last time, interestingly enough. But once that's up, they will definitely decide to go for the Kong, is my best guess. And what can the Legion team do?
They need to get some vision up if they want to fight it. The only reason they managed to get any kills at all was because they had that vision.
Yeah, and they knew that the Kongor was low, and they knew when to go in, basically. But I think that the Legion team is just waiting for that Blacksmith staff to come up right now. Actually, fun stuff. I was talking to Whoop, the captain of the Hellborn team right now. And I was talking about heroes pickups. And I mentioned my Blacksmith to them, because he knows that I love to play a lot of Blacksmith. And he actually told me that he had a plan for my Blacksmith. So it is actually a hero that they have been taking seriously, and it's not just a troll pickup, but they actually realize that the hero has a lot of potential, but it's not really showing at this moment.
I would really like to see him max Fervor a little bit quicker though, because it's such a strong ability for the Clanks and for any carry to be able to get that extra movement. Yeah, sorry, the Frenzy. So that attack speed, cast speed, and movement speed just increases even more for the Clanks. It's so strong. And I'm not sure the Flaming Hammer really is that strong, especially with the laning phase that they had.
I have to disagree with you there. I think the Frenzy is just... It has a really long cooldown if you don't have your ultimate maxed. And the buff just doesn't do enough, especially when the Clanks is not as farmed as we see right now. It's only 400 GPM. And the Flaming Hammer does give, of course, that minus magic armor. And it's a pretty big slow for 7.5 seconds. You cannot just count that out. So I think it's like the tools that Blacksmith needs to start killing people. The one thing I would have liked to see though is armor boots, because I don't think that Blacksmith needs Ghost Marchers.
Yeah, true. The mobility is always an added benefit from the Ghost Marchers, but getting it just even more tanky with the already high strength gain would mean a lot more.
If you just pick up armor boots and like Mystic Vestments, you become so tanky. And it's just like a lot harder for the enemy heroes to kill you, because you just get 3.2 strength per level. You see that the Blacksmith hardly has any big items that give him HP, and he has 1.5k HP right now. He's so hard to kill if he just gets up a little bit of armor.
Yeah, but my argument for the Frenzy Max was to make the Clanks farm faster, because he needs to recover after that laning phase, and giving him that buff repeatedly will just allow him to farm that bit faster.
Yeah, but I don't think that the Blacksmith is very close to the Clanks, or has been very close to the Clanks. If the Blacksmith was supporting, I would have agreed with you, because then he would have just been able to farm the jungle that much faster. But the story of this game has been that the Blacksmith has been farming the offlane while the Clanks has been farming the jungle most of the time.
Yep.
But anyway,
Clanks is definitely their win condition right now, so
yeah.
we're gonna have to wait and see what he's gonna do when he gets that shrunken. Actually, a nice ward placement over there by the Andromeda, being able to see into the base, and they're just not afraid to push.
Yeah, they have the Conquer buff, so they're just pushing this tower here.
PK picked up by the Electrician, actually going on the Madman. Nice storm coming out from the Bombardier. Silence coming in from the Lord Forest, but he's not afraid. He's got the Token of Life. He's just going to continue auto-attacking. Here comes the Eruption from the Magmas. And Electrician taking a lot of damage, but he's going to be healed up to full by this Martyr and being able to portal key away due to the wings. So well played by the Hellborn team, but they do end up dropping the racks, and that's the token. Are they going to be able to chase him down afterwards? No overgrowth is available. He is going to get slowed down. And what a line stun coming out from the Magmas, catching the entire Hellborn team.
That was huge. That was a 4-man stun by the Magmas. That is incredible. And they actually get for another tower because of those pickoffs. Blacksmith being oh so close to that staff, but just not there yet.
Yeah, and he's trying his best to farm it. I'm just afraid it's a little bit too late. The Conquer buff proving to be really strong versus these base towers.
Yeah, that is 2 racks. And I think that might be just the nail in the coffin for the Hellborn team here.
Okay, so Andromeda just cancelled Bombardier's TP because at this point I don't think I'm afraid of losing anymore.
Did he just really? Oh, yeah, get wrecked. Get wrecked, no. Bombardier. Waste 50 gold.
Run all the way back to base. The walk of shame, as we call it.
Yeah, and the Bombardier actually missing the haste rune. He just walked right on by. Oh, never mind. He left it for the Madman. That's some team play. I feel like Andromeda could learn 1 or 2 things from that. But yeah, Blacksmith does, I believe, have a staff now. I am ready for some multicasting. My body is ready. My mind is ready. I am hyped. I believe that the Hellborn team can still win this. I want to see this Madman melt by a triple multicast, followed by a triple multicast.
I would like to get him level 16 though, and Hellborn might actually be setting up for some early engagement. Electrician does find the Magmas. There's a double multicast. Is he going to finish him off? He does fall immediately. Clanks is actually getting targeted by the Madman, but nice perch coming up from the Electrician, making him run away. Martyr taking a lot of damage. Swap coming in on the Clanks, and Clanks is going to die. Bombardier ulti hitting just a couple of targets. Blacksmith actually using his stun on an illusion, Andro, and he's gonna be in trouble now as Lavender is getting a quad kill. Is it gonna be an annihilation? Does not look like it, and GG is called. So we have the champion for this HoN OMG Before the Storm tournament.
Yes, that's really well played by them.
Wow. All right. Wait, what's happening to my screen?
I'm not sure what's happening. Just black right now.
Yeah. But wow, that finished though. Oh wait, what? You think we're done? This was just the beginning. Wow.
That's a bit ominous. Oh!
Yeah. Oh no!
Are you seeing this?
Oh
my god!
Oh my god!
Season 2. Oh my god!
Wow!
That does explain the blackouts every now and then.
It does. It certainly does, boys, ladies, and gentlemen. HoN Oh My God Tour Season 2 is now official, and it is announced, and it will be in 35 days. The site is open. The panels have been changed. The announcer will be on YouTube just soon, and it is opened and official starting on June 14th till June 21. I hope you guys are all ready. This is a 32 teams tournament, best of one, the first round, the second round, and best of three quarterfinals and semifinals, best of five finals, with 100,000 gold coins prize pool, with hopefully money involved in it, hopefully depending on sponsors. This is the official announcement of the tournament. I hope you guys are ready. We will see you in 35 days. And boys, if you want to talk about the game, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very
It's
much.
gonna feel a little bit underwhelming after that announcement, but I hope
Dutch.
that's the stuff.
Dutch, are we going to be
Jonathan.
creating a Dutch team? Dutch boys.
Of course, like
I recommend it. I recommend it.
To be fair, if we would create a Dutch team, it's gonna be just too much to handle for the rest of the team. So, or for the rest of the competition. So I feel like we might have to limit ourselves with a couple of baguettes as well. We with some French
maybe.
people to like tone it down a little bit.
Yeah.
No, but
Let's talk about the game. So, the Hellborn side coming out with some interesting picks, I think, was really the story of that game, because they had an Emerald Warden Blacksmith lane that didn't have nearly the effect that I think they hoped it would have.
Blacksmith really needs the staff to start taking off, and Blacksmith just farming that staff for a lot of time, it's just not enough. It just didn't have enough impact. And especially in the mid lane, the Electrician just didn't have the impact that the Madman had. Madman just went from left to right to left to right, ganking every lane and just getting so much done for his team.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of that, we also saw that the Sulfuras was having a great time farming the stacks that the Andromeda made and just boosting up his GPM, getting that Mock of Brilliance. He was up above 600 GPM at the end of that game.
Yeah, and 16 kills in, I believe. 16-1-2 Sulfuras doing so good. But I think it mainly came down to Snooki on the map and just ganking so much that the enemy team just didn't have much of a chance.
Yep. And the long lane for the Legion side went really well. On top of that,
that's just a really strong lane. I mean, the Magnus combined with a Bombardier has just so much kill potential. You compare that to the Emerald Warden plus Blacksmith lane, and it's just not nearly as good enough.
Yep. So, absolute final thoughts, Dutch Ownage? Do you have any shout-outs you might want to do, or
shout-outs to Paddock Chris for playing Blacksmiths. I truly believed that he was going to multicast. In the end, he did actually multicast a lot of times. And he had a triple multicast on the Sulfuras, but Sulfuras was just so farmed that he just brushed it off and went on his merry way. So, final thoughts. Well played by both teams. It was enjoying to watch, and I loved casting these games.
Do you want your final thoughts as well?
Can the streamer have his final thoughts, please?
The streamer can have final thoughts.
So my final thoughts. Thanks for Thomas, aka Shorkang, and thanks for Dutch Ownage for casting with us today. Thanks for Chris, aka What You Got, and John, aka Easy Folkline, for casting the HoN Oh My God tournament. Much appreciated, guys. They were honestly one of the best casters I've seen. Amazing performance, amazing job. Honestly, thank you guys so much for helping us out and for casting the tournament. And thanks for everyone for donating. Anyone who donated, anyone who subbed, any sort of support. Thank you so much. And thank you everybody for watching. And actually, just before this stream ends, just shout out to every single caster, and you guys should check them out. What You Got on Twitch and Dutch Ownage on Twitch. Thomas, you have a Twitch channel?
Yeah, but I don't really use it.
Okay, so shout out. Yeah, take over if you want.
So thank you very much for all these kind words, and I think that brings us to the end. Thanks for watching, ladies and gentlemen, and we will see you, perhaps, at the next tournament.
Yep, we will see you in 35 days. See you then, everybody. Good night.